started, we're just going to find out what happened at the toss.
Brilliant, so it's not a double-headed coin.
Heads.
That is heads. Heads it is.
I'd like to have a bowl first, please.
Okay.
Cheers.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay, Krista, if you don't mind coming to have a word.
Yeah.
Winning the toss,
Yes.
chosen to field first. What were your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think, again, just we've come over as a team. I think we'd like to get out as a team first, see what our total is, and then go chase that down in the second innings.
Fantastic. Good luck with your day.
Thank you very much.
Fun.
Cheers.
Chloe, when you come, lost the toss. Did it matter either way for you?
We actually wanted to bat first, so yeah, we're feeling good. Want to go out there and put a big total on the board, and then yeah, see what happens from there.
Good luck with the day and enjoy the
Very much.
sunshine.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the toss done here. That was Guernsey winning first. Winning the toss, and they're going to be in the field first. Good morning and welcome. Yeah.
No, not yet. Right.
5 and 10. Good morning. Welcome to Grainville for the Women's T20I Interinsular Series. We've got a busy day ahead of us. We've got 2 T20s. First one starting in about 5 minutes at 11 o'clock, with the second one starting this afternoon at 3 p.m. We've got the weather for it. The forecast has improved throughout the week, and finally we got another period of warm weather to look forward to here in Jersey. The ground is looking spectacular as always, as you can see on your picture now. The square looking, well, a picture, and the outfield is about as quick as it's going to be so far this year. So perfect conditions for 2 good games of cricket. As I mentioned before, Jersey and Guernsey, interinsular rivals, both on the men's and women's side. The women's taking centre stage today here at Grainville, and they are looking forward to both games. As you could see before, where Guernsey won the toss and have elected to field. They're just getting themselves together on the side of the field, having a team huddle before they take the field today. Looking forward and looking at the 2 teams in particular, certainly this Jersey side will come in as favourites off the back of previous years' results. They've got a couple of players who haven't made the trip back today from university due to exams and other fixtures that they have going on. So a couple of players short of what would be a regular team, but they've still got the firepower at the top of the order that we'll be seeing first this morning with what looks like Amy Aikenhead and Annalise Merritt and Grace Weatherall certainly in that top 3. What order they come out in, we'll see very shortly. So yep, we're set fair. We should not have any interruptions today, so we should be getting full 2 games of cricket, which we're excited to see, and we'll work out where to go from there. So as we mentioned, Guernsey in the field first. We have got certainly a few new faces, to get to know today. There's some fantastic cricketers coming out of Guernsey at the moment, some youngsters coming into it. One in particular that we've seen in previous interinsulars, Molly Robinson, a very talented young leg spinner. No doubt she'll be vital to their success today if they're going to get any inroads into this strong Jersey batting lineup. So throughout the day, we'll be having co-commentators coming in to join me in the booth. We hope to hear from coaches, potentially some players, and some people and familiar faces and voices from Jersey cricket. We're just getting set here. Umpires are having their final checks, just making sure that we are all ready to go. The umpires standing in the first game are Mike Kinder and Subha Rao Oranguti. from the Jersey side and Mike Kinder from the Guernsey side. As I mentioned before, looking at the form book, over the last few years, it's certainly been dominated by Jersey. The contests have been fairly one-sided, but certainly having spoken to a few Guernsey people in their squad, they've got some youngsters coming through. So they're hoping for better performances today, and certainly over the next few years, they'll be looking to improve what they've been doing already. Later on this year, having spoken to both teams, Jersey will be off to Switzerland in July to go and take on Brazil, Switzerland and Spain, and Guernsey will be going later in August down to, I believe, play in Luxembourg, but there's certainly a big tournament that they've got going on there. I believe 8 teams, of which I can't remember all of them, but they'll be looking to go and get some wins. Obviously, these are T20 internationals, which means ranking points is on offer. So there's more than just the old rivalry on the line here today. They've got opportunities to get up those world rankings and ultimately gain both more funding and more access to wider cricket. So the umpires are on their way out now, just stepping over the line. Guernsey taking the field, led by captain Krista Delamere, who is also taking the gloves today. As I mentioned, the 3 of the Jersey top order batters who could come in any order. It looks like Grace Weatherall and Amy Aikenhead. Both Grace and Amy have been playing their cricket early season in the UK. Amy with Exeter University Cricket, playing in their first team, scoring some runs, and Grace over in the UK playing cricket for, I believe, Wiltshire, in step 3 of the women's county cricket system. So 2 talented cricketers. I'm just trying to work out who is getting the ball for Guernsey first. They're going to start from the pavilion end, and just trying to catch the number from here. I've got my glasses on, but I can't quite see well enough so far. As she marks up her run-up, it will be Amy Aikenhead to take first ball. As I mentioned before, the ground is looking an absolute picture today. It's had lots of cricket on it. There was a men's T20 Premier League game on Friday, 2 games yesterday, and managed to switch across the whole side of the square to get it ready for this morning. An early start for head groundsman Dan Birrell, a late finish and an early start. Thank you. So just confirmed Elise Millington to take the first over, bowler number 14. We're just waiting before we get started here, waiting for 11 o'clock to tick over before the first ball can be bowled. Guernsey set themselves a field here, 2 out in the first 6 overs. The 2 that I can see out at the moment, certainly in the offside, deep cover. And I'm looking for the second, which looks like to be square leg. So we're just waiting for 11 o'clock to tick over here before the first ball can be bowled, and then we'll have some live action for you. Okay, so that's 11 o'clock. We're good to go here. Batter facing up. Keeper stood up to the stump, so looks like right arm medium. Amy Aikenhead for Jersey and Elise Millington to take the first over for Guernsey. So first T20 starting at 11 o'clock, second one at 3 p.m. So a long day of cricket ahead. Looking forward to seeing plenty of action as we go. First ball bowled then. Tapped into the offside, no run. Nice and full there, looked like the ball swung a little bit away from the right-hander. So a good start there for Guernsey. Elise Millington pitching it up, giving it a chance to swing. Tapped into the offside by Amy Aikenhead. Played through the offside comfortably there. 2 balls, nice and full through the offside, so Amy off strike, getting a 1 out to deep cover. So Grace faces up, taking her guard. 3 balls gone so far, Jersey 1 for none. Nice strong field set for Guernsey here, covering both sides of the ground. One out leg side, one out offside. Obviously 2 out allowed in the power play. She comes in for the third ball. Short ball. Hit immediately onto the bank. First ball by Grace Weatherall. Too short, you'd say, on these matted wickets. And she's not going to take much time to settle in here. If it's short or if it's wide, it will go. Grace known for her attacking stroke play. She's going to come out and play some shots here, and bowlers are going to have to be a bit fuller than that. The first couple of balls swinging away. She thought about it again there, but didn't go for it. It was just that touch fuller, which made it a little bit more in 2 minds. And with this new ball, it does come off the bat nicely, but it will do a little bit in the air. So a little bit more watchful from Grace there, but that's what the aggressive stroke play will do, allow you to make 2 decisions. And that one's out. Too short. She's going to cross the line, and is it hit in front? So that's what we talked about there, where you're going to play aggressively, you're going to look to play with stroke play, but a short ball playing across the line is not what you need early on. That ball, first ball, bounced and went onto the bank. That one didn't get up and went under the bat and is LBW. So that's an early dismissal for Jersey, although nice big 6 onto the bank, followed by the dismissal. LBW in front. Always dangerous when you're looking to play across the line early. The ball didn't bounce as much as the first one maybe did. No bat on it, which is always going to make it difficult. So Jersey with it, Guernsey receiving an early wicket there, which is a big plus for them because Grace was a very dangerous batter. But that brings number 3 to the crease, Annalise Merritt. So an early wicket for Guernsey there. Dangerous playing across the line early on. Want to be playing with that straight bat as much as possible, unless it's really obviously short like the one that we saw got hit into the bank. Another appeal. I think that's more out of excitement than anything else. Certainly 2 noises, and it was probably a bit high, that one. So a good start for both sides. Jersey with the runs that they would have liked, but they wouldn't have wanted that early wicket. So honours even, I'd say, but Guernsey will be absolutely delighted. That's a big wicket of Grace Weatherall at the top of the order. You saw from that shot that ended up on the bank how dangerous she can be. So getting rid of her early helps them control that run rate. But plenty of good batters on show here for Jersey today, so they won't be too worried with the depth of batting lineup that they've got, but Jersey are going to have to be watchful as well as looking to be aggressive. Okay, second over from the other end. Haven't been able to see the number, so we'll work it out as we go. Short and down leg side, struck behind nicely from Amy Aikenhead, and that's going to run away for 4. So number 7, it is number 7 of Ava Borges coming in from that far end. So ball hit down leg side, comfortably past the short leg fielder, ran away on this lightning quick outfield for 4 runs. So the boundaries are coming, but also a wicket for Guernsey. So honours even, just need to keep going here. Another short ball, played watchfully by Aikenhead that time. I think what you've seen there is just making sure that on these matted wickets, although it doesn't do much sideways, sometimes it can be a little bit of a variable bounce, and early on with that new ball it can tend to skid on, then sit up and be hit easily. So the other batters, having seen how Grace got out, just being a little bit more watchful with that short ball to make sure that they're not going to go across the line when it's hitting the stumps. So good start for Jersey so far. That one is short, hit round the corner, and that is going to be another 4 as it races away to the boundary on this Grainville outfield. As I mentioned, very quick outfield here today. If it beats that inside fielder and it doesn't go straight to the boundary rider, there's some work to do. So 2 4s and a 1 so far for this over, with work to be done for the Guernsey bowlers. That's a lovely shot off the back foot there, but well fielded in the offside for Guernsey at backward point. If that had got through, as I mentioned, with this quick outfield, that almost certainly would have run away for another boundary. So a great piece of fielding in the ring there as the backward point left her feet to stop the ball. So dot ball, which Guernsey badly needed off the start of this over. Bit of pressure maybe being built here. That's much better from the Guernsey bowler. Full and straight, given the chance to swing, making a big difference there. If you pitch it full with this new ball, you've got much more chance of taking those early wickets. Although the last wicket did come from a short ball, you want to be bowling as full as possible, giving it a chance to swing. That one not what she would have wanted. Really loose ball down leg side. And that's going, I assume, to be a wide. And the batters have run a run, so 2 more runs. Another short ball, played watchfully again by Aikenhead. I think you might see her looking to try and hit that a bit harder later on, but I think potentially that wicket of Grace Weatherall has spooked the batters a little bit, just to be a bit more watchful when that short ball comes. But a bit of a mix that over. Some good bowling mixed in with some good fielding and some good batting. So a good start for Jersey here. 16 for 1 off the first 2 overs. A couple of boundaries off that over and a wicket in the first over. So you'd imagine the opening bowler back on from this end. Full and straight, nice bowling. Worked into the leg side, but again, good fielding from that Guernsey ring fielders, looking to put the pressure on these Jersey batters. They're going well. They're scoring them, finding the boundaries, but the fielders in the ring are doing their job too. If the ball's coming to them, they're getting right in behind it and getting it into the wicketkeeper nicely. That's well bowled, and a lovely shot on the up. And a little bit of confusion in the calling from the runners. Hit it well. There was a fumble at extra cover, well stopped in extra cover, but the fumble created a bit of confusion between the 2 batters, thinking that they wanted to run, but one was already turning back. So here we go again then. Again, that short ball's come, a bit more watchful, just trying to make sure there's good contact. Hit well out to deep square leg and a lovely one bounce throw over the top. Early indications here are certainly that this Guernsey side have improved on their fielding from what we've seen in previous years. There's certainly a huge improvement there. So clearly the coach has been working hard on that inner ring fielding and the boundary riders. So big improvements early doors there. It's well struck again through cover, but cover fielder on the boundary, meaning it's only 1. So controlling this power play nicely, and this is good bowling from the pavilion end. Again, full, worked into the leg side. That's going to be a 1 through square leg from Annalise Merritt. Well controlled. And again, good delivery. So Elise Millington starting really well here for Guernsey from this pavilion end. Runs in to bowl again. Short down the leg side this time. Worked away around the corner nicely from Amy Aikenhead. And as I've mentioned a few times now, this rapid outfield, if it beats that in a ring, it's going to be difficult to stop that ball today. It has run away nicely for another boundary, which was not the finish she'd have wanted to that over. She'd bowled a beautiful over before then, and then that last ball just a bit short and a bit too leg side. Easily worked around the corner from Amy Aikenhead for another boundary. So Jersey off to the start they would have hoped for, maybe 1 more wicket than they would have liked, but certainly the runs are coming and they're finding the boundary whenever they need to. So 25 for 1 off 3. 2 good overs so far from Elise Millington, and it looks like we've got Ava Borghese to bowl from the far end for a second over. That's a fantastic cricket shot. from Annalise Merritt. Short and wide outside off stump. You wouldn't say it was a terrible ball, but a fantastic shot through that offside ring. She quickly onto the back foot there. That width allowing her to free her hands through the line, beating that infield, and you're getting value for your runs today. So good start to the over. Bowl has now been put under pressure, so she'll look to continue to attack, but certainly Jersey finding the boundary when they need to here. Again, a good strike, but again, well fielded. Lovely pick up in the ring. Well attacked, and a nice throw in over the top to the keeper. So, as I mentioned before, you can already see the improvements in this Guernsey side. The fielding looks a lot sharper and a lot tidier than previous years that we've seen. So, it's going to be easy in the ring for the Jersey batters. Sorry. That one full and wide. Merritt got in a bit of a difficult position there. Usually you'd want to be getting into the ball, but that first shot, first ball of the over, where she played a cracking back foot drive through the cover for four, maybe on her mind, looking for it a little bit too much. But again, that's what you're going to get. Power play overs. If you can bowl full and get the ball moving in the air, that's going to make a big difference here. Oh, we wanted them to get it full, but that one may be a touch too full. And it's been signalled no ball by the umpire, which does mean that a free hit will be coming, which he will be signalling as we speak. So a free hit then. Annalise on strike. She's certainly got the power to be clearing these ropes here today, so she'll be looking to do just that. Oh, and it might be another no ball. She had come down the track a little bit there, but I think that's still going to be a no ball yet. The umpire signalled it, so that was another no ball. Even though she tracked it, it was still too high. So the free hit remains. Jersey get another 2 runs, and Amy's chance now to try and clear these ropes. Short ball down leg side again, but it's hit out to the fielder. It's well fielded once again, and a good throw back into the keeper protects 2. So just the one. So although it's been 2 no balls there, she's managed to avoid any serious damage. No boundaries off those balls, and well fielded again at deep backward square or wide fine leg by Elise Millington. Again, Guernsey showing themselves strong in the field. Much better that time off the back foot. An early call, could be a run out chance, but she is home. Maybe Amy a little bit on her heels then, not expecting Annalise to call yes. It was more of a hit and run there, but they got home comfortably in the end. Comes in again then. That one's a really short one, and that has sat up to be hit, but watchful again from Amy. It doesn't look like she wants to take too many risks early on here, and that's the end of a fairly dramatic over. We've had some no balls. We had a lovely shot first ball for 4, and then after that some fantastic fielding from Guernsey. So Jersey continuing to keep the rate as they are, 35 for 1 off 4. They haven't really got away from Guernsey here, you'd say. They're going at a nice pace, but the Guernsey bowlers have sort of found themselves sort of mixing up a little bit. We've had some good full deliveries. We've had a wicket. We've had some short balls and some no balls mixed in with that. So some loose balls are getting punished by the Jersey batters. The good balls are being very watchful, so we're seeing some very good cricket here. So it looks like we've got a change or a bowler here. I think it might be Annie LeRae coming in from the pavilion end. And that's nicely bowled. Back of a length. On this matted wicket, it will sit up, but it does come through a little bit truer with this new ball. So a little bit of extra pace there. Looked like it might have troubled Amy. Her feet getting a little bit stuck in the crease. I believe Annie LeRae made a bit of history earlier in the summer playing against the MCC for Elizabeth College over in Guernsey. So she's no doubt wanting to come in and prove herself here, that's for sure. Again, that sort of back of the length, which isn't easy to get away if it's straight. We saw that first ball of the last over where there was width for Annalise Merritt to put away, which she did, but that one over middle stump makes it a little bit more difficult. You can't really free your hands and get that ball away as much as you'd like. So certainly a good start here. 2 dot balls. Ooh. That looked like a little bit of a frustrated shot. She does play beautifully through the offside, Amy Aikenhead, but a couple of dots can tend to bring a little bit of pressure. She's 13 off 12, which is by no means slow, but I think she's potentially left a few out there with some short balls that she's been watchful with, and a couple of dot balls will create a little bit of pressure here. So lovely start here from Annie LeRae. That's well bowled, and a little bit of a thick outside edge, which on the one bounce to short third didn't have her in any trouble. But again, that full ball, giving it a chance to swing, makes it a bit more difficult for the batters. Didn't carry, but this is a lovely start. This is exactly what Guernsey needed in this power play, to have sort of claw back that run rate a little bit. 4 dot balls, a bit of pressure on Jersey here. She's just been relieved with a wide, but not terrible. 4 balls and a wide, see where they're at the moment in this over. Pretty happy with that. If she can get herself out of this over, last 2 balls, if she can get out without a boundary here, Guernsey will be delighted. It'll be a great comeback over. And a wicket. There you go. That's what happens. Pressure comes, dot balls, and then a great catch behind from Captain Krista Delamere. She didn't quite take it cleanly, got it on the second grab, but certainly one that she'll be delighted to have taken. So another wicket falls here, an eventful power play. We've seen a bit of everything so far. We've had wickets, we've had boundaries, and we've had some great fielding. So the replay coming in here. It's a lovely start to this over. That full length that we've been looking for the bowlers to find. Getting the batters driving through the offside, losing her front shoulder, and a little tickle through to the keeper. As I mentioned, didn't take it cleanly, but a great reaction to take it on the second effort. Gets rid of Amy Aikenhead for 13 off 14. With 1 ball left in this Annie LeRae over, you can certainly see why she made that appearance against the MCC for Elizabeth College earlier in the year. And that's a well-deserved wicket. We've talked about that line and length, making it as difficult as possible for these batters. You've got to use that new ball whilst it stays new. It gives the bowlers a chance on what is often described as a batter's game. So 1 ball to survive here. New batter is Maria De Rocha, coming in at number 4 for Jersey. Big appeal, down leg side, not out. So a wonderful over there for Annie LeRae. Certainly getting Guernsey back into this game. Jersey going away nicely with plenty of boundaries and a partnership just starting to form there. But she's broken that partnership. 1 off the over was the wide. Everything else was full and straight with a swinging ball. Puts pressure on the batters and you get your reward for it. Looks like a change of bowler from the other end as well. Could see a little bit of spin here, just a few paces, not too far back. So change of bowler. There's Olivia Morgan. Left arm spin, which Annalise hasn't taken much time to have a go at, and it's running into the outfield for 2. So aggressive start there from the batter. She's seen the ball go above her eye line and thought she could have a little bit of this. So we might see some action either way here. Left arm spin up, young Olivia Morgan. Big appeal, but nothing there. Umpire gives it as a wide. Loose ball, short and wide down leg side. Should really have been put away for 4. I think Jersey batters so far have left a few runs in the field here off short balls. Back in again. That's well bowled. That's a good length. Annalise looking busy at the crease, trying to get at the ball or get right back. That's the key when you're playing spin. You either want to get right out to it and get it on the pitch or before it bounces, or getting right back in your crease to be able to work it leg side. So 4 off the over so far. bit of a mixed bag as we've seen so far throughout the power play. Some good balls which have made the Jersey batters work, and then some freebies that have been able to go to the boundary. So she'll be hoping to lock in here, as a left arm spinner can be very dangerous. Again, right up there, full and straight, leg by, so it must have been going down. Maria's certainly a strong sweeper of the ball, but always a risk going across the line early. So Olivia Morgan creating a couple of opportunities here. That's well struck, and that's what she's been looking to do. She's been looking to get to the ball. And as I mentioned before, that's how you want to go about playing spin. You either want to get right at it and get it before it pitches, as she did there, or get right back and play from deep in the crease. So another boundary there for Jersey, which is true to form, what we've been seeing. A few good balls from Guernsey, followed by some good batting from Jersey. So real back and forth in this power play so far. 45 for 2 off 5.4. That one bowled just a touch quicker. That looks like that pace that you'd want to be bowling on this matted wicket. That certainly wasn't as easy to get to and get at, which is going to push the batters back in their crease. So she'll be hoping to do that as much as she can. I think that'll certainly be the pace that she's looking to find here. Nice shot, well bowled, good cricket, well fielded in the leg side. So mixed bag again of that first over. Some good bowling mixed in with some good batting, as we've seen plenty throughout this power play. That finishes the power play then. Jersey 47 for 2. Merritt 20 off 18. The 2 wickets falling. Grace Weatherall in the first over, having hit her first ball onto the bank for a huge 6. Was almost looking to do that again. Ball didn't quite get up as much, and she was trapped in front. And then Amy Aikenhead caught behind off Annie LeRae. So Annie LeRae back on again from this end. Power play's gone, which means they can now have 4 fielders outside the ring. So I think given the run rate, Guernsey will be looking to try and starve this Jersey batting lineup. But with Annie LeRae with the ball in the hand, it looks like dangerous. That's well played. That's a lovely shot from De Rocha. Full and a bit of width. Well fielded again on that boundary. That's really nice cricket. Full with a bit too much width. That's what we were talking about earlier, where, you know, full and straight or back of a length and straight makes it a bit more difficult for the batters. But when they get that width, they can really chuck their hands through the ball. So as she did there, great shot from Maria De Rocha. Full and wide, trying to punish that bad ball. A little bit fuller that time, made it a bit more difficult to get over the top of. So another dot ball. As the sunshine continues to come in at Grainville. It's supposed to get a warm one this afternoon, so if you're out and about doing anything this morning and you've got no plans this afternoon, get down to Grainville and watch some fantastic international cricket. Chance here for Guernsey, and it's been put down. So just that short length there. Again, that short ball maybe troubling Jersey a little bit. There's a chance in the ring. You'd say you'd want to be catching them more times than you drop them. So chance goes down for Guernsey. Good bowling here from Annie LeRae, putting the Jersey batters under pressure. Should be hoping to continue doing that throughout her spell. Two noises, that's for sure. Good appeal again. They're certainly creating pressure here, Annie LeRae. She's come on towards the end of the power play and made a difference. You might be thinking that she might take the new ball in game 2. I wouldn't be sure as to why she wouldn't be spearheading this attack. We've seen the likes of Emily Merrion in the past coming in, taking early wickets in the power play. So she's coming in now. It's well struck into the leg side, and a great bit of fielding again from Guernsey in the ring. A dive, big stop at mid-wicket there to save what would have certainly been 2 runs. So another run saved by the Guernsey fielders. So she's been busy in there at mid-wicket. There was a drop catch earlier in the over, but a fantastic bit of diving fielding there to save a run. It's well bowled and well played, and a good run. That's good batting. That's the way to do it. That's the way to get started in T20, when you come in with the field spread. Bat on ball and get yourself running between the wickets, get your 1s and 2s, put away your bad balls. That's certainly what you want to be doing for the first 10 balls of your innings. So another over ticks by. Jersey 52 for 2 off 7. Annalise Merritt, the in batter, currently 21 off 20. A few more out there that could have maybe gone to the boundary, but she'll be happy with that start. Jersey certainly at a run rate that they're happy with. Olivia Morgan, left arm spin to continue from the far end, with Mia de Rocha facing up for Jersey. Onto the back foot there to get deep in the crease. Worked in the leg side for one. Could be an overthrow, but well backed up. Well fielded at short fine leg, but an overthrow there, I think, from Annie LeRae, but no harm done. So, again, good fielding in the ring. Guernsey certainly improving this. They're attacking the ball well, clean pickups and good throws. So, well bowled. Caught in two minds there. That's the thing. You can see Annalise Merritt maybe doing a little bit of a dance at the crease there. She wanted to get at that ball and sort of thought maybe not. So retreated, which meant dot ball for Guernsey again. Should be looking to try and create some options here. Here it is again, but well bowled. This is fantastic bowling. Certainly Olivia Morgan's not scared to get the ball up there and give it a chance. She's been hit for 4 with Annalise Merritt using her feet before, but she's not scared to put it up there and give it a chance again. Seeing if the batter will keep being aggressive. Again, that's where she's looking to do, and that's a fantastic cricket shot. That's lovely time, straight down the ground through mid-on for 4, and that's what we talked about, playing spin. If you can get right to the ball or get right back, it's going to make everything a lot easier. So, another 4 there. Bit of game of cat and mouse going on here between the bowler and the batter. The bowler's tossing it up and saying, come at me, and the batter's trying to get hold of them. So Annalise there, lovely 4 through mid-on. We've seen a little bit of a dot boundary innings at the moment, which, you know, this is some of Jersey's first international cricket of the summer, ahead of a busy summer that is the rest of it. So you wouldn't forgive the batters for being a little bit rusty, having not played a lot of cricket as a team lately. But more due, as I mentioned at the start of the game this summer. Jersey will be off to Switzerland in July to compete against Brazil, Switzerland as the hosts, and Spain as well. So some great competition there. We're hoping that those will be broadcast and brought live to you like we're doing today. Guernsey also later in the summer, in August, they're away to, I believe, Luxembourg for a big series, 8 teams in total, 2 groups of 4. Teams been added to the tournament as the summer's gone on, so plenty of good cricket for them. But both teams getting their international summer started today here at Grainville. We just got a bit of a delay due to a lost ball. Those who are familiar with the ground can see that there's the hedge at the far end there. We used to have some stopping net there, but unfortunately a couple of hedgehogs managed to find their way into the netting, so we've not been able to continue to put them out. So there have been stoppages of play through Grainville this year, and we're working at a way to try and avoid this situation as best we can in the future. So Jersey running a drinks on. Guernsey fielders currently in the hedge looking for the ball. Try and see where it's gone. So whilst the fielder's looking for the ball, update again, Jersey currently 57 for 2 off 7.4. The 2 wickets, Grace Weatherall and Amy Aikenhead, the ones to go. And we've got another game this afternoon for you at 3 o'clock. So if you're out and about at the moment, watching on the live stream, if you're in Jersey and you can get down and support whichever team you'll be cheering for, the boundary's open. Bar and restaurants open to come down and enjoy some food and drink. The sun is out, so it's a great day for it down here. Everything for the kids as well. Some toys are laid out for them, so all good too. There's a scorecard so far, as you can see there. We've got some fantastic spells so far from Annie LeRae, who has been bowling from this pavilion end. The bowling figures will certainly show that her spell has been important in Guernsey getting back into this game and making sure that this Jersey run rate hasn't gone too far. But at the moment, at a partnership building once again, and that'll be key for the Jersey batters today. Wickets happen. T20 cricket, they come thick and fast, but it's about building partnerships as quick as you can. As you can see from the bowling lineups there, Annie Leray, 2 overs, 1 for 6. I mean, she's really been the difference between the teams so far, between the game, you know, Jersey getting their run rate above 10 and over, but she's kept them at bay. So the question now for the Guernsey captain will be, will you continue with her, or will you be looking to bring someone else on and savour a couple of overs for the end, as is always the difficult part of captaincy? Who do you go for next? Tends to be in the middle overs that you want to chop and change. The general way of T20 cricket, the way it's gone internationally, is to not let the batters settle and have 3 or 4 overs at the same bowler where they can line them up and get used to the pace. So history would tell you that potentially you might look to change the bowler and bring something new on for the batters to have a look at, but with the way she's bowling, you might be tempted to give her another over, see if you can nick maybe Merritt out and then get into that Jersey middle order. So spare balls come in, ready to go, whilst the groundsman goes around on his machine to try and locate the ball for us. So people are still looking for it, but the action continues. And that's played through the leg side again. Fielder's trying to get round to stop it, but not able to get there. So again, like we've seen for the most of this over, it's been a game of cat and mouse. The bowler's getting it up there, and the batter is looking to use her feet, get there on the full toss, and it makes everything easy. So we've seen 1 through mid-on, which was a beautiful shot. Now 1 through mid-wicket along the floor. 2 fours in a row. 1 ball left in this over. I think the bowler will be hoping to just get out of it. Oh, it's well struck. Short down the leg side. Certainly not the ball she would have wanted to bowl to finish the over. Fielder's got round just in front of us there and keeps it to 2. So good over for Jersey there. Gets a couple of boundaries. Annalise Merritt now ticking along nicely. 31 off 25. Jersey 63 for 2 off 8. You'd say Jersey just starting to get their nose in front here now. This partnership, as we mentioned, been vital to stop the wickets, and it does look like the captain's going to change it up with a new bowler from the pavilion end. According to this, is Katie Robert. So, new bowler on from the pavilion end. Trying to mix it up a little bit, not letting the batters settle, I think. So we'll see what we've got here. Looks like medium pace again. Looks like right arm. Keeper's stood up. So nothing easy for these Jersey batters. Field set and spread. 4th players outside the ring. So everything's set up for... Oh, and there you go. First ball wicket. So full and straight, like we've been looking for. We've been asking those the Guernsey bowlers to bowl full to trouble these Jersey batters. I think initially there, it looked like it might have been a full toss, but it's sort of dipped under the bat there. And again, what we talked about in the power play, going across the line is always going to come with risk. You know, new bowler on, maybe you want to give yourself, you know, a couple of balls just to see what that bowler's doing. You want to get used to the pace and the bounce with this wicket. And going across the line is fraught with risk, especially when it's on the stump. So another error from a Jersey batter there, as you can see on the replay. Going across the line with a horizontal bat, ball on the stumps. Hasn't worked out so far. So these Jersey batters have got to apply themselves. They've got to play with a vertical bat when it's full and straight. Get themselves in and get going. Like we've seen Annalise Merritt do. She's been very watchful when the ball's on the stumps, but has punished anything with width. And that seems to be the way forward at the moment. So 3rd wicket down now, just out the power play. Maria de Rocha gone. That brings Trinity Smith to the crease, batting at 5 for Jersey. So not a bad start. Katie Robert, 1 ball, 1 wicket. So a fantastic start to her day. And should be looking to continue this pressure with the new batter facing up first ball. Oh, that one a full toss. Certainly not what she wanted to follow up with. It's a no ball and it's gone to the boundary. So we've seen it both. The first one was full and hit the stumps. That one certainly way too full, almost coming in at head height. Umpire just having a little chat with the bowler, potentially 1 warning issued. I think he's just meant to signal to the square leg umpire a warning as the ball was at the batter. So another one of those and they'll have to replace the bowler, but this is a free hit coming up. Trinity Smith on strike, second ball. Oh, missed. Down leg side. But that means it carries over, so another free hit for Trinity Smith. An interesting start to her inning. Certainly, as a batter, you're not expecting a full toss high early on, but that's what she got. She put it away nicely, made good contact, short down leg side, didn't quite make any contact, which means we still have a free hit. So an interesting start for Katie Robert. And she's defended. Not sure her mind was thinking that that was still the free hit there, because that's not usually what you see for a free hit. So she's maybe not quite worked out that scenario there, but got in nicely behind it. Dot ball nonetheless. That's a fantastic shot. She's not missed out on that one. And that one has what she might have been looking to do the ball before, when she had a free hit to be able to do that. But short ball, we've talked about going across the line early, can be dangerous, but I think if we can get the replay up, you'll see here that she just manages to get lower, so that ball can't get under the bat. Head's a bit closer to the length and the line of the ball, and that allows her to control the shot a lot more than what we've seen so far. So a good aggressive start here, 8 off 3. Bit of a mixed bag for Katie Robert. That is also a wide, so more extras coming. We've seen a bit of everything. A wicket, a no ball, a wide and a boundary. So nobody said this was going to be a boring game of cricket. As the groundsman heads back, I'm sure you can hear that in the background, having found the ball. Right, quick run. And definitely only just one. I think she called for 2 initially there, thinking she'd maybe made better contact than she did. Again, good fielding from Guernsey inside the ring, keeps it to 1. But a very, very busy start there from Trinity Smith, 9 off 4. She had a mixed bag of everything there, and just as the bowler settles down to finish her over, this set batter, Annalise Merritt, back on strike. Very watchful. That's what we were talking about. That's the sort of back of a length, maybe just a touch shorter than where you'd want to be, but you can make a choice. You can go for it, but you'll need to get low. Annalise, being of a taller stature, not known for getting low, so from her point of view, she just wants to be a bit more watchful on that length and hope to get some width to be able to chuck her hands at for the rest of this over. Full toss, down leg side, missed. She's missed a few of those, and a few freebies been given from the Guernsey bowlers that the Jersey batters have not capitalised on, but still going nicely. 75 for 3 off 9. Certainly a run rate over 8 in the first 10 overs is not bad at all. 3 wickets, so plenty in hand for a Jersey lineup that does bat quite deep. As I mentioned earlier in the day, a few players missing for Jersey today due to university commitments. Erin Googe and Flo Tanguy, 2 main names that certainly missing, who have been regular players in this side for a number of years now. I believe Flo Tanguy not back because she has a university final this week, so good luck to her. And Cardiff Met team, who made the final, I think, for the first time in the university history of their Bucks League. So she's back in the UK with the final being played shortly. And Erin Googe still has studies up in Durham, who's been playing regular cricket over there. As I mentioned, we've got a number of players now from Jersey within the women's side who are plying their trade in the UK, both at university and minor counties. Annalise Merritt has been playing a bit of university cricket, but also playing a bit of Tier 3 cricket. Same with Grace Weatherall. Change of bowler. And an aggressive start from Jersey. This is Molly Robinson, who I talked about before the game. One of the interventions a couple of years ago, I certainly remember her bowling nicely here, taking 3 wickets in the middle overs. So Jersey batters, again, not really giving themselves a chance to watch those first couple of balls, looking to be aggressive. That's well bowled, and that's well played. That maybe should have been what the shot looked like first ball. Just the 1 run out to long on. And a good start from the young leg spinner here. So good game again. Spin from the far end. Bit of cat and mouse. Annalise will want to get there on the full toss as she's been doing. But Molly not quite giving it as much air as Olivia before. So it'll be a good game. She's done it and struck it nicely. Again, just over mid-off's head for a 2 bounce 4. Lovely shot. As I said, she's been looking to get there on the full toss. If it's not quite there and it's a half volley, it will be easier to get under. So a little bit more aerial, a couple of bounces and just missing the sight screen. So Annalise Merritt going along nicely here, picking up pace despite it being out of the power play and Guernsey having spread the field. So plenty of options here for her. 35 off 28, Jersey, 80 for 3. Full toss. She made good contact, not a lot of contact, but she's going to need to run a bit quicker if she's going to want to. Potentially preserving her energy. She's not known for her speed between the wickets, but she can certainly run a bit quicker than that. But 2 again, so 6 off the last 2 balls. Young leg spinner coming into bowl is always going to be one of the more difficult skills to bowl in cricket. She's got there again. This time, not as much power. She sort of stood there and watched it. And it's not gone to the boundary rope, so she sort of thought she'd maybe made better contact than she had. Long on's got round, stopped the boundary, and another 2. So she's maybe a touch too full here, young Molly Robinson, but she's given herself a chance. Slight difference in that last ball of the over where, even though it was full, Annalise decided not to go at it, got herself a little bit caught between a rock and a hard place and ended up striking it nicely, but for a dot ball in the ring. And that's certainly been the feature of these first 10 overs. I think Jersey have found the boundary at will. Guernsey have pegged them back a little bit. Certainly Annie LeRae is the standout bowler for Guernsey so far, but what stood out for me more than anything is the standard of fielding in the ring for this Guernsey side. We've seen them over the last few years on live streams and in interinsulars, and you know, they're working to improve their standards of women's cricket at the top level, that's for sure. And they're certainly doing that. They've done themselves justice in the field in that first 10 overs. So the players will take drinks. 10 overs gone, 84 for 3. Jersey will be happy with their work so far. Potentially a couple of boundaries, as I've mentioned, left out there that they've maybe missed when it's been short and wide down leg side. But, 8.4 and over for the first 10. With 7 wickets in hand, they're setting the game up nicely. Guernsey will be happy with their efforts. They've stuck at it well, despite a flurry of Jersey boundaries at times. They've managed to drag it back in again, and therefore it's been a bit of a mixed bag. So all the bowlers in and around 10 and over, apart from Annie LeRae, who is certainly the standout bowler there with 1 for 6 off her 2. 3 and over when the whole of the team are going at 8.4 is a fantastic effort. So no doubt we'll see her back again in these final 10. Whether that will be another one after drinks here, maybe to try and get the set batter. You've got options as a skipper to potentially bring her back for 1 and save her 1 for the end. One thing that's certainly a new element to international cricket is that the coaches are now able to go on the field during drinks break. So as you can see, Jersey coach Liam Cook walking off and Ilse van der Westhuizen speaking to her players out in the middle now, getting them ready for that second 10. It's warm without being too warm here, so it's a perfect temperature for cricket. It's not too hot, but certainly there's a gentle breeze just to cool you down whenever you need it. So at the halfway stage, I think Jersey will be the happier camp. Without being delighted, I think they'll have wanted to have put a few more on the board potentially, but that's maybe being a bit greedy with the standard of this Guernsey fielding that's certainly improved. So 10 overs gone. Second 10 coming for you. I'm hoping to have a couple of co-commentators for you in the second part of the innings, because I'm sure you'll be getting tired of my voice come 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. So we're working on getting a couple of co-commentators for you, but for the meantime, stick with us, or if possible, get yourself down here. It's a fantastic day. Crowds coming in. We've got quite a few people in already. No doubt people will be out and about on a Sunday morning getting some stuff done, thinking about what their afternoon might entail. Grainville might be the best bet for you. So Katie Robert continues after her mixed first over. It's well struck and a good run in the ring there. An easy one for Trinity Smith. Back behind it there. I think Katie Robert, that first ball where she got a wicket, hasn't really done herself much favour after that, but that was a great start to this over. If she can do more of that, she'll certainly peg Jersey back. Well bowled again, leading edge slightly, but an easy one out to the leg side boundary. Again, great fielding, 1 touch pick up, 1 bounce over the top. It has been noticeable, the improvement of this Guernsey fielding unit. And that is the problem here. Well caught. That's the problem here on this wicket. You saw one of the earlier shots there from Trinity where she gets low to be able to play through the offside, but when it's through the offside she's just a bit under the ball, which means she can only hit up on it. We've seen her dismissed a few times like that at Grainville, with the ball just outside off stump, bit of extra bounce. She gets low to try and hit it through the leg side, but stays low through the offside, so ends up hitting the ball in the air. So a dismissal there, 2 balls after drinks. The old adage of drinks and then an early wicket after drinks. Again, another example of that here. You can see on the replay here, that ball not too short, but a little bit more outside off stump. And you can see the body position here. As she goes to hit the ball, she gets low and underneath the ball, and her hands are never above the ball, which means she can only hit the ball up from there. So although it worked for her nicely in the leg side, when that ball pops a little bit more on these matted wickets and outside off stump, if your hands are under the ball and your body position is too low, chances are you're only going to be able to hit the ball up in the air. So a well taken catch there from point, coming round. Guernsey need to hold their chances if they're going to get right back into this game. So 4 wickets down, still 9 overs to go. Captain comes to the crease. So Chloe Grecian, captain since 2020, left arm spinner, known for her attributes with the ball. Middle order back coming in now at 6 to try and keep this ticking over. A little bit leg side, but well bowled again. This is a superb comeback from Katie Robert. First over was a mixed bag despite the wicket first ball, but this has been a much better over. Attacking the stumps, length has been fuller, getting her rewards for some fantastic bowling. It's a fantastic shot. And that is how you want to be playing that ball that's short and outside off stump. We talked about before at the dismissal for Trinity Smith about her hands being under the ball and not being able to hit down on it. That's how you want to play a back foot drive on here. Get your hands above the ball, get nice and tall and hit hard through the offside. Lovely shot from the skipper to get herself going. Oh, that's well struck. With good pace. It's not going to go. That one just plugging a little bit. But 2 runs again. Over extra cover for 2. So another over ticks by. Guernsey will be happy with the wicket after drinks. Certainly no serious damage from that over there from Katie Roberts, so a good start there again. And I'm delighted to say you won't be listening to my voice alone for the next few overs. I've got the head groundsman and opening bowler for Jersey, Dan Birrell, sitting with me. Dan, firstly, thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
I know these last 24 hours have been busy for you. We had 2 Premier League T20 games here yesterday, and overnight we've managed to transform the ground in for a women's interintula. So an early start for you this morning.
It was early start indeed, but all worth it. Ground looks half decent today. Hopefully the crowd rolls in this afternoon. It's a beautiful day in Jersey, so I can't complain.
This is the way that Grainville should look. The square looks immaculate. The sun is out and the outfield is rapid. You called it this morning. You told me when I got here this outfield's going to be lightning, and you weren't wrong.
Indeed, had a double cut last night and this morning, so it should be relatively quick. All along the floor is going to run out. Going to get good value for good shots on the deck here this afternoon, especially as that juice just slowly burns off throughout the day. But yeah, there's a good value out there.
Watchful start there from Chloe Grecian with the ball trickling into the leg side. It was a full toss, but she wasn't quite convinced about going across it. That one a little bit more so. Could be pushing, looking for 2 here. It should really be 2. Turning and going, and Annalise with her long stride gets there comfortably. So that'll be the way she wants to go. You can see here that we have 2 different batters of different stature. You've got Annalise touching 6 foot, able to clear the ropes, and you've got Chloe, I'd say just over 5 foot. And that's me talking. For those who know me, I'm not of much stature, but they're going to go about it 2 different ways. Chloe's certainly going to be looking to get off strike, get Annalise on strike as much as she can, and run hard between the wickets. And keep building these Jersey partnerships. Dan, what have you seen so far? Are your thoughts so far, the first 11 overs?
I mean, it's been good. Solid start from Jersey. I mean, great start for Grace at 6, and just unlucky to get trapped in front. But I think all in all, ball goes up and out. All in all, like you take that at the halfway point. I think they were 80 off for 3. I think you take that on a matted wicket. I think Molly's bowling very nicely here. I think it's a difficult pace and length to pick up on a matted wicket where it's quite bouncy, especially for the short player Chloe. She pulls one into the leg side.
Going to run away for 4. We talked about that outfield being lightning quick, and we talked about these bowlers not being easy to get away if their lengths are right. That one a touch too short. Certainly she won't want to be too short to batters who are of shorter stature, let's say. Having been one myself, you want to get on that back foot early. You want to be able to hit square of the wicket, and that short ball there from Molly has just allowed Chloe, to get across the line of the ball and get into the ball and hit it hard behind square. So a touch too short for Chloe. Probably would have been a good length for Annalise, but a touch too short for Chloe, so she's going to really need to continue to pitch it up here. You mentioned the bounce there, Dan. That's certainly something that a leg spinner is going to give you on this surface. They release the ball, nicely from 12 o'clock, which means that ball comes down with a little bit of extra zip on it. As you can see, she's spinning that ball in her fingers before she bowls here, so she's looking to try and get some purchase from the matted wicket. Not known for spinning wickets, these matted wickets, are they? But leg spinners, if anybody's going to get anything from it, the leggies will. So back in again here. That one on the way down. So a shout from the sideline was for no ball. The square leg umpire decided to let him know it wasn't. I think it's probably the right call. And certainly from that side of things, the batter, once you leave your crease, doesn't really give that square leg the reference point that they want to be able to make a solid call as to whether it wasn't. So Chloe using her feet there might have negated a no ball shout, but no doubt one more for Jersey and she retains the strike. 96 for 4 off 12. Another change of bowling coming on despite the wicket in the last over, which was a little bit of a surprise. I thought she bowled well last over, Katie Robert.
I think there's going to be a big partnership for Jersey here. I think Annalise set batter and Chloe's very, very good at rotating the strike, playing strong shots along the floor, still sweeping. So be interesting to see how this goes. If they can sort of keep themselves ticking over for the next 5 or 6, let the hitters in, the middle order come through, and strike the ball. Be pretty interesting to see.
Okay, so change of bowler. Looks like the opening bowler, Elise Millington, back on now. To Chloe Grecian, short and wide down leg side, and that's what Jersey have been looking for. They've missed out on a number of those early doors, but that one not from the skipper. She started nicely here. Not known for a high strike rate. She's usually one to get off strike and get started early, but 12 off 9 is a brilliant start for her. I think bowlers are going to need to tighten things up a little bit again. Just last sort of 6 to 8 balls after that Katie Robert over, there's been a couple too many freebies, so this is what it's like at international level. Bowlers have got to hold their line and length for as long as they can to earn these batters dot balls. Another one through the leg side, could be 2. The fielder comes round, a good pace, and then a good throw over the top. They were looking for 2, but not there, so good running from this pair. Jersey now ticking over the 100 mark. 8 overs to go, 6 wickets in hand. What do you think they'll be looking for here, Dan?
I'm not entirely sure. I was trying to figure out, whilst I was just sat on your left there, I was trying to figure out what par would be on the matted wicket. I mean, because we have a lot of different scores on the mat this year, but I think if Jersey can sort of push towards 160 here, I think they'd be very, very happy with that. I think anything above that would be a very good score and something that's very defendable in the first half of this Inter-Insular today. And as I mentioned earlier, I think this is a big partnership for Jersey. Annalise, clean strike of the ball, and it takes a little bit more risk than Chloe. Chloe takes little to no risk and plays strong shots. And she thumps one up in the air. That's
a big strike, but the fielder's going to almost get underneath it. But again, they've not really run as fast as they could. Annalise Merritt certainly not sprinting between the wickets. That was, you'd say, was a chance. Fielder did their best to get there, maybe just a bit short of it. I think if she was going to take it, she'd have needed to leave her feet there. But another chance, potentially. Going across the line, looking to try and push on here. Lovely strike through the offside. We've talked about this outfield being quick. The fielder on the offside was 10 yards off the line, which hasn't helped at all there, and the ball's ended up going for 4. So again, we talked about that line being so important. Batters crave a bit of width when that ball's wide outside off stump. It's so much easier to stick your hands through it. That one just wide of extra cover. The cover fielder was maybe 5 or 10 off the boundary, which has meant that the angle to get to the ball there has been pretty difficult, and it's run away for 4. So another boundary for Jersey with 2 balls left.
I think in terms of the game situation. I think if I was bowling that ball, I think in the match scenarios, and at least pulls one away for 4 behind square.
It's another 4.
50. Very, very good innings, well batted.
Just 36 balls for her 50 there, as she gives a big thumbs up to her parents on the sideline and then acknowledges her team. So she'll be delighted with that. She scored a couple of interinsular 50s against Guernsey before. So she's continued that fine form today. Great short down leg side to get over the line. Strike rate's fantastic. 7.1 overs remaining, so Jersey will be hoping that she stays there for the majority of that to give them the best chance of a high total. So that finishes that over. A good over there. Annalise moving on to 50, and Jersey 112 for 4. Dan, you'll have played in a few interinsulars yourself. You know that these sorts of games are not as simple as many. There's that extra level of the rivalry to it. We obviously, in the tournament in Cyprus, in the men's side, faced Guernsey in the final. Just talk me through what it's sort of like mentally preparing to play an interinsular bout against the old rivals.
I think it's just a very, very special thing for both islands. I think representing your country in an interinsular, playing the game that you love is a massive thing for both the men and the women's side. I mean, the competition involved in it is always just a level above sort of what you're used to playing, especially in club cricket. So there's a little bit more chat, a little bit more competition, as we say. So there's an appeal for LBW that gets probably going over the stumps, I would imagine. But yeah, I think just the competition, it sort of brings out the very best in everyone. You might find that not your best players in the world are usually your best interinsular players. The people that just want it more usually end up coming out on top. Scramble over the keeper's head and just ran the singles, Annalise ambles through for 1.
Yeah, so you were down in Cyprus for that tournament, Jersey-Guernsey final. Those of you who watched it or went down there, I know we had a lot of travelling support down there, as we always do. Talk me through that game. I think it was, fairly in the balance, and we managed to get over the line. Certainly Guernsey showed up on the day and had us in a fair bit of trouble. That certainly is not a no ball.
Sorry, what?
An interesting dismissal there. We'll have to have a little look at that again. I certainly think from where we were, that looked like a no ball, but it's not been given.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone be bowled over the top of their head, but first for everything. Like I say, interinsulars bring out the very best in everyone. Different mode of dismissal, but is what it is.
Yeah, going to be delighted with it nonetheless. The umpires haven't given it, so it is therefore out, and Annalise's innings comes to an end. A fantastic knock, 52 off 37. Replay on the screen here. Ball's coming down, and that certainly looks like a no ball to me, but not given, and ultimately that's what the game is. Sometimes the umpires, well, they will give what they give, and as batters of players and fielders, Dan, I'm sure you've had a couple on your end over the years that you weren't delighted with. So we move on, and the game continues. You've got to suck it up and move on, as they say. So certainly, a benefit to Guernsey there. But the ball hit the stumps. It's given out, and 113 for 5 now. Lily Gregg, the new batter, at the wicket. 5 wickets left with Jersey having 6.3 overs left here, so they'll be looking to push on. Again, partnerships are key here, so Lily will be looking to get in and get going.
I think just going back to that interinsular stuff and how important it is, I think typically the team that manages those little moments the best are usually the team that comes out on top. So like even things like that, like a decision that you think that should have come your way that hasn't, or you get the benefit of the doubt as a bowler. I think managing those emotions and coming out on top of those is usually the team that manages the day the better and comes out on top. So I think that's
well struck.
A big important thing for Jersey here as they carry on through these middle overs and look to rotate the strike with 2 less risky batters at the crease, but we're going to run hard hopefully.
Yeah, agreed. So Lily, again, as I mentioned earlier, she's been playing her cricket in the UK. She's been at the University of Bristol playing in their programme there. So a lot of these Jersey players have had a lot of cricket early this season. So nothing to do with form. but it'd be nice for them. I know, having spoken to Liam, the head coach, looking forward to getting the group back together again. That's certainly a big part of playing associate international cricket, is that, you know, these players aren't professional and they don't train with each other all the time. We've got a lot of players who play. It's nicely bowled there from the leg spinner as it beats the bat in the offside. A lot of players who play in the UK, Dan, it's the same for the men's and the women's side. You know, Liam Cook, the head coach of the women's side, mentioned before this that he's looking forward to getting the squad back together. Just how important are these moments when you get back together as a squad ahead of what will be a busy year?
Yeah, I think as well, Guernsey and Jersey, as both small, tiny nations, little islands with not a lot of people and not a lot of people that play cricket, I think the very lucky thing we've got in most of our teams is that everyone in this squad is either very, very good friends or best of friends. So when you do get that time back together, it is special, and you enjoy your time together in camps or whatever time you get leading up to big games and big tournaments. So usually as coaches as well, it's something to prep for. They've had a big week down here at Grainville, hitting out in the middle on the Astro, so they are a bit more well prepared than the Guernsey side, but I assume they would have been doing the same thing at home. But yeah, I think getting everyone back from the UK as early as you possibly can, just spend a bit of time together and having the chin wag mainly, and just catching up is the main thing. But yeah, these girls will enjoy each other's company. It'd be nice to watch at Grainville this week.
Agreed. Having been their head coach for a number of years, when we were just starting to try and produce that high performance environment, there's one thing that stands out with certainly this Jersey side, is just how close they are as a unit. And having grown up together and played a lot of cricket together, that continues, despite the fact that a lot of them have not moved to the UK, but are now at university in the UK, so they don't see each other as often as they used to. But that sort of team morale makes such a difference, and you see it across both the men's and the women's sides. You know, especially when they're on the field working together as a unit, when you've got 11 players on the field all working together for one cause, you can see amazing things happen that we've seen with men's home tournaments and women's home tournaments. Played in the offside for another one. Important to note here the change of bowling. Annie Leray back on. Certainly these 2 overs that she's got left will be an important part of these final 5 and a bit. She 2 overs, 1 for 6 when she started this over, still just 1 for 9 off 2.2. If she can nick a couple of wickets here, Guernsey will feel like they're right back in the game. How Jersey managed these final 1.4 balls that she's got in the game will be important to their total, as the captain walks across and ramps her over the leg side. Ball's running away but not going to get there. Well fielded, and then good chase from the fine leg fielder. Good shot from the skipper there. As we mentioned, you know, when a bowler that's been key for a fielding side comes back on, the batters can tend to want to go one or two ways. Continue as they are, playing aggressively, or be a little bit more watchful. And that walk across the stumps and a scoop down through fine legs suggests that the skipper is going to keep pushing her foot down here. That was a lovely ball, top of the stumps. It's really well bowled, and that's what we're talking about. She's a good bowler, Annie Leray. That ball might have just maybe nipped back a touch. It certainly looked like the batter was on the walk. She was trying to get at the ball and try and get moving, but a really good length. The ball might have done a little bit off the pitch, and it's gone back through the gate, top of the stumps.
Yeah, top of the stumps. We always talk about middle overs, trying to sort of keep batters down. Let's have a look at the replay here. Can't see much from side on. She's come down the wicket. It's a bowler. Looks like middle stump, very top of middle. It's a good nut. Good nut. But yeah, top of the stump, sort of top of middle. Trying to bog people down in the middle overs, especially when they're trying to hit you towards the end, and then sort of go to your death bowling after about 16, which is usually the case.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's the job for middle overs bowlers. Get it to the top of the stumps when that ball's gone a little bit older. We talked about width before and how it's easy for batters to free their hands and hit through the line. That ball gave her no width, and it was top of the stumps length, which is almost perfect. So a great comeback here from Annie Leray, who's certainly been the standout bowler for Guernsey so far, as new batter Erin Duffy faces up, coming in at number 8, Jersey 121 for 6, with just over 5 to go. Not out.
Again. Same thing. Top of the stumps. So look to bog this Jersey line up down the middle overs. Guernsey trying to turn the screw a little bit and trying to contain them a little bit.
It's good from both teams there, though. Lily Gregg at the non-strikers then called her through for a run off the pad, which was good game awareness. But the fielder just saw Duffy jogging to the other end and had a little go at the stumps. So it might have been a little bit tight. Annie Lorray back in. There's the width that we've been talking about. That is a fantastic cricket shot. Short and wide, outside off stump. Struck nicely by Lily Gregg, who gets her account underway. She's now 6 off 4. Struck that beautifully through the offside. There's that width that we talked about. Not the finish she would have wanted to the over, but you can see the difference there. That ball may be a touch shorter, but also the width allows the batter to get her hands through the ball. So big difference between the two. 1 a wicket for Guernsey, 1 4 runs for Jersey. And that takes us down to the final 5 overs. So 126 for 6 now. 2 new batters at the crease, which will delight Guernsey. But Jersey with a long batting lineup continues. And it looks like Molly Robinson's going to finish her spell here. She's bowled 3 overs. This is going to be her 4th. So you would have expected that at the start.
She's bowled very nicely. As I said before, it's just that pace and the big flight and the bounce. It's difficult to get. As you see Erin Duffy try and cut one, I think you've got to be pretty clear in your options here against a bowler like this who's bowling well in the middle overs. Sort of talk about hitting the sweepers hard out of sort of that deep cover if you are going to get on top of the bounce, try and do it, or do what Annalise did before and try and get to the pitch of the ball as early as you possibly can. So there's a half a chance there. We scramble through for 1.
Just seeing there that extra bounce that the leg spinner will get you, with that release point being a bit higher than most. That extra bounce that can just pop on a batter at a time will create chances. So that was controlled in the end, but another run. You can see, modern T20 cricket, leg spinners are diamonds, aren't they? I say there's a full toss outside off stump. That one's certainly not going to be called a no ball, so they're going to have to run him. And well fielded again on the boundary. Bit jogging the 2.
Yeah, I think you see it at all levels as well. Like you see it at the very, very highest level, IPL, T20 World Cups, that sort of stuff. Leg spinners taking a lot of wickets and sort of being a key weapon in everybody's sides. You've seen it in Cyprus for most teams as well. Jersey very lucky to have 3 very good leg spinners in Don Blomps, Ben Ward and Zach Tribe, who all sort of got stuck right and took their opportunities to bowl well on a spinning mat over there. And similar thing here today, when the ball is in your favour and you get a wicket that sort of suits you with a bit of bounce in it, giving it that flight and trying to bowl Jersey batters down this middle over has been quality.
The full toss again. Batter gets down on one knee to sweep. They're going to put her under pressure, but again, great fielding from Guernsey. 2 bounces now, and then over the top. So good all-round cricket being played here. I think that's probably one thing that you'd say about this Jersey lineup that they are lacking is a leg spinner. Certainly over the years, they've had plenty of left-arm spin from Chloe Grecian, off spinners, but leg spinners are certainly, and that one's been called. So that one, the umpire, oh, for God's sake.
I think that is one thing that I would say about those sweepers for Guernsey. With these 2 at the crease and maybe not Annalise there anymore, is can they be 5-10 off the ropes, just save that too? Get off the rope a little bit quicker and try and squeeze Jersey a bit harder here.
Yeah, like,
on top.
I think you've seen the way that Jersey have been running between the wickets here. Potentially a little bit of complacency where there's a bit of a complacency with running between the wickets at times. It's caused them a little bit of trouble in communication, but free hit didn't go for any there. Well bowled, and that's the end of the spell. Finished by Molly Robinson. The figure's 1 for 27. Most of that damage will have been done by Annalise Merritt, no doubt, but a nice spell there from Molly, who I tipped before the game to bowl well, and she did, so congratulations to her. So yeah, final 4 overs. This is the important part of the 20 overs. This is the death overs that they talk about. Dan, you'll have bowled a lot of death overs in your time for Jersey, so give us a bit of a bowler's mindset coming in here with Annie Lorray ball in hand for her final over.
I think, you're obviously trying to be as aggressive as possible at times, trying to hit your Yorkers, wide Yorkers, slower balls, things like that. You're going to have to read the wicket very well. in these death overs, because if you do get it wrong, it can sort of flip the game on its head. I've been a part of both of those where you're sort of getting a bit of tap and the game swings on its head. But I think as a mindset of, well, for me as a medium bowler, I think trying to think of what the best outcome of them balls are. Like, ball goes for 4, right? It could have gone for 6. Like, and just work your way backwards from there. I think the batters will be thinking the same thing. As soon as the ball comes out your hand, can I hit it for 6? Can't I hit for 6? Can I hit it for 4? Can't hit for 4. Where can I get my runs from? So I think always trying to be one step ahead as well is quite key, and always mixing it up. If you get 2 of the same balls, more often than not, the highest level of cricket, you're gonna get dispatched, especially on a matted wicket where people can hit through the line of the ball a little bit easier. So I think as Annie comes into bowl here, I think she's mixed up well so far. She's going to have to try and move her feet. She steps to the leg side and tries to cut the ball. But I think, yeah, as batters as well, it's also a time where you can get bogged down because you're trying to think, right, I need to hit this ball for 6, whereas Jersey are ticking over quite nicely here and sort of run a ball or picking up the odd 2 here and there with a boundary in the over. It's a good over.
Yeah, I think, those who watch a lot of cricket, well, that's a lovely strike. Having had a couple of dot balls with no bat on ball, there's been a good strike made there. And then a good dive on the boundary, saves 2 again. We've talked about this Guernsey fielding from the first over. It's improved from what we've seen previously, and certainly they're showing it again there. Fantastic dive on the boundary, saving 2. But what you've seen that time is the batter stayed still. Really important on contact, about keeping your head still. You've seen a lot of balls in that over where Erin Duffy's been looking to try and create something, which means the head's moving, which means the eyes are moving, which means it makes it difficult to watch that ball closely. The one shot that she did get out of the middle of her bat there, she set a base and hit from a still base. For you youngsters watching out there in those last 4 overs, you want to be able to get yourself in good positions, get the head still, watch the ball. That's the best chance to strike the ball as clean as you need to find a boundary. So we're into the last 3 now. Dan spoke there a little bit more about the bowler's mindset coming in. I certainly think the batters now will be looking to put their foot down and make the most of this, as change of bowling again brings Olivia Morgan back on, who bowled nicely in her first spell. Bit of cat and mouse with Annalise Merritt, but will again toss the ball up, give it a chance, and the Jersey batters have got to create something. It struck it nicely out to the leg side. Again, good Guernsey fielding, clean pick up, good throw back in. No boundary, just 1, but a nice strike out the middle of her bat. That's what they'll be looking to do more often than not. A few more boundaries, getting them up to sort of 150 will be where they want to get to start with, and then see where they are with how many balls left. That's a lovely strike. That's a good shot from Erin Duffy. She'd be glad for that. She was 5 off 10, wanting to sort of strike it a little bit quicker than that, but that ball she's just rocked back, made real clean contact. I think you'll be able to see there in that replay just the difference with that head being so still as she's trying to make contact with the ball. So vital in cricket. Can overthink it at times, and all of a sudden you forget to watch the ball, whereas a strong base, be able to watch the ball strong, makes good contact, and the result is a boundary. So Jersey's just starting to push on. 5 off the last 2 balls. Erin Duffy and Lily Gregg starting to build a partnership here. So 141 for 6. Well bowled and well played. So a good comeback there from Olivia. She's got that just a bit quicker ball there that's probably a little bit more useful for her, rather than just continuing to toss it up all the time. Can she bowl a little bit flatter? But that looks like that one again, a full toss. We've seen a few of those from the spinners today. That one didn't go all the way to the boundary, just for 2 on the way down.
Try and get a move on here. I think if they do get bowled again, they're going to have to try and dispatch it.
Again, well bowled. Good comeback. We've seen good balls. We've seen the full toss and then a short ball. Oof. I'm not sure. Okay, it might be a little bit of a pause in play here. She's run at the ball hard. I think the ball went through her hands. No, maybe not. She seems to be absolutely fine. But it was certainly a chance, and it goes down. I think that's certainly been one thing that Guernsey will be looking to improve upon in this afternoon game when they get a chance to field again. Certainly their ground fielding has been brilliant in the ring and on the boundary. But they've dropped a couple of catches here, which can happen, but you know, 1 or 2 maybe you'd forgive, but we're now probably at 3, so you know, any more than that, and they'll be looking to improve on that certainly for the 3 o'clock. So continuing to chop and change. Annie LeRae, Guernsey's leader in this attack and their strongest seamer, is now bowled out, I believe. She's bowled a fantastic spell there for Guernsey and really kept Jersey in touch in this game rather than getting away from them. So that was a fantastic spell that's kept Guernsey in this. But Katie Robert back on. And then another one. There's another good length, back of a length. Not much width to play with, but bat on ball gets the one. Gives Lilia Gregg a chance, who's 11 off 9, to keep pushing on here.
I think that pass score we were talking about, they can try and nudge their way up to 160 here with these last 2 would be fairly massive. As Lilia Gregg puts one into the mid-wicket pocket, it's picked up clean, just going to get one from it. Just trying to figure out what bat Erin Duffy is using here, because I believe that Liam sent her a message in the week and her bag was too small to fit her bat in. So she was talking about posting it, but I think everyone discussed that wasn't a great option, so I'm not entirely sure whose bat she is using, but...
Is it?
Another one. Rotating strike nicely here. I think they are going to want to boundary in this over if they are going to get up to that 160 mark, which we were sort of discussing would probably be a fair shout of par. We don't really know. Judging by the scores that have come across this year on the map, I would say that 160 would be a fairly decent score today.
Ooh, again, she's called her through, and that's better running. Bit of frustration there from the Jersey camp. I don't think these two are necessarily running as well as they probably could. They've left one there that certainly could have been another one if they were on it. There may be...
Erin Duffy, so I mean, might have done it for a reason. If this ball does go for 6 or 4, I've just fancied a match-up.
Good strike, well fielded again from Guernsey. So good game here. I certainly think these ones aren't hurting Jersey. They're certainly not hurting Guernsey. They would have liked a few boundaries, but they've hit the ball well out the middle of the bat. They're just finding fielders a little bit here, but another good over here from Katie Robert, who's bowled some good balls here. Certainly 5 in a row, beautiful balls. So one more to finish her over to get out the over. There's a short ball, but again, like we mentioned there, batter striking the ball nicely, but just finding the fielders here.
Good placement, some would say.
Good captaincy from the Guernsey captain to put the fielders in exactly the right position. So that's 150 up. So Jersey would be happy with that total as a par. With 6 balls to go, they'll be looking to try and get to 160, and then they'll be delighted. It's great just looking around the field here. You can see plenty of young female cricketers coming down to watch, part of the Hero Legacy programme. You can see a load of club shirts on. You can see some Jersey Lionesses shirts on as well. So great support from the youngsters, and a few look like they're off to go and have a net and practice what they've been watching on the field. That's another good strike to the fielder, and a great catch out on the boundary. So this theme of the Jersey batters hitting it to the Guernsey fielders continues, this time in the air, which means rather than it be 1, it's a dismissal. So, yeah, unlucky from Lily Gregg, I'd say. She struck it nicely. Great catch out on the boundary, running in up at head height to dismiss her. And you'll say there that I think that was a good innings from Lily. She struck the ball nicely, hit the ball out of the middle of the bat. Yeah, potentially found a few too many fielders, sometimes 5 yards either side, and she could be walking off with a few more. But a deserved wicket there for Olivia Morgan. The ball was... It's a full toss in the end, but the batter's gone to the ball to go and get it. Struck it too well, as they say, and a good catch on the leg side boundary. So another wicket falls. 5 balls left in the innings. Kate Follane, a product of the Jersey Cricket Junior programme, comes to the crease at number 9. Good strike. And 1 into the offside again. So we've seen a stream of 1s, and Duffy back on strike. So she's done her job there. Yep. Young player at the crease. Yep. You know, played a couple of games for Jersey. Certainly been in a couple of squads, but not certainly played an interinsular yet. So you know, 1 off 1, done her job. Got the set batter on strike. It's well weighted, nicely struck in the leg side again. This time it doesn't find a fielder, so it's going to be 2. It's not going to be 2. She's been sent back, which is a strange decision given that she is the set batter. So something, you talked about her being relaxed there, Dan. I'm not sure that's the case. I think that's just poor running. I would be saying you need to get 2 every time.
100%. I think especially as a set batter as well, I think you'd definitely be pushing for 2 there. It's 3 wickets in the hutch, last over to go, and you are really trying to maximise that score as much as you possibly can as a set batter. I'm not entirely sure why she hasn't pushed for 2 there, apart from the fact that she might just be super relaxed.
3 balls to go then. Short and wide outside off stump, but a bit too wide. So the umpire spreads his arms and gives a wide. So Jersey still... It's a good comeback there, full and straight, as the score just sorts itself out a little bit. So that's a good comeback. So I believe we've got 2 balls left. Another good strike, this time straighter, and a good placement. That will be 4 runs. And the good news is it's just going to trickle into the covers, which stops it going into the bush. So 1 ball to go. Erin Duffy found the boundary with the second last ball. Jersey 158 for 7. They'll want at least 2 here to get themselves to 160, and then they'll be delighted, I think. She's gone to the ball, and they're going to run hard. Again, good bit of fielding, finishes the inning. So 1 to finish. Jersey finished 159 for 7 off their 20, which means Guernsey will require exactly 160. Bit of a mixed bag throughout that innings there. I certainly think we've seen some good things from both sides. We'll have a little look about those figures and the scorecard as it comes up. But I think walking off Jersey will be the happier of the 2 sides. I certainly think from a Guernsey point of view, they've done themselves no disjustice with that fielding performance. Certainly some of the best we've seen so far. So there's your scorecard. Annalise Merritt, the standout batter, 52 off 38. Contributions lower down the order. The skipper, Chloe Grisha, Lily Gregg, and then Erin Duffy to finish there, 16 off 19. Maybe could have struck a little bit quicker than that. But certainly, as we mentioned, this is early games this season. So onto the bowling lineup, there'll be one that stands out here for sure, and that is Annie LeRae. She was fantastic there. We know from earlier in the season that she's been representing the school side. Elizabeth College playing against the MCC men's side, making history over there, and you can see why there. 4 overs, 2 for 18, an absolute standout. Molly Robinson, leg spinner, also going well. 1 for 27 off her 4 overs, keeping it under 7. So 160 we've got as the final total. Which means Guernsey will need 161, and those are your bowling figures. So we'll take a break in between innings as everybody gets themselves a drink and Guernsey gets themselves warm. It's only 15 minutes between innings in a T20, so important if you're going to go and get a cup of tea or make yourself some food, get yourself back for the first ball in around 12 minutes time. Liam, Liam, Liam. Up. Okay, welcome back for the second innings here. For those who haven't joined us for the first innings, Jersey making 160, batting first. Top scorer Annalise Merritt with 52. So big chase in store here for Guernsey. It will certainly be one of their highest chases in T20I cricket if they manage to get there. The first person they've got to get past though is Chloe Grecian, who has an outstanding record for Jersey, a dangerous left arm spinner who has picked up plenty of wickets along the way in her international career. So a tough test, a tough way to start. Waiting for the graphics to come up and I'll tell you who's opening, but it looks like it could be Philippa Starline from one end, who has played in many interinsulas and very experienced for the Guernsey side, has opened the batting for a number of years, I think scoring 50 in 2019 interinsula to get them home, chasing 110, so plenty of experience, and we're ready to go here as Chloe Grecian comes in. Well bowled. Tosses it up outside off stump. Play and miss. You'll notice as well that there's a different keeper behind the stumps for Jersey. Those who have watched a lot will know that Mia Maguire is your regular wicket keeper. She's the number one choice for Jersey for a number of years now, unfortunately with a fractured finger, so unavailable today. Without a regular backup wicket keeper, you'd say. Grace Weatherall has taken the gloves. She's opened the bowling, she's bowled spin, she's bowled right arm seam, and now today she's wicket keeping. So we'll see how she goes. 2 dot balls so far for Chloe, so a great start for
catch it.
Jersey. Not a great bit of fielding in the ring.
Oh.
And the ball has bounced off her knee there. So a little bit of an untidy start for Jersey as they get going, but certainly improvements to be made, and Grace has just been hit on the knee, as you can see her rubbing it. So Philippa off the mark with 1 through the leg side, 2 dot balls and a 1 so far. Oh, that is well bowled, and that has only just missed off stump, so that's what she'll do. The thing is with left arm spin, and what Chloe will do is she'll get some drift with this new ball, with the shinier ball. That seam position comes out in the right position, it will start to drift towards the right hander, and sometimes when it pitches it will either grip a little bit or it will go straight on. So a little bit to contend with for the Guernsey batters here, and those who've opened the batting in T20 cricket, starting against spin sort of gives you that sort of, do you want to take me on, or do you want to sort of just give yourself a few balls? And certainly the Guernsey batters here, Molly Robinson, just giving herself a few sighters, and they know that Chloe's one of the danger bowlers for Jersey. So last ball of the over, fuller and wider, and a good take from Grace for the first time in international cricket. One off it. Delighted to say I've been joined again by head groundsman Dan Birrell, who isn't unfamiliar to co-commentating. This time last year, or in July last year, we commentated on one of the more interesting games of Premier League T20 cricket that went to a super over. For those who tuned in for that, that was here on one of your famous flat wickets. 199 played 199, and we had a super over. So we're not against commentating on good games of cricket. So we'll see how this one goes.
I think just talking about that par score before, I think that 160 mark to chase is going to be gettable, but I think against this Jersey bowling attack it's going to be difficult work, so going to have a decent power play. I think that's pretty key in chasing a fairly decent total, is how good that power play can be and how many wickets you can keep in the hutch, which is, I mean, just the absolute standard bit of cricket, but especially in T20 cricket, if they can get off to a flyer at Guernsey, then it makes chasing that total a little bit easier. Likewise with Jersey, if you take a couple of big wickets early doors and restrict them in the power play, then it's going to make light work of the rest of the day, I think.
Yeah, agreed there. Jersey just settling into their field here with 2 out. We've got fine leg just in front of us and deep mid wicket. So the 2 fielders are both out in the offside. There's a big shriek from slip Trinity Smith there, who's known for her eccentricity, let's call it, in the field. Gives it a big celebration. Batter might have got a nick to it, but it didn't carry to Grace there. So good start there from Erin Duffy. She's opening from the far end, the indoor bowls end, we'll call it for today. It's been called a number of things over the years, but that time a little bit more leg side. Wide call from the umpire, and a good catch from Grace, moving her feet down leg side. She's been very excited, certainly seen her out there practicing a lot this week, so good bit of foot movement, getting the head in line with the ball and taking it cleanly down the leg side. So as Erin settles into her line and length here, Philippa Starlin on strike.
Bold. It's great length.
To the offside, well fielded. There was Daisy Fisher, who's making her debut for Jersey today, a product as well of the junior system, the Lionesses system we have in Jersey, and the club system through Farmers. So well attacked. She's a left arm seamer who might get a couple of overs in this game, we never know. So she's making her debut. Congratulations to her.
Catch it.
Good fielding from that Jersey unit. This is what they've been known for a couple of years now. Not easy to get it through this field. We saw a good fielding performance on the ground from Guernsey, but this is what's expected from Jersey. There's a number of seasoned internationals out there now, still young in age but old in experience of international cricket, so not going to be easy as we get a no ball down leg side. She's got something on it there. So no ball and a 1. That was for head height. Oh, sorry, waist height, no ball. Just checking to see if the umpire will issue a warning here. I think he's not going to, so just the no ball. Free hit to follow. This might just be exactly what Guernsey need to get themselves going here. That looks like what they've done. She's just got across to the offside and managed to access behind square in the leg side. So a good bit of batting and getting across onto off stump, giving herself that opportunity to hit it down through the leg side, and the ball has gone for 4. So that's what they needed. There's been ones and dots to start with. Chasing 160, they needed to get off to a bit more of a flyer than that, and that boundary was needed. So by the score we've got here, that's over, but I don't think it is. So we've missed the no ball on the score graphic. We've had the wide but missed the no ball, so we just need to get that back and sort that one out. That's a nice shot as well. Off the knee in the offside, she's called for 1. Ooh, untidy.
Moving.
Just before, commentators curse talking about how Jersey are strong in the ring. That one bounces off a knee and then a ball goes flying over the keeper's head. So a bit of an untidy start, but not unusual when a team hasn't played together much so far this year. And Jersey settling in to their innings. 9 for none. Last ball of the over. Well kept out. No run. And Guernsey now 9 for none off 2. So we talked about the chasing team wanting to get off to a flyer when chasing totals. I think usually if you can be sort of 100 required out of the power play, you're in a very good position to go and chase those down. Guernsey got a bit of work to do here if they're going to get to that. We certainly know that Jersey have got a strong bowling lineup. Although, as I mentioned before, missing Flo Tanguy and Erin Gouge today, who would usually be regulars in this side, and first choice wicketkeeper Mia Maguire, but plenty of opportunity. Nice shot there. She's trying to be active here, Molly Robinson. She's certainly not going to stand and let the bowlers bowl at her. She's getting around the crease, she's getting in good position. Sweeping Chloe is a good idea, 'cause she's not of too tall a stature, so you're able to get in and sweep her.
Pace.
That's well bowled. This is the difference you'll see there. Dan just said the word pace. The difference between the Guernsey spinners and the Jersey spinner that we've seen so far. The ball isn't going up above the eye line too much, which makes it more difficult. We saw Annalise get down the pitch and get to the spinners a lot. And there's a wicket. Okay. And Jersey weren't quite sure what's going on there, but she's been given out. We think LBW. Certainly looked like she got across the stumps, and the ball was able to trickle into the leg side, but there wasn't really an appeal from Jersey, which is usually a bit of a giveaway in LBW. It's usually if things are out, the fielding team tend to be up and about and give it a big appeal, but we didn't have much there from the Jersey side, which doesn't mean that they have to be. All it needs is one how's that from a fielder for an umpire to be asked the question, and it was given. So yeah, LBW, Molly Robinson, after a good start there, as I said, getting busy around the crease, trying to create angles, maybe just walking across onto off stump a bit too far, and then that ball being in line. So Jersey get their first wicket, 9 for 1, and Chloe Grecian strikes again for Jersey. Leading wicket taker in T20Is, and Jersey's dangerous opening bowler. Not because of pace, but because of her accurate spin. Doesn't give you many bad balls. We're talking about the difference between the Guernsey spinners, who are a bit ball going up above the eye line a bit more, which allows batters to get there on the full toss. Very difficult to track Chloe, which makes her difficult to hit. Also mentioned earlier about that new ball having an impact, Dan. You bowled the new ball yourself. Just talk about how important those first few overs are in this power play.
Yeah, I think it is massive. Whilst the ball is nice and hard, and you've obviously only got 2 out, I think it's just massively key. It's very, very difficult overs to bowl. I'm always going to say that as I do bowl them, but I think if you can try and get on top of that power play and difficult overs to bowl, as Chloe looks to drift one in there, which leaving the ball is always a nice sight when there is a bit of drift in towards the bounce. But yeah, I think when the ball is nice and hard and you've got gaps and spaces over the top of the ring, I think batters do take chances. So the wickets are there to be taken, but there is a half a chance there at first slip for Trinity Smith, but would have been a hell of a take.
Yeah, and I will say I watched her warming up off the catch it ramp, and she was catching some really nice, I don't want to say worldies, but they were one-handers diving to her left and right. So she's strong in there, Trin, but that's a tough chance goes begging.
But yeah, I think that power play bowler, Chloe's an excellent power play bowler, as she beats the bat again for Jersey there. But I think mixed up pace very, very well. Like, as we said, probably not going to get as much turn with that new ball, with it being shiny and the seam not being so pronounced. But I think the way that she moves the ball, mixes up pace early doors. We had the great man Elliot Miles that used to do it a little bit for us. Now we get Harrison Carline to bowl our, what we call ghost overs in the power play. It's taken some serious scalps, and I think it's just the deception that people do get. I think the main characteristics of a good power play spinner is how much drift they actually get, because it does become very, very difficult, and batters have to start moving around the crease and taking on risks, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, I think we hear a lot about spinners trying to beat both sides of the bat, and that's sort of what comes into play with that newer ball, especially on a matted wicket, but even on flat grass wickets. You know, the ball isn't going to turn a huge amount, but if you can find your line on that sort of off stump line, and middle and off line as a left arm spinner, you talked about Elliot Miles there, who was a number of years one of our leading spinners. That just sort of can put the batter in two minds. Is it going to grip maybe and just go away from my outside edge, or is it going to sort of hit the shiny side and skid on and end up sort of hitting my front pad? So it creates that. We talked about that a lot with Chloe. She's very accurate. She needs to hit the stumps as often as she can and just make the batters try and play around their front pad a little bit. As we carry on, we've got a change of bowling from the far end. Annalise Merritt, who you saw earlier with the bat, she's a very good all-rounder. Now she's in with the ball. First ball short at the batter, which was fielded well at short fine leg. Comes in for a second ball, pitched up, hit nicely through the offside. Well stopped from Erin Duffy, and batter's come through for one. So lovely strike there. That's where she'll want to be more. She won't want to be too short. Let the batters able to just sit back and hit across the line of it. She'll want to be full, getting it pitched up, getting them driving, which she did there. Nice drive from Philippa, but only one. She's 3 off 10, so she's going to need to get going. Appeal from Jersey there.
Yeah, appeal for caught behind. I didn't hear too much. It was quite a big waft outside the off stump, and at least short of a length. I think she is a sort of hit the deck sort of bowler. She can get up there and swing it, but I think this is a good option with the longer leg side boundary from this end to go quite short. It's a ball up in the air and taken by Grace. Good bowling.
Straight up in the air there. That's the length you were talking about. Maybe a touch shorter than what you thought it might be, but it's not easy to hit early on, and with a little bit of width that could have gone for 4. Instead, top edge straight up, and Grace Weatherall has her first capture as a wicket-keeper in T20I cricket, so she'll be delighted with that.
I think Cookie will be happy with that one. The head coach, I've seen him out on the square hitting Grace catches over the top of her head, sort of trying to get her moving her feet and running backwards, so I suppose he would be claiming an assist for that one. But great catch from Grace and good bowling from Annalise. I think, as I was just mentioning there, from that bottom end with a touch of a bigger rope on the leg side towards that side, I think going into the wicket for Annalise as a taller bowler of the lot of them is a good option for her, with a little bit more pace and a little bit more bounce off the Astro, as we were talking about earlier with the spinners. I think it's quite a difficult thing to just rock back and pull it for 6 first couple of overs when you're just trying to get your nerves settled in a big inter-incher game for the Guernsey women. So I think that is 12 for 2 now, off 3.4, as Annalise goes back to the top of her mark. I assume we'll probably be seeing a little bit more short stuff coming our way.
Yeah, listen, it's something that, you know, I saw some quotes earlier in the year ahead of the Women's World Cup that's just got underway in England by Charlotte Edwards, who's obviously been around the women's game for a long time now, about how their selection policies have changed, about what they're looking for in female cricketers at that top level, and they're looking for sort of tall seam bowlers. You've got your Lauren Filers, you've got, you know, Lauren Bells. You know, they're picking tall seamers who can get extra bounce out of a flat wicket rather than sort of skiddier, shorter seamers. So certainly Annalise Merritt for Jersey has been that for a number of years now, and you know, if you're not up as a taller seamer, able to bowl with that bit of extra pace, they want you to bowl spin. So you know, Jersey starting with what you describe as little and large, where Chloe from one end, Annalise from the other. So partnership with the bat and now a partnership with the ball. So looks like Chloe's going to continue. There's always been the discussions with Chloe from when she started taking the new ball in the power play. How many do we bowl you for? Do you want to go through all 3 of the power play and get through the power play and keep the runs down and keep the threat of the wickets coming? Or do we save your overs for later on in the innings? So Jersey, no doubt ahead of this game, 12 for 2 off 4. Are going to give her another over now. See if they can pick up an extra couple of wickets and just kill this game off. That is well fielded from Daisy Pearce. Moving nicely to her left as a left-handed fielder.
It's one thing Jersey have done very early. They've cleaned up behind the wicketkeeper. Obviously, Grace not a full-time wicketkeeper. She's done very, very well so far and worked hard on it this week. But they have cleaned up and moved well behind, backing up. Yeah, another dot. She said she's just relentless at the top of the stumps, to be honest. And if people are going to want to hit her over the top, then they're going to have to play a pretty decent shot to do so here.
It's a nice strike. I think it's just going to be one. Erin Duffy out on that leg side boundary. 2 out allowed in the power play, but Jersey only opted for 1 at the moment. Head of the game, they want to keep building this pressure. The old adage of pressure brings wickets in cricket. So Jersey just sticking with the 1 fielder on the boundary. You can still see Trinity Smith there in slip. So a very attacking field with a new batter, Annie LeRae, taking strike. Oh, chance in the leg side, but an aggressive stroke. So it would have been sharp reaction. She's quite close in that leg side. So nice strike from Annie, gets herself off the mark. You can see already we've had Molly come in, be a bit more proactive. Out LBW, but she's looking to do good things. You've seen Annie there as well, looking to play aggressively through the leg side. These youngsters aren't coming in with much fear, which is great to see. So. More dot balls to finish there. Chloe with 1 for 4 off her 3 overs so far, doing what she does so well and has done for a number of years now for Jersey, where she takes those power play overs that Dan was talking about, where the batters are certainly looking to be more aggressive than in other overs, where once the field is spread, they're able to get their 1s and 2s a bit more, and Chloe's done so proficiently. I remember back in 2023, she picked up a 5 for against Sweden, I think it was, in the final of the Division 2. Where she bowled beautifully and was on a hat-trick a number of times. So Guernsey now 14 for 2 off 5. Jersey will certainly be the happier camp. Guernsey are going to need to push on a little bit here if they're going to threaten this Jersey total, but Annie LeRae now faces up. Big swing. This is what we've seen. The youngsters coming to the crease are certainly playing their shots, which is great to see. It's T20 cricket. There's a big total on the board. There's certainly always been that thought process of, if we're not going to get to this total, let's try and get ourselves there as close to as quick as we can. Let's not eke it out. Let's play aggressively. Let's keep pushing the foot down, and she's certainly doing that. Nice looking shape there. Well bowled again, full and straight. It's not going to be easy to get away, but this is what we want to see. We want to see these young Guernsey batters come out with no fear. It's an easy thing to say here in the commentary box versus sort of what you actually then able to do. So certainly from our point of view, this is going to be a good watch. Again, big swing. If she gets hold of that is certainly going to go a long way. So she's looking to take on Annalise here, which is good competitiveness. We see that certainly in the men's game. There's a bit of gripe in these games, no doubt. A lot of pride between the islands, and over the years you play each other enough, you tend to find small rivalries within the rivalry, whether it's batter v bowler or other elements. As she gets that through, well fielded. Young Kate Follane there at backward square leg.
Just a tidy bit of work, nice throw over the top.
Certainly save 4, I think, with the way that we've seen this outfield play today. That would have run away for 4. So 1 run again. Good in the ring fielding from Jersey, as you'd expect. Good diving stop and a good hand to it. Saves 4.
Well bowled.
That one's hit her in the helmet, but off the bat first. So I think we might have a break in play here, where the umpires are just going to check that everything's all right.
I think it is just normal protocol now, but I think they can deny the help if they want. I think if it's flush on the helmet, I think someone does have to come on, but I don't know the actual protocol, but I think if it is maybe a top edge or the batter seems to be okay straight away, then
we'll leave that
we're good to go. Yeah.
We'll leave that to the umpires.
It's not my forte.
They can make that decision for us. So Annalise Merritt in again. Short ball followed by a slightly fuller ball, which is probably the plan here. Certainly when you're able to get the ball up in the sort of above the waist and chest height, the thought process is there that you're pushing the batter back, getting them deeper in their crease, follow it up with the full one. They might not get towards it and end up seeing the stumps fly, and that's the fast bowler's dream, isn't it, Dan?
The classic 1-2, yeah. Most batters usually do expect that by now, though, so do have to mix up a little bit more often. But
Change of bowling now for Jersey. Chloe's bowled her 3, which has got them through the power play, and she's going to go to Olivia Baston, who's right arm seamer. She's dangerous with the new ball. She naturally swings it in. She releases that ball just over 12 o'clock, which gets the natural in-swing shape. So we'll see if that comes here. A little bit too much of it, down leg side to start with. A little loosen up. She's still only young, just I think 18, still finishing her A levels. So another youngster who's coming into the side. She's been around for a number of years now, but this side's been tough to break into as a youngster when everybody's available. There's a lot of young cricketers who are still playing and have got a lot of international experience. So it's well bowled, hit straight, run called. Oh my word! Well attacked, run out chance, but not taken. So well fielded there at mid-on. Well attacked. A bit more aggression there from the batter. So. Again leg side, no one else heard a noise but Grace Weatherall, so she might have just been happy that she caught that one, but if you think it's out, there's no harm in asking. So another wide. This is what can happen when you naturally shape it into the right hander. Sometimes you can leak it a little bit leg side, so you still want to. That's much better, and that was certainly close to the off stump. It's just when that ball's moving around, takes a few balls to get your line right, but that's the comeback that she wanted there. If she can settle in there, she's going to get some reward, no doubt. So more aggressive strokes from the batters, which are going to be needed here. They've still got 140 to get from 82, so over 10 already. Bit of work to do. Not this time, as Annalise has hit the ball again. No run.
Yeah,
There we go. That's well bowled from Olivia. That's what we talked about. Naturally shapes it into the right hander and got her success that time. When you get your line right, that makes a massive difference, especially when the ball's moving in the air. So Philippa's stay at the crease ends. 4 off 20 is not really what Guernsey would have wanted, but the experienced head there was trying to settle the side, no doubt. But 18 for 3 now, 3 wickets just outside of the power play. Here's your replay. She steams in. Certainly looking to try and get on with it.
Well,
Back foot doesn't stay still, so the stability goes, but well bowled there from young Olivia Baston. That's well rewarded for keeping it full and straight and getting that ball to move. So another Guernsey wicket goes down just outside the power play as the Jersey players take a drink, and the new batter coming to the crease, Elise Millington. We've seen before, Dan, these youngsters coming to the fore for Guernsey, both with the ball, Annie and Elise and Olivia Morgan. Plenty of youngsters in this Guernsey side. They've come in so far, they've played with a bit more intent, a bit more aggression, which is what you want to see when they're chasing a large total. So let's hope that continues now.
yeah, I think it's very typical of a younger generation these days, is that you just seem to almost have like a little bit of carelessness about taking on battles and sort of always being on the front foot. I think it's a generation of the game that we do play in at the moment, is that fearlessness and always willing to take the aggressive option seems to be the way that it goes. I mean, seen in the IPL a young 15-year-old lighting it up all over the place, and youngsters coming through, and I'm assuming everyone's club cricket games that just seem to try and bone the ball all over the place, which is nice to see. So it's going to be, as we discussed, another couple of new interinsular battles here that we've got with 2 young batters at the crease as Liv Baston's in bowls. Big swing and a miss, as we were just discussing. I think the 2 youngsters at the crease now are going to look to move the game on a little bit, being not where they wanted to be in the power play. They are going to have to get a little bit of a shimmy on if they do want to chase down this total. I think the 2 youngsters at the crease are more than capable of doing so with the strokes that we've seen so far, or the intent that we've seen so far.
That's a nice strike into the offside, but that Jersey field isn't relenting. You're out the power play now and you can have 4 fielders out, but Jersey being on top and not electing to give many out and give easy singles and let the batters get in, which is a good ploy really, because ultimately once you're out the power play and the field spreads, that gives you more chance to exploit that by getting your 1s and 2s, not feeling too many dot balls which build pressure, which then gets you into it. So Jersey keeping the offside ring up pays off there. Obviously the gamble is that if it goes past them either side, it's almost guaranteed to be 4. So a bit of a gamble to and fro, and it paid off at the end of the over there. So 7 overs gone. We're going to have a little change in commentary now. Dan, thank you for your expert insight, much appreciated, as we have another change of bowling from the far end. Erin Duffy back on, as we mentioned earlier in the stream about how the captain likes to mix it up and chop and change bowlers so that the batters can't settle. Chloe Grecian doing that now, with Erin Duffy coming back on, having bowled the first over from the other end. That's a nice strike. Oh, and a good catch. That's a shame, because that was a lovely strike from the batter there. If that's much more either side of her, that's going to be 4 runs. Playing with the right intent, if that's in the gap, it goes for 4 and the whole team claps. So unfortunately, it didn't go through. It picked out the fielder at backward point, which was young Daisy Fisher that we mentioned earlier, who's had a lovely start to her Jersey career in the field with 2 brilliant bits of fielding and now a nice catch. She moved well, took it calmly. I think that'll be a nice camera angle if we got it on the replay for you there. It'll be right down the camera angle. As we mentioned earlier, she's making her debut today, so that will settle nerves, no doubt. Here comes the angle now. A lovely shot through the offside, good pace, but moves well to her right and takes the catch. So a brilliant catch, almost a little bit shy about it, but you can expect that with youngsters on their debut. Big hug from the skipper, or I think it was Trinity actually. Yeah, Trinity getting in there for a big hug to congratulate her. So another wicket falls, which is unfortunate for Guernsey. That was a nice shot. Either side of her would have been 4. And now the captain, Krista Delamere, comes to the crease. Changes out in the field and changes in the box. I'm delighted to welcome Sarah Gomerson, CEO of Jersey Cricket, who's going to come on for a few overs so we can have a good chat about women's cricket. Oh, that looks like a no ball. No, not a no ball. And that's out. Okay.
Oh,
another one.
Yeah, Jersey getting rewarded for their good fielding. It's a good time to come onto the mic, I think. 2 wickets.
Yeah, you must be some sort of good luck charm. I like it. So 2 wickets in 2 balls. That one a good catch. Wouldn't mind seeing the replay. That one might have been right on the cusp of being a no ball. Struck it well, but not far enough. We've had a few no ball calls from, in particular, one end here. So under the microscope a little bit at square leg. But Jersey take another 2 in 2. Replay coming in here will show us a little bit more. Yeah, hard to tell. Listen, I'm not the one out there. I'm not the one making the calls. We've got the benefit of a replay and a good catch there from Lily Gregg. Well done, lovely catch. So yeah, I mean, we don't like to question umpires' decisions.
No. I think if we focus on the good Jersey fielding, and Guernsey fielded well, I thought as well. Both sides improved in the field. Certainly both sides much more vocal than they have been before as well. I don't know if you said that earlier on commentary. But here we've got a hat-trick ball.
Nice strike. No run, well fielded again, just as you were mentioning there. We were talking earlier on in that first innings. It was noticeable to see the improvement in Guernsey's fielding standards.
Yeah.
Certainly Jersey for a while now have held expectations of fielding well, and they fielded well for a good amount of time with a lot of experienced heads. But Guernsey in particular stood out.
Yes, yeah.
That's a run.
Guernsey, I felt, were much more cohesive as a team, noticeably more vocal, and yeah, they showed a level of intent that we've not seen before. And of course, that's now what we're seeing with Jersey in the field, but we are used to that, aren't we? They're a solid unit and they support each other well.
Yeah, I think one thing that's a common theme that we've talked about there is the youth in both sides that you're starting to see come to the fore. Certainly from Jersey for a number of years now, they've been a young side who have been wanting to push on to the next level. All those ones who were originally, young back in 2020, 2021 are now not so young, but still young in age. But we talked about being experienced in cricket terms.
Yes, yeah.
But we're starting to see some youngsters come through from Guernsey now who, having spoken to a number of friends over there and having been around it a lot, have mentioned that there's a need for, the youngsters to come to the fore. They weren't quite ready of a certain age. Obviously, you have to be 15 to play in this cricket.
Yes, yeah.
But it's been great to see that improvement and that level lift from the Guernsey side.
And it does bode well, doesn't it, for cricket on both islands, and two strong sides will make each other improve.
Completely agree there, as Annalise loses her footing and trips over. Not unknown to not.
She's got long
lose her
levers,
footing. She
hasn't
does,
she?
exactly.
She's got-
Not easy.
yeah.
So that's the over. We're 19 for 5 now off 8.
The other thing, Lee, which has been good to see, is all the youngsters around the boundary edge. They've all come down in their different club kits, and some of them in their jersey kits. Noticeably more girls here to support the older players and the team, and obviously aspiring to be in this team as well. So very exciting.
Absolutely. I think that, from a standout point of view there, it's the role model.
Yeah.
We currently have the Women's T20 World Cup on TV on Sky Sports. That's as well attended as it's ever been. That's on Sky as often as it's ever been.
Yeah.
So they've got the role models right at that top level as well, but they've also got local role models to come and
Yes,
watch it.
yeah. And of course they've got local director of cricket, Neil McRae, leading the Netherlands women's team at the World Cup as well. So local interest
Yep.
from
and then
that perspective as
They
well.
get their campaign underway
They're playing now
today.
against Bangladesh.
There you go.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah.
you're watching our stream, don't turn it off. But certainly, if you can find another device to watch that on, tune in and see how Mac is getting on with the Dutch women's side, which is a fantastic story for him and for Dutch cricket to have got to their first World Cup, and that gives us a little bit of a sort of motivation from our side in that, an up and coming nation, from years ago, they've pushed on and got to that level. It inspires that next level of Division 2 and Division 1 cricket.
100%, yeah. And you talk about role models, and we're now seeing them in our jersey ranks, but of course we had to look further afield for them, and many of them have looked towards the Netherlands. Players like Stera Callis, Babette de Leader, balancing studies, balancing school, university, and playing cricket. It's difficult at this level, and the more we can progress, the easier it will become, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where we're seeing, the women's side is certainly, behind the men at the moment in terms of their progression and where they want to get to in that journey. The men's cricket
Come to it a lot later.
Exactly. So the men's side of things have been established for a lot longer, and certainly the women's side is growing phenomenally from both islands.
Yes,
You look at Guernsey last year around their good shy Guernsey there around their women's club league that they had running throughout the summer, which I'm told was a superb success, of which I'm sure a number of which we're seeing benefit from it today, where they're getting exposure now at international cricket.
Yeah, and their schools have picked it up as well, I think, in both islands in a way that we haven't seen before. And you can't underestimate the value of sponsors either, I think. In both islands, we're very grateful for the support that we've had. And it makes a meaningful difference to be able to put on academies and training camps and the product of it, which you see on the screen today.
Completely agree. As we continue here, Olivia Baston from the pavilion end. She's bowling nicely, lots of dot balls, no boundaries coming at all. We talked about earlier a lot about bowlers trying to avoid bowling with too much width, and she's certainly not doing that. She's eking in on those stumps, making it difficult for the batters, not able to free their hands and their arms.
And Olivia, one of our players who can always be relied upon for wickets.
She's got that knack.
Yes, she has, yeah. Steady, no surprises. And of course she's balancing doing her A-levels, just finished doing or partway through her A-levels this time. So it's a lot on young shoulders, isn't it?
Well, that's it, and that's where we talk about the development of women's cricket across the board. These youngsters are coming in, having had a lot more resource from a young age.
Yeah.
They're more playing ready than they've ever been.
Yes, yeah.
They've had
that's a good
years and
phrase.
years of. Oh, that's a lovely shot through the offside. Struck really hard through extra cover, and that's what we were talking about. That intent to try and hit the ball hard along the ground. She was not off 6, and no doubt a bit of pressure there, feeling that, but then a little bit of width, but also the right intent from the batters, the youngsters coming out, trying to hit the ball hard along the ground. That straight through extra cover, whistled away along there, 4 runs, and Guernsey move on now, 25-5 off 9. Bit of work to do here, 12 and over to go Jersey's score, but certainly some positive signs. Partnerships we talked about with batters before. Guernsey certainly starting to develop one here, and they'll hope to keep doing that as the innings goes on.
Yeah, no coincidence the volume's gone down a little bit in the Jersey field as well.
Yeah, all part of the game.
Yeah, you can always tell how the pendulum's swinging, can't you, with how noisy people are in the field.
Yeah, so whilst I've got you, wanted to ask you about the rest of the summer, what's lined up for the women's side, about what to look forward to for those supporters, and locally what they've got planned.
Got a very exciting series coming up in July. Another quadrangular series, international ICC approved tournament in Zurich in Switzerland. So we'll be playing Switzerland, Spain, Brazil and ourselves were the 4th team. So 4 quite closely matched sides in terms of rankings. So it'll be a good test for the players, and always good for them to go experience different countries, different venues, match conditions and playing conditions. So the girls are excited, and of course they played Brazil last year. Weather affected, travel affected, so I think there's some scores to be settled there, which always brings a little bit of extra spice.
We've seen that's a no ball, and that was a very no ball. Maria De Rocha fielding it down at deep fine leg, got in a bit of a fuddle there, but that's all right. She stopped the boundary, threw it back in.
Yeah.
Bit of a laugh between the two fielders there. Certainly a no ball, so we're going to see a free hit now, which might give them a chance to free the arms even more. Another boundary here builds a little bit more momentum.
Yeah.
That's a nice strike again. Straight at the fielder though. We saw that quite a bit in the Jersey innings, towards the end in particular, where the Jersey fielders were striking the ball well but hitting the fielders, and Guernsey have done the same here. Just talk to me a little bit more, obviously decision making around both the men's and the women's side, about how those rankings impact the decision making, certainly for us as an associate level team who are often punch above our weight, certainly in the men's and the women's game. They're an important part of the development system at the top level.
They absolutely are, and it's interesting because we're in Europe, we're an island within Europe, so and to play a lot of cricket is difficult for Jersey and Guernsey because it takes organising and investment, and it's costly to get to places. When you compare teams in Africa or the Middle East, it's easier for them to play a volume of matches, and volume contributes quite strongly towards your ranking points. In terms of actually developing as cricketers, as well as developing where you stand in the international rankings. And for those that don't know, the higher up the rankings you are, that directly affects your funding. And I think it was last year or maybe the year before that the ICC awarded equal funding for men and women aligned to the ranking places. So it's very important to climb the rankings. And as us as a governing body, we have that discussion with the director of cricket, with the 2 head coaches, about balancing player development and keeping an eye on where we are in the rankings, because you don't want to try too hard to play overly competitive cricket, which then negatively affects your rankings and directly affects the amount of money that you receive from the ICC. So it's a strategic decision, it's a strategic conversation that we're always having, and that's why such as the series in July is vitally important, because it gives us a bit of both. Actually, it gives us an opportunity to benchmark where we are against other international cricketers, and it gives us a chance to improve our ranking points. So it's something that I know we spend a lot of time talking about, don't we? And coaches very much focused on how to develop players, how to give them the right balance of competitive cricket as well as cricket that can develop everybody, and me with my eye on the balance sheet, so to speak.
The toughest part of the job.
The toughest part of the job, yeah.
Everybody always wants more.
Yes, yeah.
So that takes us to drinks. As you can see, well, behind us there, we've got the Guernsey bowling stats up. We'd like to see the Jersey ones if we can, but Guernsey, now have moved on to 31 for 5 off 10. There's 160 to chase, so that they've got a lot of work to do to get there in the last 10. That's for sure. With only 5 wickets, Jersey will be happy and delighted with their position, no doubt. As we mentioned before, the coaches are now able to get on the field at drinks, which is new to international cricket, which we think is a good thing.
Yes, definitely. Particularly when you've got young sides, sides which, like we were saying, we don't get too many international opportunities to play. So it's a good opportunity for the coach to go in, share some key points, support the captain, and then come away again. And I think, looking at this, Lee, we might be seeing an over from Daisy Fisher.
Well, there we go. Timed nicely talking about youngsters and giving them opportunities and finding that right way to develop them. So with Jersey ahead in this game, no doubt, the bowling figures there showing just how strong Chloe Grecian still is. Fantastic spell at the top, taking those overs in the power play. Going at, I think it's about 2 and over we saw there. So when we had an older head, the skipper, now we've got the youngster, Daisy Fisher, to bowl her first ball in international cricket. Nice strike from the Guernsey batter, 1 out to the field. We talked about the in-out field before, where they were trying to create the pressure. That one fielder's on the boundary, and she stopped it. Nice start from Daisy. No doubt she'll be nervous. I spoke to her before the game and just said, how are you feeling? And she sort of nervously smiled at me and just sort of, as you can see, trying to hide it best. But sometimes...
she's got 2 experienced players in Annalise and Chloe aside when she walks back up to the top of her mark. No doubt will be comforted by that. Such a shame that didn't go a little bit nearer a fielder.
Yeah, all action cricket.
Yeah, the replay will show exactly how close that was. But I think we'd all be delighted if she gets a wicket in her first over. And here we see Annalise just giving her those words of encouragement.
2 balls into her career. First one was well bowled. The second one was very eventful. So we'll see what happens next. It's really nicely bowled, a much better length. Touch fuller. She started a bit short, but that can happen sometimes. So that length is difficult to get away. We talked about earlier that top of the stumps length. Obviously Daisy, just 15 years old, and she's making her international debut today. But she's a left arm seamer, which is a point of difference. Makes a nice job for a coach to be able to think about matchups. That ball's gone out into the leg side. Both fielders getting round need to communicate a bit better because they're getting in each other's way. They've called for a second and they get there. So all action cricket, ball out to the boundary.
Yeah,
found
the gap nicely.
And then the ball comes back in and the batter's complete 2. So she just needs to go a little bit fuller here. If she's going to get a wicket, she's going to need to pitch it up a touch. But as I say, that left arm seam with that angle makes it difficult for the right-handers when the ball's just getting pushed across. There we go.
Yes.
A wicket in her first international outing. Well done.
Well done, Daisy. She'll be delighted with that, and so will her parents and her friends who are all here as well to support.
Great moment for a youngster in international cricket, and this is what you're going to see for a number of years to come within the women's game. There's a lot of youngsters who are sort of, their skill levels are more advanced than their age would suggest, and they're certainly ready for this level of cricket. So Daisy Fisher picking up a wicket with her 5th ball in international cricket. Might not be the best ball she ever bowls, but certainly one that's hit the stumps, and that's what you get reward for. So
she'll take that, won't she?
Absolutely. With the replay here, 35 for 6 now, Guernsey. Batter again, we talked about it earlier in the day about going across the line of the ball. You're never quite sure how the ball will bounce. Often on these matted wickets, sometimes it can skid, sometimes it can get a bit of extra bounce. It can often depend on the person releasing the ball. We talked about leg spinners getting a bit of extra bounce because they release from 12 o'clock. You've got the likes of Annalise Merritt, who's of taller stature to Chloe. So all of this factors into being a batter, which is why it makes cricket so difficult. But lots to think about now. 35 for 6, so Jersey will be looking to keep putting their foot down here and not letting up. That's a much better ball, full and straight at the stumps, but as such with cricket sometimes you don't get the reward. But one down to fine leg, well fielded by young Kate Follane. And that brings our first over in international cricket to an end.
Yeah, a good over, a good start. She'll be buoyed up by that. Yeah. And I think the new batter for Guernsey is one of their more established players coming back into the side, isn't it, Katie? Someone we've seen before, so she might well be a steadying presence in the middle for Guernsey.
Yeah, we saw her with the ball, and she had a mixed first over. First ball of her spell, she got a wicket and then went for a few, but came back really nicely and bowled well. So no doubt there's plenty of depth in this Guernsey batting lineup. They're going to keep coming, and hopefully they're going to keep looking to push that score on. Often in these sort of game situations, sometimes the team can think we'll just bat out our overs, but mentally and like the mentality of that.
Yeah, and in interinsular cricket as well, there's that extra bit of impetus to represent your island and to never give up.
Agreed.
And, well, you never give up in cricket anyway, do you? You never know what's going to happen to the last ball. So.
Agreed. And a change of bowling from the far end now as Maria de Rocha coming on to bowl her off spin. It's a lovely start. That's a really nice length. We talked earlier about the sort of difference between the Guernsey spinners and the Jersey spinners. We certainly saw from Olivia and Molly about that ball going up above the eye line a lot more, which can be rewarding. We saw it a couple of times, but it can also tease the batters to come down and get to it on the full toss and have an option to hit the boundary, whereas Maria and Chloe, Maria first ball there, a little bit flatter, a little bit more top of the stumps, which makes it a bit more difficult to get away. So two different styles, but can both be very rewarding. Well fielded again from young Kate Follane.
Yeah.
You can't miss her in the field with those orange shoes.
She's doing well, isn't she? Because you forget that some of our side are quite young, and it's the first time out playing international cricket this year. So
that's a nice strike.
Yeah.
I'll get away for a couple. Bit plugged, only for one. Well, whilst I've got you here, Sarah, just be keen to talk about what we've got here at home the rest of the summer. Obviously, travelling and playing away is a big part of cricket. But what have we got to look forward to at home?
We've got some more exciting fixtures. In July 13, we welcome Nepal men's team here. Nepal, obviously one of the most well-supported sides currently in the world, and performing really well in 50 over cricket and 20 over cricket. And it's a real coup for us to get them to come to Jersey. They're on their way to the Netherlands to play in World Cricket League 2, and we've invited them here to start and appreciate European playing conditions. But also from our perspective, Jersey men will be playing in October in the last round of Challenge League, and also hopefully in a playoff qualifier in 50 over cricket. So it's very good competitive cricket and useful preparation for our men as well. But really excited. Hopefully we get lots of support from the Nepali population here in Jersey. They've already been in touch, haven't they, and said how excited they are and grateful they are that we're bringing their cricketers here, and also some travelling fans over from the UK as well.
Yeah, so Guernsey pushing on here. A couple of shots out to the boundary, sweeping Maria well. Just 5 off the over. So not enough to trouble the total that they need to be getting, but pushing on nicely. We're seeing a little bit more sweeps and a bit more aggression and a little bit more inventiveness, which is great to see,
Yeah.
what you want in T20 cricket. So yeah, coming back to those home games against Nepal,
that's the starter, isn't it?
That's
And
the starter.
then we've got on the 27th of July, we've got the UAE men's team coming also as well. So they're on their way for World Cricket League 2 in a different qualifier over in Scotland. So same logic, we bring a very competitive men's team over to give our players some good cricket, and also our supporters and our fans some good cricket as well. And of course, UAE, it's a place where a lot of Jersey-based businesses do a lot of business. That finance centre connection, it's very relevant. So we're hoping that one will also be very well supported.
Yeah, it's a nice aggressive shot again through the offside from Elise, but just going to be stopped by one by the skipper. Daisy Fisher continues with her left arm seam, bowling nicely, not conceding many here. Just Talk to us about the importance of those home international fixtures. We've hosted tournaments for a number of years now. We got fantastic local support. We always do. You think about Denmark in Challenge League last year on that Bank Holiday Monday. Certainly a few hundred, if not more, down here.
Yeah.
Can you talk to
Also,
us
when
about
Kenya
local?
came,
Yeah.
the big Kenyan community that came out in Uganda a couple of years before that. So it's absolutely fantastic that we can bring good quality cricket to Jersey for the cricket fans to see, but more so I think for the children in the pathways, boys and girls, who can see exactly what they can achieve and what they can be involved in if they continue playing cricket. We're very lucky in Jersey to be able to have the facilities to host these international tournaments. You need to have ICC approval to do that. And it's great then that we can showcase our own talent, but also the talent of other countries as well. I don't know if many people will know that cricket is one of the only 2 team sports in Jersey where Jersey people can play sport internationally. The other sport being petanque. So as a child, to be able to see that you can travel literally around the world. I mean, you've been to LA, haven't you? You've been all over with the men's team. So it's really good to be able to showcase that and to encourage people to stay in the sport when they have other alternatives, and to show exactly what you can achieve. And also for the players who are playing in it, you want to play the best teams you can, the best players you can, test yourself against them, prove how good you are, improve your own stats, and who knows, we'll have another player who signs professionally and makes cricket their full-time career, like Asa Tribe has done.
Agreed. We're talking of role models. There's not much bigger one out of Jersey cricket at the moment than Asa, who's going great guns for both Glamorgan and England Lions.
Yeah.
And that completes another over. A fantastic bit of fielding there towards the end there. One that sounded like it might have gone for 4, but Trinity Smith, with their athleticism, flying
Very
around the
athletic,
boundary and flinging one over the top, and that's what we love to see. I think from a neutral point of view, the fielding has improved on both sides today.
Hugely.
No doubt. There's this level of women's cricket that they're playing at is, every year that goes by, the athleticism, the way that their standards get higher is just fantastic to see. It just
Well, for those who watched the Women's World Cup game last night between New Zealand and West Indies, perfect example of catches win matches. Or in New Zealand's case, where they were a little bit sloppy in the field, or probably more than a little bit sloppy, put down 7 catching opportunities, and West Indies went on to capitalise that and pulled off a shock victory against the defending World Cup holders.
great start to the tournament. England obviously convincing win the other night with a fantastic 100 from Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
Oh yeah,
and
that's
then
exciting
another game of cricket like that. We saw 2 teams that we're quite familiar with in Ireland and Scotland.
Yes,
one full member but one associate obviously, but we're very familiar with them being in Europe. They're competing with each other. So it's women's cricket is in almost a one-handed chance. A very, very good place, and that was an opportunity, not one that you'd expect them to catch, but when you get something on it, it might have stuck, so you never know. So an opportunity there goes down, but ultimately stopped some extra runs. Elise moving on nicely. Elise Millington batting well here. Another good strike. Finds the fielder. I certainly think young Elise here has been a bit unlucky. She's striking the ball nicely. She's finding fielders. It's can be difficult when you're batting and he's trying to push on the run rate, and all of a sudden every ball that comes out nicely is hit straight at a fielder. As I mentioned earlier about good captaincy, it's also frustrating for batters. But
so much a mental game, isn't it? And that's where it all comes in to believing in yourself, backing yourself, and sticking to your plan.
Certainly agreed there. 2 balls left in the 14th over now. Guernsey 50 for 6. Maria de Rocha continues, just pushing it a little bit too wide there. I don't think this is the plan. I think she's still looking to try and hit the stumps, just miss execution, but she'll find her way. She's gone for 10 off 1.4. Guernsey run rate now starting to get out of sight above 17. But the ball is being hit more out the middle of the bat than it has been before, which helps things move on. So a bit of work to do. As I mentioned earlier, 2 games today. This is the first of the 2 with lunch in between. The second game will be starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. If anybody is around Grainville, if anybody's watching on the stream and isn't sure whether to come down, I would suggest you should. The boundary's open.
Yeah.
The sun is out, and there are a lot of fans in enjoying some fantastic women's cricket. Right.
The other thing, Lee, as well, talking about international sides coming into Jersey, we've got, it's good for our match officials, isn't it, to be able to stand in good quality cricket, players that they're not used to standing with and playing with, and that's all part of us as a governing body. We need to have a sustainable infrastructure to support the sport at club level as well as at international level. So it's also about giving them something to look forward to and something a little bit different as well. They develop their skills, and there's a separate pathway for match officials, which the ICC have. They manage that. So the more opportunities they get on home turf to improve their skills, the more chance they will get be invited to stand in international tournaments by the ICC.
Agreed, and within those tournaments they're often looking for umpires from all different nations to provide those opportunities. We've certainly benefited from that ourselves in the past, so we hope for more of that in the future as Trinity Smith coming on to replace Daisy Fisher, who certainly hasn't been taken off for bowling badly. I think
Not
they're just
at
trying
all.
to keep that tactic of chopping and changing the bowlers so the batters don't settle. Not had a wicket for a little while, so Jersey will be itching to try and keep their foot down here and keep taking wickets.
Keep that pressure on.
Do that, and Trinity's trying to provide that now as we speak. Certainly the Guernsey batters ticking along nicely. Elise Millington 14 off 20. Katie Roberts 6 off 11. I don't think that reflects the quality of batting that we've seen from these two. I think they batted better than their scores would suggest. We mentioned about them hitting fielders quite a lot, not being able to get that boundary or get 2s rather than 1s. So they're certainly not shy of building a partnership here. So
Well, they've brought that stability, haven't they, which I think they needed. The Guernsey team needed at the time, but the challenge, of course, with T20 cricket is you haven't really got too much time to do that, have you? So they now need to up the momentum a little bit.
it's a nice shot down leg side again for 1. We have trying to get some Guernsey representation on the commentary today. We've spoken to both coaches, Lee and Ilse, but they're very focused on the cricket right now, so we're not going to disturb them. But we're hoping to get some Guernsey voice on the commentary.
Yeah,
this
I think we
afternoon,
might
for sure.
we might
Be
get
interesting to hear about
Lee
what's
on
been
in a
going
couple
on
of
there.
overs' time potentially.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Goes through the offside, but no run. Fielder just not quite getting a grip on the ball, but well backed up by the skipper at mid-off, who was anticipating that. Again, ball hit nicely out the middle of the bat. No run. Probably should have been 1, but I think they were expecting the fielder to take it cleanly. So Trinity comes in again. Last ball of our over. Oh, there we go. And that is what we were talking about earlier on. She was practicing her slip catching before she went out. We saw her in the first few overs with an opportunity. I did say to Dan, I saw her warming up and she took some fantastic diving catches. And there she's done it there. It was a brilliant caught and bowled. The ball looked like it was already past her, hit well, and she stuck out a mitt, and it stuck. A fantastic caught and bowled there from Trinity Smith, who's deserved that after a good over. I think Elise Millington will be frustrated. Oh, it doesn't look like it's... Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't Elise who was out. I'm just looking at the score thing there. It was definitely Katie Robert. But the replay here, ball comes back, flying back, and she sticks a mitt out and grabs it one-handed. You can see from the reaction from Maria De Rocha there at extra cover, who was almost dumbfounded that she's managed to take that catch. So it was a fantastic catch. Good little knock there from Katie Robert.
Yeah.
I think, as we've mentioned a couple of times, they've struck the ball nicely there, ran well between the wickets, built a partnership that Guernsey desperately needed, and it's got them ticking along nicely, and I hope to see, looks like the new batter is going to be Molly. As Sarah departs, thank you for your time, Sarah, much appreciated. Some insights there into Jersey cricket and the ICC pathway, and as we mentioned a minute ago, we were after some Guernsey representation Lee Forshaw joins me now. 2 Lees in the commentary box. Could be a good or a bad thing. We'll see how that goes. Lee, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming on the commentary. Much appreciated whilst you're in the middle of a game. Obviously, lots going on behind the scenes, and during a game, lots to be doing as a coach and a manager and all sorts. At this associate level. Just talk to us about the preparations from the Guernsey side ahead of this, and how women's cricket's been going so far this summer.
Just push this ball, but well hit.
That was a fantastic bit of fielding, and sorry, lots happening in that ball. Welcome to the commentary
Thank
box.
you very much. Sorry, that's young Molly who's just got in, replacing her mum who's come out. Just come out. So that was her first game, but tough start there.
Tough start.
An excellent piece of fielding.
That is a rare occasion to have a fielder swing round, throwing from the wrong side to hit directly at the non-striker's end. I wouldn't say that's going to happen very often. I think she's run potentially there on the quality of the strike. We were talking before about how Elise has batted so nicely here. She's hitting the ball really well out the middle of her bat. She's probably a bit unlucky at times.
She is, yes.
Is probably what you'd say. I mean, another couple of yards either side. We'll get a good replay on the screen here for you. A couple of more yards either side of the fielder, and it's 4. She swings round, not a clean pickup, but a clean stop, and then looking the wrong way, spins, throws, and a direct hit.
It's an excellent throw. She's off balance. She's looking the wrong way.
That's a good bit of work, cameraman, who's out there on the bank. Excellent work. But fantastic bit of fielding. But again, we've just seen it then again, the ball that, whilst that replay was on, she struck it beautifully at mid-off. There's been a number of strikes that's come out the middle of her bat that haven't managed to get past fielders, 2 or 3 yards either side, and she could be a lot more.
Yeah, she's got a very good arm speed on there. She's a good little player.
That's nice.
Guernsey cricket's been doing well on the women's front, so it's been a little bit of an all change. A couple of the coaches that have gone and moved around, and we've had Ilza who's come in.
Yep.
And she's been fantastic. She's brought in a degree of professionalism and objectivity towards it as well. And it's nice to have somebody to come in off the island who can really take a new look over the girls, and maybe come in with a few new ideas, different ways they can bowl, can bat. And I think the girls and the women have really appreciated her time as well, and she's been excellent. So she's settled in, lots of training. Started up this women's league as well that's been going, so that the women are starting to get more and more cricket as well.
Yeah, we certainly saw it from a Jersey point of view last summer, just how successful that I think it was the Super League, is it called?
Yes,
the Super League was in Guernsey. There was well attended and 4 teams getting out playing lots of cricket, which can only be a really good thing. So just tell us a little bit more about that.
So that's what it started off. We had quite a narrow squad, and we found it difficult to recruit new players straight into the women's setup. So 4 teams out there playing on a Tuesday night. Games, I mean, at times you've got to have a couple of players that are playing for more than one team just to make sure the games are going ahead. But it's meant that lots of players have come out, and we've actually found a few new players. So Katie Roberts, who was out, Molly Watson that was out here, and there's a few others as well. So it's bolstered the squad, but not just on the higher levels, but it's just in the enjoyment, participation level. It's increased the number of playing as well, and it's also provided that pathway of the girls who are coming through at 14, 15 to be able to have lots of games. So
that's it. That's key, I think, isn't it? That's certainly just off that last ball of the over there. I've said a lot about Elise not having much luck by hitting fielders. She gets a big inside edge that goes for 4, so she's hit lots of balls out the middle of her bat that have only gone for 1 that she probably deserves more runs for, and then 1 that is big inside edge that she probably doesn't, and then gets 4, and that's cricket for you.
It's cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's fantastic, and I think what you mentioned there, that's one of the big parts of it, is getting them more cricket. Right?
It is.
There's a lot of youngsters who are keen to play. It's just getting them playing that's so important.
Well, for me, you've got to get the buy-in from the girls at a young age, at sort of 13, 14, 15, when they've got a whole host of different sports they can play. So they've got hockey, and they're running, and they're dancing, and they're football, and they're paddle. And actually, you've got to say to them, well, there's cricket training, but there's also games, and there's also opportunities to go and travel, and because a lot of these other sports provide them. So that's the buy-in you need to get.
think that's something that's familiar for both islands. We certainly see it over here that when you live on an island, full stop, there's going to be a lot of competition for sporty children. Those who are interested in football like cricket, and those who like cricket like other sports. Girls from the netball side of things, and football is growing. Girls' sports across the board is growing, so that's fantastic to see. But there is always that element of, can we get you to commit more so you can develop more? Because as son's in the game yourself, and having coached for many years, cricket's one of the toughest sports to learn.
It is. It's not easy, and it's not easy. I think sometimes playing an 11-a-side game, there's a lot of people standing around in the field, and so I've always been an advocate of playing more the 8-a-side game, so there's more batting, bowling, fielding.
Agreed. I agree. Yeah, no, agreed. So I think before this goes, we're into the last 4 overs now. Before this game finishes, just give us a bit of your reflections from your side about sort of game 1, things to improve on in game 2, and sort of how
I've been I know we had a little bit behind on the score, but reasonably pleased, and especially on the bowling front. There's a few girls there that are new into bowling again. Molly Robinson has been away from bowling for a year or so, and actually her legs was causing a few problems there. Olivia Morgan as well is relatively new into it and bowled nicely, some good lengths as well. So, and then Katie Roberts, there was a few there. So we're at this sort of transition stage as well at the moment. We've got a few of the existing players who have been around who are the experienced players, and then we've got a group coming through who are that sort of 15-year-olds, and they're just not quite ready at the moment, but they'll bolster the side in a year or two. But I've been really pleased about with the way they bowled, and they fielded this morning. Just need to be a little bit more aggressive with the bat, because we can see Jersey are strangling them slightly, and just be that confidence. It needs that confidence out there. But so reasonably pleased with the way the first game's gone.
Yeah, it's no surprise that we spent a lot of time today on commentary talking about youth involved in this game. This is women's cricket, it's senior international cricket, but we've got multiple 15-year-olds out there. We've got girls on debut, we've got people who are new to the game coming in to play international cricket. It's where women's cricket at associate level is right now, where we've benefited from a crop of very young cricketers who were able to play a lot before the cap of the age came into international cricket. We've talked about from our side, from Jersey side, we've got a number of young girls out there, but they played a lot of cricket, which is what we talked about before. Whereas like you mentioned there, you've got a lot of young girls in the side who, with more cricket, with more opportunities to develop, are certainly gonna flourish. We were particularly impressed with Annie LeRae, who bowled really nicely, and we weren't surprised, because I know from speaking to the coach who does his analysis, he's spotted that she was playing in a pretty prestigious game earlier this year.
Yes, so where did Annie play in? I'm trying to remember
Against
now.
the MCC.
Did she play the MCC game?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. Sorry, for college as well. Sorry.
There you go.
Yes. You played in that one.
And that brings an end to the innings of Elise Millington, who, as I've mentioned multiple times, is come out, played with good intent, been looking to try and take the Jersey bowlers down. Not always got the reward for that intent, but will walk off hopefully proud of her innings. 19 off 28 doesn't necessarily tell the full story. The skipper just brought herself back on, having bowled 3 tight overs at the start to try and clean up the tail, no doubt, and she's doing just that. So first ball back, she gets her wicket, caught well by Olivia Baston at short mid-wicket. On the replay here, she's bowling from the other end, which she'll tend to do. She's not fussed about which end she'll bowl, but comes in nice and full and at the stumps, and a good option trying to sweep her. I noticed that early on. You'll have to remind me which opening bat. Was it Molly Robinson who opened the bat?
Yes. Molly's sweeping as well. Yes,
which is proactive and going to be beneficial in the women's game, no doubt.
It is. So Molly's been training hard over the winter. Well, she's at Cambridge University, and she's been doing a lot of cricket there. And actually, the batting and bowling has really come on. So really impressed with her. Yeah, just going back to Annie as well, and bowled nicely. Some nice lines, some good lengths. So she's been doing some work in the pathway for Hampshire. She's worked hard. She hits the ball hard as well. She just needs to sometimes work out which balls to hit hard, which to noodle around for those ones and to get herself off strike. But certainly, yes, she played in, as you mentioned, that game for Elizabeth College against the MCC. First girl to represent the college in an MCC game. So yeah, it's been really good to see.
Good, and we're seeing the benefits ourselves from this. The youngsters now, women's cricket and girls cricket across the board has grown in the UK, and certainly a number of our players are benefiting from that, and that'll be the hope for yours, that when they travel to the UK, go to university, that those options are there to play there as well, like you mentioned.
Well, that's the important part. Otherwise, they're here and then they go off and they lose that appetite for cricket. But if they're at a university or somewhere that they can carry it on.
Nice strike, well fielded.
So yes, and hopefully they'll pick that. If they go off to university, they'll choose that and then come back. And so Elise has been down at Exeter as well, working there.
It's up in the air, and this might be the game. Yeah, so an identical dismissal, caught at short mid wicket by Olivia Baston, and that is the game. So Guernsey all out for 60 in the 18th over. Jersey win by 101 runs. I think certainly from the Jersey point of view, they'll be obviously delighted with that performance. There'll be some things they'll want to tidy up for the afternoon. I think a few batters would have liked to have got a few more in there, so they'll come back looking to continue this form. And certainly from a neutral point of view, looking at the Guernsey side there, the ground fielding was a lot better than what I've ever seen before in 5 years of watching the women's international cricket. Certainly a few catches could have been held, but I think the ground fielding was, in particular, the boundary fielders with the one bounce throws in the ring, tidy and clean pickups. So certainly things to improve upon there. But Annie Leray, Molly Robinson, the core of that young group certainly came to the fore with the ball and did themselves proud there. So Jersey take game one, showing up there as 100 runs. Guernsey all out for 60 in the 18th over. So Lee, thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll get your counterpart on this afternoon to talk more Guernsey women's cricket.
Yes, if not, I can come back and talk to you a little about the future and the tournaments they've got coming up as well. So I'll but thank you very much for having me.
No problem.
Pleasure.
Thank you for coming on. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much.
So that's game one done from our end. There are no presentations from game one. We'll do the presentations after game two. Jersey come out winners there, but as you can see on the field, Guernsey a tight-knit unit having a huddle post-game. Certainly from their point, there'll be some positives to take from game one, some things to learn for game two. It'll be the same for both sides. And a reminder that game two starts at 3 p.m. So if you're at a loose end, if you're not sure about what you should do this afternoon and you're on the island, get yourselves down to Grainville. The boundary will be open for food and drink, and you can come and watch some fantastic international cricket. So a good game one there. Jersey comfortable winners, but game two this afternoon, where two teams who have already got time in the middle under their belt will come back to try and show their skills. So we're going to take a break. We'll be on a new stream. Join us this afternoon for game two. The toss takes place at 2:30. We'll be back on from about 2:50. So thanks for joining us in game one. Hope you enjoyed the cricket that was on show and enjoying the stream. We'll see you this afternoon. Good afternoon, welcome back to the T20I Interinsular Series. Game 1 won by Jersey. We're due for Game 2 at 3 o'clock. We're here for the toss, and then we'll speak to the captains after the result of the toss. Chris, if I could just grab you for a second.
Yeah.
2 tosses, 2 wins.
Yeah.
Bowling first again.
We are.
Thoughts? Chloe, 2 tosses, 2 losses. One win this morning.
Yeah.
Thoughts on this afternoon? Happy to have lost the toss. What would you like to do better?
Yeah.
Things to carry on.
Yeah, same again. We were happy to bat first, try and go out and put on a total again, and then obviously,
Stop that.
thank you very much.
So, that's the result of the toss for Game 2. Guernsey win again, decide to field again. So, Jersey will be batting. Come back, join us at 3 o'clock for the first ball. Good afternoon, welcome back to the T20I Interinsular Series. Game 1, won by Jersey. We're due for Game 2 at 3 o'clock. We're here for the toss, and then we'll speak to the captains after the result of the toss.
Heads.
It is a tail.
I think we'll have a goal first again, please.
There we go. Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks for the luck.
Chris, if I could just grab you for a second.
Yeah.
2 tosses, 2 wins.
Yeah.
Bowling first again.
We are.
Thoughts behind that?
I think we went out as a team in the first game and we fielded quite well. We fielded quite nicely, and just to get that momentum back after the last batting innings, I think will be good for us.
A couple of things to improve on for Game 2.
I think trying to limit Jersey to the total runs that they got in the first game will be good for us. So try and keep those runs down a little bit, and try and get a few more runs on the board, I think.
Thank you. Good luck.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Chloe, 2 tosses, 2 losses.
Yeah.
1 win this morning.
Yeah.
Thoughts on this afternoon? Happy to have lost the toss? What would you like to do better?
Yeah.
Things to carry on?
Yeah, same again. We were happy to bat first, try and go out and put on a total again, and then obviously go out and try and bowl them out.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
So that's the result of the toss for Game 2. Guernsey win again, decide to field again. So Jersey will be batting. Come back, join us at 3 o'clock for the first ball. Good afternoon, welcome. Okay, and there's the toss. So we're back for Game 2 this afternoon, all kicking off in just about 5 minutes time. As you can see, the result of the toss there, Jersey will be batting first. Guernsey winning the toss for a second time today, electing to field for a second time today. Certainly wanting to improve on a couple of things since Game 1. Those of you who joined us for the first game will have seen Jersey come out as 100-run winners. 160 on the board, batting first, and then restricting Guernsey to 60 all out, just inside 18 overs. So pretty clinical performance from the Jersey girls, and Guernsey, having spoken to them at lunchtime, will be looking to improve on a lot of things that they did well and could improve on more into Game 2. A couple of changes for you with the teams. Both Philippa Starlin and Rachel Merrion step out. So Fran Bullpit and Rosie Home come in for Guernsey. And for Jersey, just the one change, Kate Follane out the side, replaced by Gemma Werry, who stands to make her Jersey debut. We saw young Daisy Fisher make her debut this morning. We've got a second debutant of the day in young Gemma Werry, another product of the Jersey Lionesses Academy, come through from a young age, and will be looking to impress when given the opportunity. So changes for both sides, and we'll see what happens in Game 2. So we hope to see another good game of cricket this afternoon. The sun is still out here. The crowd is starting to creep back in. No doubt everybody's popped out for a bit of lunch before what poses to be another afternoon filled with good cricket. Grainville looking a picture in the background on your screens there, as it has done all morning. We're luckily due this forecast for a number of weeks now, so we're excited to be having lots of good cricket here in Jersey. As you might have heard earlier from our CEO at Jersey Cricket, Sarah Gomersall, we've got some exciting fixtures coming up throughout the summer. We're hosting Nepal and UAE in July. Nepal on the 13th and the 15th of July, and UAE on the 27th and 29th of July. Both coming here as preparation as part of their World League 2 warm-up fixtures. We're delighted to be hosting them. More international cricket on your shores in Jersey to come down to Grainville and watch. I can sense the umpires starting to get themselves ready to wander out onto the field, so the live action should be starting shortly. Once again, it's a 3 o'clock start for the afternoon, and we'll be looking for as many supporters to come down and support whoever you may want to support. So it's going to be a warm one, certainly in the last hour or so since the last match. The heat's been turned up a little bit, and there'll be some tired bodies out there by 6 o'clock, no doubt. As you can see, the fans on the sideline taking some shade, either bringing their own umbrella or not. I hope everybody's looking after themselves out there with some sun cream and plenty of water, because it's going to continue to be hot for a good time now. And as you can see, just coming into the top of your screen now, we have the 2 Jersey batters and the umpires walking out to the middle. The batter's the same as this morning. Grace Weatherall and Amy Aikenhead walking out to bat for Jersey. After their huddle, that is Guernsey now ready to go. We'll see if they make any changes to their bowling order. We saw in game one, their standout bowler, Annie LeRae, came on outside the power play, or I think the 5th over she came on, sorry. But certainly maybe a bit of damage was already done and momentum was with Jersey before that happened. So I wonder if from their point of view they're thinking about maybe getting her on a bit earlier. She certainly got the ball to talk, so good opportunity with a brand new ball might be the way to go here, but plenty of other good performances with Molly Robinson, the leg spinner, and Olivia Morgan, the left arm spinner, and Elise Millington, who looks like she will be taking the new ball once again from the pavilion end. She batted nicely in game one. One of the Guernsey batters to sort of stick in there and bat nicely. Hit the ball out of the middle of the bat a lot. Found the fielders a lot. So one to watch out for with the bat in game two. But first up with the ball, she's just marking her run up now. Amy Aikenhead once again taking strike for the first ball. Guernsey with the same field, 2 out, 1 out either side, square leg and cover. I'm joined again by the head groundsman and fast bowler and walkovers captain and general Jersey guy around cricket, Dan Birrell.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Grainville for a second intervention. Pretty set out to be a decent afternoon up here. Winds dropped down, temperatures rising, people got their brodies out. As Lee said, I hope everyone's got their sun cream on, drinking lots of water. It's going to be a decent afternoon up here. I think Jersey are going to look to take another decent start into this power play, as we discussed before, to get stuck right into another big game for both teams.
3 o'clock ticks over, ready for that first ball. It's a nice strike out the middle of her bat, running hard out to the fielder on the boundary. We saw in game one the importance of that fielding from Guernsey, where they've definitely stepped up a level, both boundary riders and in the ring. Clean pickups and good throws.
Yeah, you can move.
A bit short and a bit wide, first ball of the game. Grace Weatherall back on strike. And if you were with us for game one, she got the same ball, first ball in game one, and that one went onto the hill for 6. Didn't push on for a big score, but that one she didn't quite get and has just gone out for 1. So that's cricket for you. 2 short balls.
Maybe a good sign, Lee. Maybe a good sign.
You never know.
Who knows?
You never know. She just needs to bowl a little bit fuller here, Elise Millington, if she wants to get more out of this new ball. That's it there. As you can see, a touch fuller. Ball starts to do a little bit more and troubles the batter a little bit more, as Amy Aikenhead, who I'm told has only got back from holiday yesterday evening. She's been away in Italy, so hasn't necessarily had the week of preparation that you'd like as a batter ahead of big games such as these, but she's out there nonetheless. Again, striking the ball nicely, and unfortunately this time the ball that has beaten the fielder. I think that might have been the spin there, Dan.
There was no spin shout. That's what happened with that. No shout of spin.
Everyone knows who's played cricket well enough that if you shout spin, the person realises what's going on and therefore immediately stops the ball without any help whatsoever. No shout of spin, and the ball's gone for 4. The dot ball there, back of a length, no width this time. That's the difference. We looked about that this morning, didn't we? We sort of talked about these lengths. You know, you can get away with back of a length and then a full length, but the width is absolutely key on these wickets where the ball's not going to do a lot sideways. Oh, a bit of miscommunication in the middle. Still think every now and then there's this idea that I've hit the ball really well, so therefore I'm going to go for it. I wasn't sure if Grace actually called at the other end there, wanting to get to the other end, but a run nonetheless. Not really too much trouble in that first over for the Jersey batters. Probably a touch too short from Elise Millington bowling first up there, but bowling the first over is never easy. And as we mentioned before, just before the game got going, what we might do differently if we were the Guernsey skipper, she's done as we asked. We've got Annie LeRae opening the bowling rather than waiting till over 5, where she can have a bit more of an impact now.
Indeed, I think, as we just discussed, trying to get the ball up, try and swing it is probably the best option on a matted wicket on a hot afternoon. I think if it is going to do anything with this cook-up regulation, it's going to be early doors and the ball gets soft pretty quickly, and that's when we look to start taking pace off, mixing it up a wee bit and going to our spin options through the middle overs, try and tie people up, but trying to get it up there and swinging it is a great option early doors, I think, for Guernsey.
Yeah, I think this new ball's so crucial, and it can't be overstated in all cricket. That if you can get an early breakthrough with this new ball, a couple of wickets in the power play can change the complex of a T20 game and can look very different all of a sudden. As we say that, a little bit leg side, which can happen sometimes when the ball starts swinging. You try and correct yourself to adjust your line, and all of a sudden the ball doesn't swing. It's amazing how many times that happens, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not an easy game, bowling seam, I tell you that for nothing, but a little bounce back here. Shot.
It's well struck and stopped by Olivia Morgan. She didn't attack the ball, but it was hit at her very hard, so she's saved 4, no doubt. And that brings Grace Weatherall back on strike. So Annie LeRae now taking the new ball, which we thought might be a good move after her fantastic performance in game 1. What we'd like to see differently here from Jersey, Dan, do you think, for this power play?
I think more. Shot. I think, like, as we've just seen now, I think taking calculated risks for Jersey opening batters is probably going to be quite a big thing for them. I think on a mat you're going to have to put bad balls away, and I think the good balls that you do get, you're going to have to try and find a way to just get one or two. I think rotating the strike and getting through the tough patches as an opening partnership is what some of the best opening partnerships in the world do. Not going to hit every single ball for 6, but I think trying to find a way to score without taking that many risks is going to be the way that Jersey posts a massive total in this afternoon.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's well known at this level of cricket that, you know, every now and then you will be getting a bad ball, and it's about waiting on that, but also being proactive in the meantime. You know, I think certainly from both sides you saw, you know, Chloe Grecian in particular opening the bowling for Jersey, not bowling bad balls, and her figures, you know, reflected that. I think she went for 4 runs in 3 and point something overs. So, you know, if you can execute 5 or 6 out of 6 where you're hitting the stumps or, you know, troubling the batter, you'll have a lot of success at this level. So Guernsey hoping to tighten things up a little bit. Certainly Annie in game 1 impressed. Still a few loose balls out there. If they can tighten that up, that will put the Jersey batters under some pressure and potentially create something for them. A little break in play again. This ball keeps managing to find its way into hedges or around the ground. So yeah, we'll do our best to try and find what the ball is doing. The third umpire's running around trying to find some balls as well. We'll hopefully have this game. Yep, looks like they're coming back into play now. So the ball should be here very shortly.
They think it's the right ball, so it could be anything coming out there. It could be a Grizzly from last year's ECN or anything, which I think Grace Weatherall would like, because I've seen her hit some big bombs with the Grizzly. But yeah, in theory it should be Kookaburra regulation, which the umpires approved, I think.
That wouldn't be yours though, Dan, would it? Yours went onto the road, didn't it?
Yeah, say less. But no, back onto the pressure of opening the bowling in sort of T20 cricket. I think you just hit the nail on its head with Chloe there, like trying to put the pressure back on the batter by not really missing your line and length. I think the more and more that they have to show their hand and start taking some risks is how you're going to take wickets in the power play. I think, as we said, like if you are going to get bad balls sort of leg side where you can't really set a field to it, or you can't tie people down and dot them up, that's where it becomes a little bit of a struggle for opening bowlers and captains stretching their heads up.
Well, the ball's back and the bowler is at the top of her run up. So we've got this game continuing.
Shot.
That is a great shot, and it's going down to exactly the same place, and this time it's hit the path and stopped going through. So 2 fours. Grace with a full toss onto her pads. We're talking about loose balls, 1 short and wide down leg side, 1 full toss on her legs. And Grace has played a lot of cricket and is a very good cricketer. She has played a lot of cricket in the UK, we mentioned this year, playing for Wiltshire and competing in Tier 3 of the new women's county structure, where you have the top counties in Tier 1. in sort of middle tier counties, the likes of Sussex, well-established counties who didn't get one of the 8 tier 1 teams, and then all your minor counties and a couple of the first-class counties on the men's side who are also in tier 3. So she's getting great exposure. That's a great shot as well. That's going to beat the infield and run away for 4. So she's gone 4-4-4, and she looks like she's getting going. We saw a glimpse of it in game 1. First ball onto the bank. She didn't go on from there. Played across the line a little bit early on. Maybe she's spoken to the coach. And you could see there, that time it was a bit shorter, but it was straighter. And instead of going across it, she's hit hard through the line along the floor. And she's getting good value for her shots on this fantastic Grainville outfield. There we go. So, well bowled. That's what we're talking about there. The bowler we needed to be starting to be a little bit straighter and a little bit fuller, and she certainly got that. So, at the stumps on the back leg, and Aline Ray gets reward for putting the ball in the right areas. So, that's cricket for you. Bang, bang, bang. 3 4s, followed by a wicket. So, Guernsey, just as Jersey were about looking to get away a little bit, pegged it back like we saw game 1. Out to a bit of a flyer, and then Guernsey just finding wickets within this power play at the right time, just to peg Jersey's run rate back. Grace looked good there, good start, but just that. It's the last ball of the over, so the new batter is not on strike. Annalise Merritt, who had a great game 1, hitting the ball to all areas. 52 I think she finished on, was the mainstay in Jersey's lineup, and they'll be looking for her to do something similar game 2. But at least Millington to continue, and Amy Aikenhead on strike. Again a full ball, that's well played through the offside, running hard looking for 2, but again good fielding out on the boundary, keeps it to 1. So Annalise will take strike. As I say, game 1, fantastic knock, another T20I 50 for Annalise. And that first ball from Elise certainly has made her adjustments and gone a touch fuller. She can be a touch straighter, she might get more rewards. Well fielded at backward point. A nice throw. Lovely shot from Annalise. 2 balls, 2 back foot shots. 1 gets through, 1 doesn't. So there's your reward. Head in line, through the line of the ball. Get yourself off strike. Amy Aiken at 8 from 8. Grace certainly the aggressor out of the 2 in the power play. So it'll be interesting to see if both of these continue to push on at a rate. That's well bowled and well fielded once again. That's what you're looking to do there, isn't it? That's what you want as an opening bowler. Getting that ball of a good length, not too easy to drive, just short of a full length, but enough to just move that ball a touch and take the outside edge.
I think we discussed it with the spinners before, sort of challenging both edges of the bat. Getting up there and trying to swing it is a great option in power play. Short, smashed it cover. Scramble through for 1, maybe 2. Nope.
We've got a rogue ball on the pitch, not sure where that's come from, maybe in the far corner where the kids are playing. Stop play, at least lovely over this. This is exactly what Guernsey needed. First 2 overs went for 20, off wicket off the last ball of the second over, but just 3 off it so far.
Well bowled.
That'll be what it is. That's a good over, and that's what we talked about in terms of executing and being able to build pressure by putting the ball in good areas, just not trying to do too much. Putting the batters under pressure, saying if you want to take this on and you want to get a big total, you want to beat 160 again, you're going to have to do something. I'm not going to give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
So as we mentioned before, a couple of changes for Guernsey. Rachel Merrion and Philippa Starlin out the side. and Rosie Home and Fran Bullpit come into the side. For Jersey, Kate Florlane is coming out, and Gemma Werry is coming in to make her international debut. It's nicely worked round the corner. Might be two. A little bit better running from the Jersey side. Certainly speaking to Liam Cook after game one in the lunch interval, one thing he did highlight was their potential lack of leaving two, or the lack of twos in their innings. Maybe left a few out there that they could have pushed them and put them under a bit more pressure to try and create a bit more pressure on the fielders, which they did nicely there. That was always going to be two, but good running between the wickets creates that. Wide ball.
I think another massive key for Guernsey here is talk about bowling and partnerships, and had a good over from the pavilion end there, and you're almost begging your bowling partner to sort of back you up, and it doesn't have to be as good, but try and build some dots so as a partnership you can get that breakthrough.
That one's a no ball, so that means it hasn't landed on the wicket, therefore it's a no ball, and it's a free hit. Might have seen here, I think I wouldn't be wrong in saying Annie Leray bowled the majority of her overs from this end, game one, and it wouldn't suggest that there's too much of a difference here at Grainville, but there's certainly a slight difference, isn't there? That, you know, throughout the years, everybody who's played here will know that the pavilion end feels a bit more downhill and the far end feels a bit more uphill. It's not as obvious as other cricket grounds, but it can affect the bowler's rhythm, which can then affect their output.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time here, a lot of it has to do with the wind, to be perfectly honest. Like, lots of times you get an easterly, or like running into a stiff breeze up here can be quite tough, especially if you are from the far side, which is the bowls end Janny's bowling from at the moment.
It's a nice strike, bit of aggression there from Amy Aikenhead. It was a free hit still after another no ball and a wide. It has plugged a little bit, but has made it eventually. So a nice strike. She's got fantastic hand-eye coordination. It was, after you can see there, the extras that were bowled before, so it was still a free hit. So it wasn't out of necessity, but she did want to do it. So therefore, nice strike over mid-wicket at the middle of her bat, 4 runs.
Nice little confidence booster for Amy, that. Lovely shot.
Strange, isn't it, sometimes when overs like this happen, where there's a number of extras in the over and the batter starts to get a bit twitchy because they haven't managed to field bat and ball for a little while. So sometimes you can see it in cricket where a few extras come and you think, oh god, the bowler's gone here, and then the next ball, there's a wicket. It can be funny like that. Batters get quite impatient quite quickly, don't they?
Yeah, it's almost like a drinks break. Something always happens after something like this.
It's a nice strike and well fielded again. Clean pick up, good throw over the top. Fantastic fielding at backward point there. Speaking to Lee Forshaw, the Guernsey manager and coach, talking about how this side has benefited from their Women's Super League that they ran last year, whereas a couple of players who are quite new to cricket or had played before and come back to the game that are playing again today. Look like Katie Robert at backward point there, who batted nicely and bowled nicely in game one. I think she was one of them he mentioned, fielded nicely at backward point, so clearly a talented cricketer, all-round sportswoman. A nice fielding again, just for one. Annalise hitting the ball strongly off the back foot. Kept quiet so far in this power play, just 2 from 5. Amy's been the one leading the charge, as you'd expect from the set batter. 36 for 1 off 3.5, 1 ball to go. Looked like it was in the air from our angle, but struck really nicely. Well fielded again, just the 1. And Jersey will move on to 37 for 1 off 4 overs. So run rate's not a problem. You'd want to be going around 10s in the power play. You'd be happy with that. 1 wicket, not a huge issue if you can get out of the power play with just 1 wicket. So Jersey will be the happier of the 2. Guernsey still plenty of energy in the field. You can see them running between the wickets there, getting around quickly, even on this warm day and after having played a game already. So there's plenty of energy out there. And as we speak, it looks like the first bowling change. It might be Ava Borges who opened the bowling in game 1. It is. So she's had to wait till the 5th over this time, whereas Annie, so they've swapped. Annie not gone as well as she would have liked following up on game 1, but certainly that spell she bowled on game 1 just showed the talent that she's got. It's well bowled, that's a lovely start. I suppose she'll want to be more often than not, continue to execute there, and it's going to make the Jersey batters have to do something that they don't necessarily want to do. Short ball hits straight at the fielder, but really hard, and just beats out to her left and runs away for 4. Struck nicely. A bit more intent from Amy this innings. Certainly game 1 we saw her get a number of those balls that she either missed or sort of worked round the corner for 1. That one with a lot more intent, and you get a lot more reward. Hit hard, but she's going to have to find her length again. First ball, Ava bowled nicely. Top of the stumps, which is what we've talked about a lot. That one, not so much. Good run, well fielded again.
It's good low risk options from Amy. I think it's hitting the ball cleanly out the middle of her bat. So we did see one over the top off the free hit, but I think the way that she bats it, if she can hit it hard along the floor and hard at the 2 sweepers that they've got out on the power play, she's going to get decent reward and keep taking over at run ball, which she seems to be doing at the moment.
Well bowled and well played again. Really well fielded, moving sideways is such an important part in the ring. If you can move sideways well and pick up the ball cleanly, you're doing a good job. So Katie Robert, backward point there, busy early on in these first 4 overs, but she's done everything she's asked so far, keeping these Jersey batters on strike, building pressure where they can, not letting them easy runs.
A little bit uppish from Annalise. She only gets 1 just over the point fielder's head, not by much. Not a bad sign as a bowler, trying to cut a straight edge ball. Ends up going in Annalise's favour to get 1 to come. Be asking her to get out the over it. Not a bad over by any means. Shot.
That's a lovely strike, and there's a lot of hand-eye coordination there. Not a lot of foot movement, but she struck it really well. Just a sign there that Jersey girls wanted 2 there. Rather than waiting in their crease and waiting for a call, sort of turning and starting that run. That's when you're trying to run 2 runs. The first one you've obviously got to run hard, but it's how you then turn for the second. If you bat in and stand there and don't even try, good chance you're not going to make it. If you turn a few yards, if it doesn't end up, you turn back, no problem. But that time, nice too. So 5 overs gone. Run rate slowly creeping down. Annalise being 3 off 7 is having an impact on that, but she won't be worried, neither will the Jersey side, because they know she can catch up, no problem at all. Another change of bowling. Looks like left arm spinner Olivia Morgan back on, and this was a game of cat and mouse we saw game 1, where Olivia will get that ball up and above Annalise's eye line, and Annalise will try and get down the wicket and hit her really hard. So we'll see if anything changes here, but with the power play and only 2 players out, this is quite a big risk.
I think it's another one of those classic, what we were saying, almost a battle inside a battle, one of those nice little individual battles that the intervention brings out in everyone. I think Annalise probably came out on top in the first game, so she'll be looking for a little bit of revenge here, second dig.
Ooh,
Great stop.
don't see that very often. She's got so far inside it and hit it so fine that it's cannoned off the keeper's leg and still managed to go for 1. But if she hasn't hit it as fine, that will be 4. She hit that well, but very well into the wicket-keeper's pad. But a bit too short. That one not tossed up, too short. We'll see what goes on here. That one's a wide ball. So you can see there, one option for her, if she is going to toss it up above the eye line, is to try and get it more away from the batter rather than at the batter where it's in their eye line. If you can toss it up a little bit further outside off stump, you might get her to run past one. And although you might get a wide, you might get yourself a wicket. And certainly for Guernsey at the moment, if they can get Annalise Merritt for anything under 10, they'll be absolutely delighted, given her performance in game 1. Oh, struck well, but this is a free hit. The fielder on the boundary, not quite sure whether to stick or twist there. Wanted to come in for the catch, then realised it wouldn't have been out. So potentially thought, I won't go for it, I'll hold back to stop the boundary, and then has ended up doing neither. So that's cricket for you.
Frustrating one as a bowler, I guess, but as you say, that's just a great game. I think the key for Jersey here is, if you can, you looked at Grace's over there, that turning a good over into a very good over. Annalise manages to get one over short, finds head. It has plugged up a little bit. We're probably going to have to run these, I guess.
Just a little bit of a top edge there, rather than being out the middle of the bat. She's got two. She looks a little bit tired at that non-striker's end. She's run a lot of runs so far. She's not been dealing in boundaries since the start, so she'll want to start doing that, which will save her energy a little bit. But this is international cricket. 10 off 11, you've got to be a bit fitter than having to be a bit blowy after 10 off 11. So you need to get her head down here if she's going to go on and get another big score. Well bowled. That's it. That's what she was doing so well game one, using her feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, making sure that she's got control of what the ball does next. And she was doing it with success. That's a nice shot. Swept hard behind square. That's run away for four at good pace. Back into that corner that's been peppered quite a lot, which will tell you about the line of the Guernsey bowlers. The ball's been a little bit too leg side, a little bit too short. Maybe a sign of tiredness after game one, coming back out for a second game of the day. But that finishes the power play then. Jersey 59 for 1 off 6 overs. Just under 10 runs and over. They'll be delighted with that, Dan.
Yeah, I think so. I think we were discussing it in game one about what you sort of look to be as a bowling unit and as a batting unit in the power play. And you sort of look at, if we take two to three wickets in the power play as a bowling unit, we've probably won it regardless. Well, as long as it's not 200 for 3, but sort of regardless of the scoreline. If you can take 3 wickets in the power play, it's usually going to go in your favour. But Jersey coming out on top in that one.
In the air, but sliced behind square. Katie Robert has got a job to do to track this down. It's going to run away, but she's going to do so. And it's gone for 2, pardon me. Interestingly though, we're now out of the power play. Guernsey opting to still just have 2 fielders on the boundary, which wouldn't be my decision given the score. They might be trying to sneak some extra singles in the ring, but I certainly think if they're going to keep Jersey to a competitive total here, as we speak, captain's dropping along on.
I did mention in game one as well, we'd quite like to see probably the 2 pincers that are out at deep cover and deep with wicket as sort of 5-10 off to Amy and then back on the rope for.
That's
a
helped
lovely
well
shot.
nicely round the corner. That's the one in game one. She's maybe left a few out there we talked about. That time she's not missed out. Full and down leg side. She's a good tennis player, so she doesn't miss out on those often and put them away at a good pace. And I think Annalise certainly happy to not have to run many more runs for the time being, can stand and watch from the other end. Dan, whilst I've got you, you've helped me commentate quite a bit today. I'd be remiss not to ask you more about the pitch. Not necessarily the one that we're playing on today, but you know, here at Grainville, you've obviously been in charge for a couple of years now. This is, I think, year 2 as head groundsman.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. Going to be 2 more. No, it isn't. That's what I mean. Amy just standing in the crease waiting for a call rather than looking for the call makes it a little bit more confusion for her. But Dan, a couple of years now as head groundsman here at Grainville, just give us a bit of a, you know, background around what things you've tried to implement here, anything you've done differently, and what we've sort of seen over the last couple of years here at our fantastic cricket centre.
I mean, we actually haven't tried to do too much in regards to the surfaces themselves. I mean, as a bowler, I always think I've sort of done this throughout my career as a groundsman, that I think good wickets have good pace and bounce, and good batters like playing on wickets with good pace and bounce. And I think having turning wickets or poppy wickets and stuff like that, the way that the game's going at the moment, everyone just wants to bat on flat ones, and I think good spinners can turn it on flat ones, and good bowlers can get good wickets on flat decks and batters score runs. So, I mean, obviously it always helps if the game's going the full distance and all that, but minus the playing surfaces, I think sort of discussed it when I first took the centre over, is that like trying to get the curb appeal back, so if it looks good from the road, people are more likely to sort of stop in and come watch the cricket, whether it's club cricket, international cricket, friendlies, whatever it is. I think the biggest key for us is trying to get it looking good and making everybody that comes to the ground their experience as good as possible. So slowly getting there. Like, it's obviously tough, it takes a lot of hours and a decent amount of money to sort of maintain things to a decent enough standard, but the ball's in the air and it's dropped out mid-wicket from Amy, who's absolutely murdered that one out there. Would have took some decent catching and it's put down, which might come back to hurt Guernsey a little bit later on in the innings. But yeah, I think, I don't want to talk about why I do too much, but yeah, just trying to get the curve appeal back. Everybody that comes to Grainville sort of trying to make their experience as best as possible, and yeah, it helps when you make flat wickets and all that, and the batters are happy and there's lots of runs on the board. I've not made too many friends as my bowling colleagues at the moment, but we might get a couple if the weather goes in our favour. We might get a nice green seamer or something like that, who knows. But yeah, I think just being able to have the opportunity to host international games of cricket, both men and women, is massive for us as a grounds team, myself and Goffey, and have a couple of helpers along the way. We've got Grace, TT, a lot of people that come in along the way and give us a little helping hand, which is massively helpful. But yeah, I think it's an absolute privilege to be able to be even called the head groundsman of this place, and I think the people that have gone before me as well have done an absolutely unbelievable job. So sort of trying to just keep it up to the people that have come before me standard, to be perfectly honest with you, and so far so good. I mean, I'm sure along the way but probably going to have a couple of decks that don't play how we want them to, and all that. Sort of had a dreamy first year where produced flat ones and managed to get a game on against Guernsey, which anyone from Guernsey that are listening to this, I'm sorry. But yeah, managed to get a game on after going 1-0 down, and Jersey boys, that's absolutely crunch from Amy out to the deep square boundary for 4. Starting to tick over a little bit now, but if anybody does remember that, it absolutely hosed it down. And myself and Lee, round about this time last year, were talking about how we pretty much spent the morning under the covers with a couple of diesel heaters and some leaf blowers and stuff to try and get the game on so that we could resurrect an interinsular for Jersey, which ended up going in our favour, and unfavourable cricketing conditions. As rocks back on that one and smashes it through cover, and well stopped out by the patroller out not cover rope. But yeah, just a bit of a dreamy year. We had a good challenge league, the wickets were nice and flat, weather was on our side. Yeah, I wouldn't call it luck because it is a lot of hard work, but
Well, you're right. A lot of it is down to the weather. It makes, no doubt, it makes an impact. You know, as much as you'd like to, you know, have sunny conditions all year round. You know, we do have a climate that's quite changeable here in Europe, and doesn't make producing great cricket wickets as easy as it can do. But with weather like we've got forecast for the next couple of weeks, that makes you a happy man.
yeah, it does. Yeah, it's going to be, as I say, you're never happy as a groundsman. It's either too dry or too wet. So we're never really winning with the weather, but a bit of rain and a bit of sun always makes the grounds look good. Along with a couple of helping hands from a bit of money on a bit of fertiliser is always good. But yeah, I think, we got a busy season, busy middle of the year with Nepal and the UAE coming over with a home interinsular. Been very lucky to host these games today as it's our turn in the calendar, but I think just trying to get as many people down to Grainville as humanly possible to watch any cricket is great. I mean, there's a fair few in today. Hopefully it'll be busy for the Nepal and UAE games, and just trying to get the footfall so that people understand what sort of standard that both the men and women's teams are playing at the moment. I think we're very lucky that we've got such a decent standard of cricket right on our doorstep, and I think the more and more people that come up and watch us, and both the men and women, I think they'll start to appreciate that there is a decent standard of cricket being played right on their doorstep, as I just said. So I mean, as I said before, it's a pretty big privilege to do it, and I feel very lucky to do so. But it's hard work, and it's bloody good fun as well. I get to sit out in the sun or in the rain all day mowing grass, which is
Your dream.
pretty tidy.
Not
for
for
me,
everyone,
yeah.
but certainly your dream since day one. So, whilst Dan's been giving us some really good insight there into the work of the ground and sort of thoughts about how he goes about his day job, Jersey have ticked along nicely. They're still over 10 runs and over. They're outside the power play, 82 for 1. Amy Aikenhead's really started to put her foot down. Some really nice shots off the back foot across the line and through covers. It's taken her to 44 after 30 balls. Annalise playing a sort of second fiddle in this innings, having been the first and the leader of the pack in the first game. Seems quite happy to knock it around, give Amy the strike and let her keep going. So yeah, some nice batting from Jersey. This is Rosie Home, who we've not seen today yet, coming on to bowl for Guernsey. Someone to reach that, going to get through the gap. Going to be chased down again, and another 2. It's well thrown.
I think
back in.
Annalise will be fairly happy to set up the non-strikers and relaxing, watching Amy strike the ball pretty nicely here.
Well, it's you know, middle overs cricket is always quite a tricky part of T20, isn't it? Yeah, everybody wants to be going at 10s and scoring 200 and, you know, doing your classic sort of what you see in the IPL, where they've got, you know, short boundaries and flat wickets and some of the best players in the world. But, you know, in those middle overs, in the men's game you're allowed 5 fielders out, in the women's game you're allowed 4, which does make it, you know, a big difference to,
Sure.
to the scores. Well fielded, one hand there, stopped by Olivia Morgan. But that middle over sometimes, you know, do we both put our foot down now? Does one of us stick and one of us twist? And, you know, can we get 2s? Can we get boundaries? As often that's where games can be won and lost. The power play with 2 out, everybody wants to go attacking, and fielders in the bowlers in the death overs know what they need to do. But it's often those middle overs where if you can play them really well, that can be the difference between a win and a loss, which was hit really hard there. Out to Ava Borges, who fielded really well on the boundary. Nice over this from Rosie Home. No boundary so far. Certainly has bowlers down will be familiar with the phrase, get in and out of your over, so your first 2 and your last 2, if it can avoid a boundary, tends to help. 1 ball to go, or 2 balls to go maybe with the wide, sorry. Another one.
Yeah, I think an excellent result here for Rosie would be sort of keeping Amy off strike. She can try and squeeze the dot this last ball and just get out the over, as we just discussed. It'd be a great result, and actually, all in all, not a bad over at all. So, was that given a no ball?
It's come up as a no ball, didn't see.
I'm not entirely sure it was.
Certainly an extra. Didn't see any signal of a free hit from the umpire. Anyway, no harm, no foul. Still the same amount of runs, so Annalise Merrill on strike. Not really got going yet. She's not found her rhythm. That's a pretty good example of how she's gone about this second innings. She's got a full toss on her pads and she sort of patted it to 45 for no run. Well fielded. Good throw in, you must say, but she just hasn't got going yet, despite a fantastic knock of 52 this morning. So Amy's moving on, 48 off 34. Annalise just 18 off 20, but Jersey still making the scoreboard look pretty. 90 for 1 off 9, 10 and over. Nice round numbers, everybody's happy with that. So things are going well, but Guernsey not completely out of this. There's still noise there. They're still offering energy in the field, which is great to see. They've been doing that since ball 1. The level of their fielding hasn't dropped. It would be easy to, given the weather, given the heat, and having already played a game this morning, it would be easy to just drop off. But they're sticking at it well. And now we see Molly Robinson, another good young talent coming out of Guernsey's academy. It's a lovely shot to start with, but there's cover out there. Well fielded nicely by Annie Leray. Full toss on the pads.
This is a massive 4 overs for Jersey from that bottom bowls centre end, as we've been calling it. I think if they can sort of tick over these 4 overs from Molly, who bowled very, very well in the first game, and sort of not target her, but sort of tick her over maybe somewhere between 8s. someone else.
Oh.
She almost gets bowled around her legs there, Annalise. Or made it look like she was going to get bowled around her legs as it signalled wide. But I think if you're talking about matchups, if somebody does fancy it, then you obviously can go for it. But I think as a key bowler from Guernsey, if they can tick through these four and go at the other end with the shorter side, leg side, probably going to post a fairly big total here. As usually say double it at 12, but never usually works out that way.
That looks like that's going to end up being Amy's 50. Certainly one, but the ball's going to run away and it's been caught. As you can hear from the Jersey support, as I mentioned at the start of this broadcast, Amy's been away on holiday, only got back last night from Italy, so hasn't necessarily had the batting prep she'd want this week ahead of two important games, but has taken a bit of time this morning, had a hit, and then a second opportunity this afternoon has paid up. So she's 53 off 36, moves to another T20 50. She's got a number to her name, and she carries on here.
Maybe that's just the key to scoring runs. They just sort of disappear off to Italy on a jolly for a week before a big game, and then you come in and just smash them all around the park.
For all you young batters out there, a little bit of insight there from an opening bowler. Go to Italy for a week, come back and score runs. Not sure the parents would be too happy with us saying that. New bats, tough enough at times, but a trip to Italy certainly probably not part of their thinking for the Christmas present, but you never know. She works one around the corner for another one. I think, we've got the drinks break coming up and 2 balls. You're the coach here walking out. They're allowed to do that now, which is very nice. You're the coach walking out here as the Guernsey coach. What are you going to say to the team? How are they going to start to pull this back in their favour?
I think main focus has got to just be on the line of the balls. I think we've seen a lot of balls from that bottom end be down the leg side, which is a tough boundary to defend out there with the 2 out there. They've got a deep square and deep fine who's quite wide. I think mainly focusing on the lines of the ball that they're bowling. As we say, you can sort of get away with bowling poor lengths as long as it's not too short on a mat. Often you can get away with it, but line of the ball at a slower pace it's going to get dispatched, I'm afraid, on a mat, which if I was the Guernsey coach going out there, I'd probably be saying if we can cut out the 2s out to the pincers and out to long on, long off, and just try and tighten up them lines. I think that would be my main 2 coaching points, that going out there at the innings break, at drinks break, sorry. And if I was the Jersey coach, I think I would be saying we can get our foot down here and try and get the set back on strike as much as humanly possible, with Annalise being able to strike the ball as well. And I think just trying to target matchups, as we just said, I think it's such a massive part of T20 cricket. If somebody fancies a bowler and wants to take them downtown, then more than likely that's probably the best option to take.
So, 99 for 1 then after 10, and going into that drinks break. Jersey certainly will be the happier of the 2 teams. Less wickets than game 1, more runs than game 1. So they've set the game up nicely. 9 wickets left to play with, so you'd be hoping that they've put their foot down here and we'll see some entertaining cricket. Guernsey will certainly want to get a couple of wickets, which brings them back into the game. As you might have seen at the top of your screen there, Ilse van der Westhuizen, the new appointment from Guernsey Cricket to run the girls and women's side of the sport in the island. And she's wandering back off, having had a chat to the team. I've had a chat to her. I'm hoping that she'll join us on commentary at some point. She's been very busy, she's been very focused, and she's got her team working hard here, that's for sure. They've certainly not let their heads drop. Their energy's still high. They've had their drink, and they'll be looking to come out and take some quick wickets here. So hopefully we'll get Ilse in the commentary box at some point to have a good chat with her about how she started in Guernsey and her hopes for the future with the women's and the girls' side of things. And we'll see her for many years in these events and these contests. So, as the batters get themselves ready again and the wicketkeeper gets her gloves on, mid-on drops to long on. 1, 2, 3 fielders out in this Jersey total so far. Annalise Merritt taking strike. Hasn't got going yet, but the game's set up nicely for her to push on as she's doing so there. Oh, and that one's gone through her legs, unfortunately. It wasn't looking like it was going to be a boundary, but that one getting through. We just mentioned how game 1 and then the heat this afternoon might start to take its toll. Might not be the main reason why, but certainly something there that's signs of things to come. So 103 for 1 after 10. Another good shot. 2 balls, 2 boundaries after drinks. Jersey taking on that momentum. We mentioned about Annalise not necessarily having been as smooth or as rhythmical as she'd like to be in this innings. She's 27 off 23, which is unlike her. She's usually scoring it a bit quicker than that. It's over 100, so you're not unhappy with it, but we're certainly used to Annalise with a bit more fireworks. She's got going now. 2 boundaries, 2 balls. That's well played, well bowled. Good comeback there from Molly Watson. Well fielded again. So Jersey just starting to put the foot down here. As the noise coming from the bench out of Guernsey, it needed to lift their energy again. Just starting to heat up a bit here. It has done for a little while now, but certainly a big difference from this morning where we were around 20 degrees and a little bit of a breeze. That breeze has dropped, as Dan said, and it's starting to creep up, get quite warm out there, so the drinks break's been needed from both sides. The batters have been out there for a good 8 overs together. Amy since the first ball, so you can't underestimate how the heat has an impact on performance, especially on game 2. Not sure that's where she wanted it to go, but it's ended up going behind the wicketkeeper for just 1 run. So as Jersey reached Nelson, 1-1-1 for 1 off 11.
Nice.
Yeah, lots of ones coming in. That's the over that they wanted to keep that momentum going moving forward. 9 overs to go. I asked you game 1 what you thought par might be. You were looking at 160, 170. Jersey might be looking a little bit more than this with 9 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I think, well, typically the great man Jimmy Adams said to us usually double it at 12, so if we're going off that we're looking at potentially 220. I wouldn't exactly say that was par, but I think that's what Jersey should be aiming for here. We've got 2 fairly set batters in, 1 big striker with the ball, and Amy's hitting it exceptionally cleanly this afternoon, hitting it hard along the floor and picking great gaps, which we actually didn't see too much of in game 1. We sort of were finding fielders and finding the pincers outside of the ring, which is a little bit of a shame, but it seems like we've picked gaps a lot better and hit solid balls along the floor this afternoon, so I reckon 220 is very achievable.
It's a nice strike. It's just can they keep up the intensity of the running and the striking for these last 8 and a bit overs with the heat? Been out there a long time already. Trying to put the foot down. Ooh, that can't have missed by much. She's come right across her stumps there. Holly Robinson almost going up in celebration, thinking it might have clipped leg stump. It can't have been far away. She's got right across onto 4th or 5th stump there. And as a leg spinner, you're always thinking you're in with a chance once it goes round their legs. It's well bowled. This is a fantastic over so far. 5 dots, on for a maiden, which, considering what we've seen so far in this innings, is a fantastic over from Molly Robinson. She'll be hoping to finish it off. Regardless, it will be a good over for Guernsey.
Sure.
Could be a wicket. No, just to the left. So 1 off it. Brilliant over there from Molly Robinson, who we know all about from game 1. Leg spinners in T20 cricket, pegs it back. So just 1 off that over.
I think that's going to be the key, as we discussed earlier. is how many you can actually score off 4 of Molly Robinson's overs from that bottom side. I think, as we say, it probably would have been wanting more from the Jersey batting group in regards to ticking the strike over a little bit and not taking aggressive options, but trying to rotate the strike and try and achieve something between 6 and 8 off a great bowler from the far side. As I'm going to disappear, I think, as the women's head coach comes onto the microphone. Stratton, yeah, being kicked out. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Dan. As we get a change in the commentary box, another 4. We're starting to see this Guernsey fielding effort drain away a little bit there. Another mistake out on the boundary. I would say, they've been fantastic since the first ball this morning. The heat is certainly taking effect, and lack of wickets can be really difficult. But they're sticking at it. They're still going, and the Jersey batters are still going too. Delighted to say I've been joined by Liam Cook, Jersey women's head coach, and also the performance and development manager here at Jersey Cricket. Liam, welcome.
Thank you, Lee.
Thanks for joining me. Keen to get your thoughts on how the day's gone so far in terms of your expectations and sort of where you see this, how it fits in with the rest of your summer.
Yeah, I think it's been a good first match for us to kickstart the season. Whilst
Ooh. No.
okay, yeah, a good first match for us to kickstart the season, getting the girls back on island. Majority of the squad's away at the moment at university and at school, so to be able to get everyone back to Grainville and get the season kick-started with 2 matches against Guernsey has been excellent.
Yeah, we've had the weather for it. We've certainly not had it this week, and then
No.
the sun has shone today. So
Yeah, it looks lovely out here today at Grainville, and thanks to Biz, who's obviously put in the hours and making Grainville look beautiful today.
certainly does. So you've been with us now around a year in multiple roles. So this is one of your roles, as we all at Jersey Cricket have multiple roles.
Yeah.
That's what we do in associate cricket. Just talk to me about what you've learned since you've been here, your thoughts on Jersey Cricket as a whole, and sort of any visions for the future.
Yeah, well, I think first of all, with my role here with the women's team, I think having seen them over the last 12 months, I think as a group they're developing nicely. I think there's some very good base skill sets within the squad, and just now trying to push on and understand how we can put them into game situations. I think today has been a good one for us. Ironically, losing a couple of wickets earlier in both games has allowed other players to focus on building partnerships, which for us I think is really, really key. I think the girls here at the moment have managed this innings very well, kept it relatively simple, punishing the bad balls again while Amy moves on to 70.
For Amy Aikenhead, who's put their foot down. Certainly Molly Robinson last over went for 1. This over she's gone for slightly more. So the momentum comes back in Jersey's way. 130 for 1 off 13. So Liam, as I mentioned there, you sit in multiple roles. Outside of your role with the women, what sort of things have you seen since you've been here, and things that you've wanted to implement since you've got here?
I think overall the number of players we've got playing cricket in Jersey for such a small population is brilliant. And I think it's not just the numbers, it's the quality of the players that are coming through as well. And one of the strengths about being a small island is you've got eyes on a lot of the players most of the time. So we can see how they're developing, not just the ones that are representing Jersey at island level, but also playing in My Club, My Journey and Hera, the 2 junior pathways, which obviously I probably mentioned earlier that we've got two players here, Daisy and Gemma, who have made their debuts coming through the Hera programme, which shows the strength of the junior pathways and how we're producing these players.
Agreed.
I think as well, if you look at, we've had Luke Bosio make his debut at 16 for the men's team as well. It's good to see youngsters coming through and make an impact in the first teams, in the senior teams as well.
And obviously your experience before you came to us was UK with Kent, but also another associate nation who we're getting more familiar with as we start to play them, Brazil.
Yes.
They've away with, we've watched a couple of games at their Quibuca tournament.
Yeah.
It was also on Sports Box, Channel Sports Box. What sort of things did you take from there that you've been hoping to implement here, and things that you've seen within women's associate cricket that really make a difference at T20 level?
I think ironically, I don't think the gap in women's T20 cricket isn't that huge between teams that are ranked like ourselves in 35 moving up to 20th in the world. I think here, well, with Brazil, the opportunity to train 5 days a week allowed us to understand plans, understand our games, and spend a lot of time working on our skill sets, improving our skill sets. I think Jersey's a different challenge in that we don't see the players as often, but it's a good challenge, and in the sense that we've got players overseas playing, different clubs, universities, players who've spent time overseas. So it's a different learning, but a lot of the basics remain the same, right? It's understanding, I mean, you know, the basics, which shots to play to which balls, but also I think one of the things we've done today is we've managed our partnerships well. I think in the first game we had 4 partnerships of around 30. Ideally, I'd like to see more partnerships like today, where Annalise and Amy have gone over 100, but we spend a lot of time trying to build our innings through 50 plus, 35 plus, 25 plus partnerships and get the girls time in the middle. I think today has been a
Certainly
good
listening to you,
opportunity.
Liam, with a well over 100 run partnership now, these two moving on nicely. Amy Aikenhead 71 not out, Annalise 39 not out. Molly Robinson another good over, her figures now 3 overs. No wickets, but only 16 runs in this total, where Jersey have consistently gone at 10 and over. It's a fantastic effort. We talked to Lee Forshaw before about Molly having played a number of games of cricket this year for her university. I believe she's at Cambridge, and playing also a little bit with the Hampshire system. So, you know, we're starting to see the same ourselves, aren't we? A number of our players, and the girls in particular, are now off island getting their cricket elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good for us to have girls overseas playing cricket with their universities and with the clubs, and hopefully looking to push more into county cricket as well and get those opportunities to represent Jersey in the same way Ace has done through county cricket. But can we get our girls playing county cricket in the UK? Obviously we've got Grace at the moment and Annalise, who are playing for Wiltshire and Suffolk respectively. But for us, I think our next step is, can we get more of our girls playing county cricket in the UK to aid their development as well?
Agreed. Such an important thing when you're from an island is getting them off there. You mentioned there about Brazil, you know, having female players on their staff,
Yeah,
they're getting paid regularly and having 5 training sessions a week, or, you know, having an environment that's a proper professional setup. Big difference, but also, you know, not necessarily ideal for us when you want to get them exposed to extra cricket off island.
No, I think it's about being smart though. It's getting the team together when we can. We're obviously heading over to Switzerland in July, and most of the players will be around sort of from this week onwards. So it's about now upping the intensity in training more, getting ourselves prepped for those matches at the end of July. One thing that we're certainly going to be looking at, and I've been joking with the team, is getting running club in so we can push those twos a little bit harder. I think one of the things we haven't been doing today, we've probably left, even though we scored 137 at the moment, left 15-20 runs out there. It is a bit warm, but we need to get fitter and be able to run those twos.
Agreed. It's that difficult feeling as a coach, isn't it? Because things are going well. You're obviously no doubt happy with this performance, as that's a big strike from Annalise out onto the leg side. 6 runs, and she's almost hit her own parents out there watching. So she's starting to get going. We've got just over 5 overs left, 143. We talked about 160, trying to beat that. I think we're going to see them go past that quite comfortably. Annalise now moves on to 45 off 34. She was 16 off 20 at one point, so she's certainly upped the strike rate since, and she can do when you've got the power like that over cover. And that one is just beaten out to the boundary. You can see the power here that is coming to the fore. You've got 6 and 4. It's not just necessarily about, you know, getting the ball past the fielder. It's putting these fielders under pressure. That ball coming off at what's a wide square here at Grainville. Sometimes when you look at it on the camera, you don't necessarily sort of feel how fast that ball is coming and putting the fielders under pressure. That's what it was. 147 for 1 off 15. Amy still on 71. Annalise now just 1 run away from her second potential 50 of the day. Liam Cook, women's head coach, is still here with me. Delighted to have you here. So you talked there, and we spoke with Sarah Gomersall, CEO, before about the rest of the summer. Just talk to me about what you've got in store in Hull from Jersey cricket over the next few months, not just the women, but all the way through the pathways.
Yeah, so we're just about to head into a very busy period for the pathway. Mid-July, we're taking the Lionesses under 15s and the boys under 15s over to King's Taunton. That's formal. To represent Jersey in international fixtures at age group level, which I think will be a great opportunity to see the likes of Scotland. Guernsey again will be playing at age group level, but see Scotland, Italy, I believe Denmark will be there. So it's going to be a different challenge for our boys and girls travelling over there. Then we move into the end of July when the women head over to Switzerland for a quadrangular series with Spain, Switzerland and Brazil, where we'll be looking to get some positive results and some good cricket with teams that are ranked all around each other. So it'll be a different type of challenge. Then moving into August, where the 13 boys will be touring as well, some matches against some county sides again in the UK. Lots of cricket going on. We've also got for the younger Lionesses, we've got the Knights coming over from Ireland, which will be another great experience, more exposure to a different format, different type of cricket.
Yeah, we spoke with Lee Forshaw, the Guernsey coach who's involved in the pathway as well, about just how important it is with these younger girls getting as much game time as possible. Just talk to us about what you've seen both locally and sort of within our junior pathway that helps improve development.
I think it's good club infrastructure, good work from the My Club, My Journey and Hero coaches sets the platform for progressing these players onto senior international cricket. I think there's lots of cricket taking place all over the weekend. We're playing different days, different teams playing, and boys and girls. 50 for Annalise. Yeah, boys and girls.
Her innings, it's gone without too much.
Yeah, she's batted nicely today.
It's second 50 of the day for Annalise. 52 in game 1, 50 now in game 2. Another T20I 50 to her name. Amy Aikenhead ticking along nicely on 76. 4 overs to go, 154. Tough to keep this going for a full 20 overs. You can see her on her haunches there. Amy giving her a cover to make her feel a little bit better. Annalise, who knows her well, she's not a massive fan of running.
No.
In general, not just running between the wickets, running in general.
Yeah.
But I think what we've seen there is an acceleration from her that says, I've had enough of running, coach. I'm just going to try and clear the ropes, which I imagine with 4 overs left and 9 wickets should not upset.
One of our objectives is to get to 15 with one of the top 5 in, and we've got 2 of them in, so definitely got a licence to have a go here. Plenty of batting to come in.
She's hit it straight at the field. She caught it. Well
good
done.
innings.
Not clean, but she's found a way to hold on to it. That was Molly Robinson taking the catch. Katie Robert back on. First ball of her over. Gets herself another wicket. So the second wicket falls after a very big partnership. Would have been close to 130 odd between Amy Aikenhead and Annalise Merritt. So Amy still there on 76, not out. Annalise 50 and out, but we could see she was tiring. Not a lot of foot movement there, getting a little bit stuck on the crease. Still hit the ball hard, so not an easy catch, and she held on eventually. So another wicket for Guernsey. 2 down now, Jersey, with 3.5 overs to go. They'll be wanting, I imagine, 170 minimum from here. Get as quick to 170 as you can and then push on. What a fantastic innings from Annalise Merritt as she gets congratulations from her team. No doubt she'll want to sit in the shade for the last few overs.
I think she'll be heading into the change rooms to sit in the dark corner in the cool. We've got Maria De Rocha going in now. Maria's been playing cricket in the UK, so club cricket in South London.
Nice strike, first ball. Is it going to be 2? And that's the fine line that we talked about before, isn't it, as a coach? You know, you're obviously delighted with this performance, but there's always things to want to work on.
Absolutely.
Between the wickets. I guess it's about, that getting them prepared for that next level when you come against a team who you're the underdogs for. And then they need to
absolutely.
pressure on their position.
I think one of the things we spoke about today was measuring our performance by our own standards, setting our objectives game to game and keeping them pretty similar throughout the year. With associate cricket, you can win games of cricket playing average cricket, but you can also lose games of cricket playing some very good cricket, depending on your opposition, and someone may have a good day out. So for us, I think it's very important to assess our performance on our own objectives. And I think today, like I mentioned earlier, we got a few smaller partnerships earlier in the first game. Would have liked to see us push on and get a big partnership to be able to give ourselves a base like we have in the second game. But the positive thing is the girls have done that in the second game, and we're looking like we'll go upwards of 170 from here. I'd like to see us push on maybe 180 and see where we go. We've still got Trin to come in next, who is more than capable of clearing the ropes and is a very good runner as well. Those help as well.
That's a lovely shot, and that's gone for 4. And with that, I'm reliably informed that's now the highest T20I score for Jersey, beating Annalise Merritt 77 against Italy in Division 2. So Amy moves on to 81, which is the highest female total in T20I for Jersey. So that's a nice milestone to have. With 3 overs left, I dare say she'll be looking for the next milestone, but we won't talk about that.
No, it would be nice. That would be a nice bonus. I think what Amy's done very well here is she's just played each ball on his merit. Good balls, she's looked to hit straight down the ground. Anything with any width outside off stump, she's hit through the offside, and she's had a fair few on her pads which she's been able to capitalise on and hit some boundaries. So very good innings by Amy here. Be nice to see Maria get one here and get Amy back on strike.
That's a nice
Or
strike
do that.
from Maria, and that's gone for 4. We've seen it earlier today with batters using their feet against spinners who maybe get the ball a bit more above the eye line than normal.
Yeah.
Important that you go at the ball, and you can see there with a bit of momentum and the weight transfer into the ball, what that can do for the power of the shot. That raced away to the boundary on what's already a quick outfield. Lovely strike from Maria De Rocha, who moves on to 6 from just 4 balls.
Yeah, talking about getting batters using their feet and being busy at the crease against spin, it's something we've spent quite a lot of time over the winter working on, as Maria uses her feet again and hits that one into the leg side. I think in women's associate cricket, you have to be able to dominate games against spin and also be able to control games with spin. So it's quite exciting to see in our junior pathways. We've got a few spinners coming through, and we spent a lot of time with the Lionesses Performance Squad working on dominating against spin. And the senior team here look to be executing those plans pretty well.
Always good to listen to you, coach. Runs now for Maria as the ball spins, well plucked one-handed from Molly Robinson. Or Molly Watson, sorry, should I say. A couple of Mollies getting me mixed up there, but all good. Jersey continue, they've got that 170 now with 2.5 overs to go, so more boundaries they would hope. That's a fantastic cricket shot. That is gone for 4. A 1 bounce 4 over extra cover. Again, what we just talked about, batters using their feet to get to the ball before it pitches. It's one thing to hit it for 4 through mid-wicket, but to hit it over extra cover is quite something, and that's a hell of a shot there from Amy Aikenhead, who now moves on to 85 off just 63 balls. Just starting to see some signs of tiredness now. We saw a ball go through the legs again for 4. Bowlers just starting to drop on their actions rather than stay tall. It is warm here at Grainville. 175 for 2. Puts the fielders under a lot of pressure.
It's that Jersey sun. When it comes out, it's warm.
There we go. A fantastic innings from Amy Aikenhead comes to an end. Using her feet, looking to go over the top. This one not quite as good as the one that went for a 1 bounce 4 over extra cover, and it found the hands of mid-off. So a brilliant knock. Jersey's highest total for a batter in T20I cricket to date. Amy walks off 85 off just 63 balls, and she's batted since ball 1. She took the first ball, and then she was out in the 17.5. So brilliant knock, and no doubt she'll get a warm round of applause from everyone around the ground and everybody in the team. And a very well deserved drink of water, no doubt. Fantastic knock. Jersey's highest. There's a replay here. Good catch at mid-off. She had to sort of track back, steady herself a little bit and take that catch comfortably. So another wicket for Guernsey as they fight back here. Spin of Olivia Morgan doing the job. See Molly Robertson bowl well again this game from that far end. They got a lot of spin from that far end. Come back to get them that wicket that they so desperately needed. And Trinity Smith now at the crease, who is not going to let up. She's certainly one of the quicker ones between the wicket. With Maria out there now, I'd certainly say Liam's still with me. There's more chance of a 2 than there's been all innings, I'd say.
Yeah, I think so. I think these two run well between the wickets. Trin's very busy at the crease and will set off as soon as she hits space. So hopefully we'll see some running between the wickets, some good running between the wickets here. Interesting shot choice that from Trin, I think.
Unfortunately missed that. I was just taking a sip of water. That can happen sometimes. 2 overs left, 176 for 3. What would you be happy with here, Coach? 2 overs left?
I signalled to Trin just before she went out, I'd like us to get up near 200. So I'd like to see us if we can break that 200 off 12 balls here. I think it's definitely possible.
Turning around there and saw Gemma Werry starting to find her pads. She's obviously making her debut in this game along with Daisy Fisher, who made her debut this morning.
Yeah.
Certainly now, having spoken to you quite a lot, that's something you're keen to do. We've got a young generation of fantastic young cricketers coming through into what's already a pretty strong national team. Just talk to me about your plans over the next few years and how that sort of plays itself out.
Yeah.
Maria goes across the line and is clean bowled by the returning Annie LeRae. So another wicket. This is the way it can go sometimes when it's all one way. And big partnerships happen sometimes after that. People can go bang, bang, bang. That's the nature of cricket and the stage of the game that we're at. People are going to take risks and it will either come off or it won't. So a little cameo there for Maria. Some promising shots using her feet against spin. Then again, falling bowled, playing across the line. But we're just mentioning there, Liam, about youngsters making their debuts and the importance of that pipeline and the pathway and what's coming next and what's in store the next couple of years.
I think if you look at our team that's out today, I think the average age of the squad's 19. And we've got players unavailable today, 5 or 6 players unavailable today who are around the same age, even younger. So we're looking at a situation where we've probably got, by next May for the World Cup qualifiers, we're going to have a squad of 20 players available, all fighting for those 14 places in the World Cup qualifiers, Div 2. So it's a really exciting time to be here at Jersey with the women's team. The positive thing is the players that are coming up are training 2-3 times a week, starting to understand. I'm getting to spend a lot of time with them, starting to understand what it takes to play cricket at this level. And I think giving players like Gemma and Daisy exposure to this environment at 15 in relatively low pressure in terms of it's not a World Cup qualifier is a great way of getting them involved with the squad, see what the difference is between pathway cricket and international cricket. I think we're looking at the squad, the players in the age groups below. We've got some really good talent coming through who are going to challenge the current women's team for spots, and I think that challenge for places in the starting 11 and in the 14 that are going to the World Cup is only going to push behaviours and performances up for the rest of the squad. So it's a really good place to be in.
Yeah, we've already mentioned the sort of mainstays that aren't here today, your Flo Tangis, your Erin Gujas, your Mia Maguire who's out injured. Those players to come back into this 11, plus
Annie
the
Mossop,
likes of Annie Mossop,
Daisy Pearce and Emily Hearn.
Those sort of next lot of 17-year-olds who have already represented Jersey either on island or away at tournaments. I know Annie's impressed already away in Rome, getting selected for a tournament squad.
Yeah, she did well in Leeds as well. With the bat, she looked good. She's just returning to bowling as well, which is going to be an added bonus for us.
And she's playing cricket in the UK. Am I right?
Yeah, she's at rugby school playing lots of cricket.
Same with Amelie, same with Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy's at Shrewsbury playing lots of cricket, and Amelie at Marlborough playing lots of cricket. So again, we've got girls playing lots of cricket overseas who unfortunately are not available due to exams. But sometimes cricket isn't the most important thing in the world, and even though we like to think it is.
Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is.
Well, would you rather be doing an exam or sitting here?
I know what I'd be right, that's for sure. But no, it's an exciting time to be involved with Jersey cricket, no doubt. I'm going to leave you there for the final few balls so you can get yourself sorted for the fielding innings. Liam, thank you for your time. As Trinity Smith looking to push on. Not with. Looking to try and clear the leg side there, but no contact was made. Through the keeper, 2 byes. Takes Jersey over 180 with just 6 balls to go. The coach was after 200. I'm not sure they'll get that, but 190 at least achievable. So Jersey will be delighted with his innings. We've seen the highest T20I score for a Jersey batter and a fantastic 130-something run partnership. So Jersey will be delighted with their efforts. Guernsey have been pushed harder this game by the Jersey batters than they were game 1. There's certainly some tiredness and some heat, not exhaustion, but some heat effects starting to. You'd be expecting that in this weather, but I'd say Molly Robinson is certainly the standout bowler of this innings, as she was one of them game 1. Annie Murray there, who picked up that last wicket, bowled brilliantly game 1. Hasn't necessarily had the day out she wanted in game 2, but still picked up a couple of important wickets. Again, brilliant fielding out on the boundary there from Molly Watson, the other Molly. She's been very reliable out on that leg side boundary all afternoon. Struck. Oh, slip there. Again, about finding fielders. Chloe hit it well. Trinity for a moment thought she might be in trouble as her foot gave way from underneath, but not to be. Another dot ball, 2 dot, 4 balls to go. And that one's bowled. So, captain trying to create something there. She's not known for having her power, so she does look to score a bit more square of the wicket, where she's going to get more momentum into the ball, but that time maybe the head just coming too far across the stumps, and then the ball ended up cannoning into leg stump. So wickets continue to fall in these last few overs, which can happen in T20 cricket when you're trying to put your foot down. Good bowling from Guernsey, pegging them back to keep them under 200 here. Certainly this last over from Olivia Morgan, as you can see, Chloe's right across onto off stump there, trying to create the angle, to be able to access behind square in the leg side, and then the ball ended up cannon into leg stump. So 183 for 5 with 3 balls to go. This is a nice last over from Olivia Morgan with a wicket and just 2 runs from the first 3 balls. Trinity Smith, who is yet to get off the mark after 2 balls, joined by Lily Gregg now, who had a little cameo game 1 as well. She's got 3 balls to do as much as she can. Again, the use of the feet to try and put the bowler under pressure. Ball at mid-wicket potentially was a run there, but I think she'd sort of given up on the run before she saw what actually happened there. So 2 balls to go. Olivia Morgan keeping this total down. Oh, just over her head at backward point. Another 2 saved on the boundary. Great fielding out there. Could have been 2. So just 3 off this last over. Jersey 184 for 5. And this is a fantastic finish from Olivia Morgan, who has kept the Jersey batters at bay and taken a wicket too. So final ball. And that one It's going there, but a hard push from Molly. Unfortunately, not able to get there this time. She's been fantastic out on that leg side boundary all afternoon for Guernsey, but wasn't to be this time around. And 4 runs to finish the innings. Olivia Morgan, just 7 off the last over when Guernsey have been going regularly at 9s and 10s, is a good finish. So Trinity Smith finishing 4 not out, Lily 1 off 2. Jersey finished 188 for 5 off their 20, so a better batting performance from Jersey this time around. 28 runs more, but fantastic partnerships and a brilliant individual knock from Amy Aikenhead, the absolute standout for them. So as you can see on the scorecard, top of the screen there, Amy Aikenhead from ball 1 to about the 18th over, 85 off 64, Jersey's highest T20I score for an individual, well supported by Annalise Merrick, who got her second 50 of the day. A little cameo there from Maria and a couple of boundaries to finish. So 188 the total. Guernsey need 189. Guernsey sharing the overs round a little bit more this time around. First innings, I think they used 5 or 6 bowlers. This time a bit more. Probably out of necessity, given a couple of them have been a bit more expensive. Elise Millington surprisingly not brought back. 2 overs none for 10. Would have liked to have seen her again. Molly Robinson again featuring as a young cricketer for Guernsey, who's one to watch for the future. She might be opening the batting. She did game 1, so we'll find out who comes out to start this innings. There'll definitely be a new opening batter because Philippa Starlin, who opened the bat in game 1, isn't in the playing 11 this time around. So we'll see who comes out for Guernsey. 189 to win. Jersey will be ready to go as they walk out on the field for their warm-up. Please join us for the second innings.
allowed it to have the audio settings. So this is the innings break of the second T20 Interinsular between Jersey and Guernsey. Jersey women out there in the field, about to take to the field, having batted and achieved 188 runs in the first innings. What does it do a fair bit, sorry? I'm quite a long way out. If I come back over to where the presentations are likely to happen. So I'm this close and I'm speaking and you can hear the audio because it's still breaking up quite a lot. Okay, so it could be done. Alright, we'll bear that in mind. I'm going to save battery on my phone and turn off the NDI camera.
Aikenhead wandering out, who's just made Jersey's highest T20I score in ICC cricket history with 86 runs, beating Annalise's Merritt's 77 against Italy back in Division 2 in Rome last year. So progress being made. Jersey are out there now, getting themselves set up. Captain Chloe Grecian taking her hat off as if she's going to take the first over that she's been doing for Jersey for a long time now. Just finding out those last couple of positions before we get underway. Things not happening too quickly out there. You'd prefer a little bit more sprite about them, but long day, second game, final innings for us. Hopefully you've followed all of what we've given you today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage and stick with us for these final parts of the day. Stick with us after the game. There'll be a presentation ceremony. So you want to hear about the player of the series and see anybody lift a trophy, then stick with us after the game. Lee Forshaw chatting to his batters over there whilst before the game gets going, and Liam Cook packing away his warm-up bag for the last time today. The umpires seem happy, the bowlers seem happy, the fielders are in place, and we're ready to go. Well bowled. You might have noticed if you weren't in or watching game one, Jersey's latest wicketkeeper Grace Weatherall, who's stepping in for Mia Maguire, who has a finger fracture that ruled her out for the last few weeks. So Grace has ably stepped in behind the stumps today for Mia. That's a nice strike. That's what we talked about in this first innings that Guernsey had. We certainly saw a lot more intent from these Guernsey batters. Certainly the ones who are a bit more new to the scene, the younger ones coming in, playing some fearless cricket, getting across the line, moving and creating angles, looking to hit hard through the ball, playing with strong intent. And we've seen that just there from Molly Robinson. Goes across again to try and create an angle. And one by given as Fran Bullpit runs through for a single to take her first ball of the day. Didn't play game one, so straight in this afternoon to open the batting. Familiar name on the Guernsey team sheet for a number of years now, Fran, and Chloe will know what she's going up against. Patted back, well attacked at mid-on. Trinity Smith picking up the ball, returns it to her skipper. So the power play, as we mentioned in game one, will be really important here in terms of two fielders only allowed out, so more chance for boundaries if you can pierce that ring field, like we saw second ball there from Molly Robinson. Big appeal but not out. Just creeping leg side. Batter was getting across their stumps to try and access the leg side, but the ball sort of went on with the arm, didn't really grip and straighten, so the ball's going to carry on going down the leg side and given not out. Bit of width there from Chloe, that's what batters will want, a little bit of extra width rather than sticking to that stump line. That bit of extra width gives you a chance to hit through hard and access that ball. It's 5 off the first over, going to be happy with that. Nice boundary from Molly Robinson, setting up the game nicely. So Erin Duffy passes on her hat, goes to find her bowling marker, ready to come in for the second over, repeating what we saw in game one. Good start. Just that length ball, top of the stumps, just on off stump, patted away by Molly Robinson. She'll be looking to continue that strike rate. She's 4 from 4, but she'll She'll be looking to find the boundary where she can. Well struck, nicely through the offside, well fielded again. Daisy Fisher on her first couple of games for Jersey's been impressive in the field at backward point there. Left-handed thrower at backward point always helps things, but she moves well in the field. Very impressive throw straight over the top. Lovely strike from Fran Bullpit there. Shame, again, we've talked about that quite a lot today, that if they can find the gaps, they'll get value for their runs. Again, well fielded. That's debutant Gemma Wary, who didn't play game 1, came in for Kate Follen game 2, so she'll be delighted that she's got her hands on the ball for the first time. That'll calm a few nerves, and a good throw back into the wicket keeper. So that'll run away between wicketkeeper and first slip for 4. More of an under edge than anything else. Didn't really look like it was a huge chance. Didn't carry all the way through, certainly to first slip. Don't think it carried through to the wicketkeeper either. But it found its way through, and at this pace will run away for 4. So another boundary to Guernsey. 10 for none of 1.5. Certainly a better start than game 1. They'll be happy with these first couple of runs. Good start here for Guernsey. 10 for none off 2. Chloe Grecian, to continue from the pavilion end. It's been a very economical day for her. Went for a boundary in her first over. First one of the day. Oh, thick outside edge there, but has gone down. Hands on her head behind the stumps is Grace Weatherall, but given the fact that this would be our first international match of wicket keeping and having done effectively 1 week of coaching after Mia got injured, we'll give her a pass. Good response, good take from Grace. Chloe just a touch wide up. 2 dot balls, starting to build a little bit of pressure. Molly so far against spinners looked to sweep the ball, so she'll be looking to get something away with her sweep. Oh, that's well bowled, hard to get away. Grecian in again. Again, really full, right up there in the block hole. Isn't that threatening, but makes it difficult to get away for these batters in the power play. Really hard to get under the ball and hit hard through it. That one a little bit shorter of a length. Behind square for 1 run. So no wickets as yet, but not a huge amount of runs. Just 1 off this over so far. 1 to go. Oh, that beats everybody. That's really well bowled from Chloe Grecian. That's the one we talked about, that every now and then just grips and straightens, beating the outside edge and beating the stand-in keeper in Grace Weatherall, who's had a bit of a mixed bag behind the stumps today. Never easy for those who've ever had a go at wicket keeping. It certainly isn't easy. umpire's just conferring to check whether it was over or not. We had it as over on the screen. Confirmed as over. So off they go between the wickets. Just 2 off that Chloe Grecian over. So 12 for none off 3 now. Guernsey will be looking to put their foot down here at some point. Try and take them on. Erin Duffy back on. Loud appeal but not out. Sounded a bit like they were too noisy. Ooh, that's well bowled. See a couple of deliveries there. Similar areas. Not too far away. One's sort of lifted and gone through and carried nicely. One's sort of inside edge onto the pad. That's what the batters are contending with. Erin Duffy will put that ball generally in the right area more than not. Force the batter to have to do something to try and get her away. Another swing. No connection that time. Good intent though from the Guernsey batters. Looking to try and take the game to Jersey where they can. Just that extra little bit of width to try and contend with, but no luck this time around. Well, that one, a slower ball. Certainly started to come back down again, just mixing up her pace a little bit here in the over, despite not going for a run yet. She's just trying to keep the batter guessing, trying to get them off their timing. You see slower balls a lot in T20 cricket to try and counteract batters who have got comfortable at the wicket. That one off the pad to finish, well chased down by Gemma Werry. So a leg by to finish. 1 run off the over, and another ticks by, so just 13 for none. Guernsey's initial bit of momentum seems to have waned a little bit off the last 2 overs here. So 10 for none off 2 has become 13 for none off 4, which tells you how hard this Jersey attack is to get away. Beautiful shot of Grainville there. You can see the far side of the ground, plenty of punters still outside the boundary. Lovely setup, Grainville looking as good as it ever has done today in that beautiful sunshine we've had as the breeze starts to pick up again, which everybody will be very welcome for. Strike, Trinity Smith, change of bowling from the pavilion end. Chloe just bowling 2 this time around. We saw in the first game she had 3 from one end to close out the power play from her end. This time opting to go only with 2 and bring Trinity Smith on from this end, who will continue to come in to shape it back into the right hander. Not with any great pace, but tends to bowl accurately. She certainly started out her cricket career as a seam bowler, and after a lot of hard work has cemented herself as one of our top batters. But that was a short ball, worked into the leg side. 1 run to Fran Bullpit, 1 run out to Annalise, who's on the boundary, getting fed some water no doubt after a second 50 of the day. Great day for Annalise. Well bowled. Another leg by. So a good start this for Jersey. Boundaries in the first couple of overs, but they've dried up since. Well fielded by Aaron Duffy at mid-on. Guernsey looking to try and push things forward here, but nothing quite finding that gap and beating the infield to be able to run away for the boundary. Not without the intent. Cool. That time again, thick outside edge. Flies past the keeper. Full toss quite wide. That's run away to the third man boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary for Guernsey there, who have gone a couple of overs without finding it. Needing to up the rate. Now it's already the required rate above 11. And Bullpit 9 off 19. Molly Robinson 6 off 11. So speaks to the Jersey bowling attack that strangle the opposition. Really make it difficult to score. Obviously runs being the economy here. Very important part of the game. So skipper's changing ends now. Not sure entirely what the reason for that would be. Certainly if potentially Trinity wanted to bowl from one end, she might take the other end, but she's back on, having bowled 2 very economical overs, as she has been all day. Looking to try and take this first Guernsey wicket. So 19 for none off 5. 1 over left of the power play before Jersey can spread the field should they want to. Good dot ball. Really full. That's what she's bowled this over. Potentially the reason why she hasn't picked up a wicket yet is that length has just been that bit too full. Or yes, no, yes in the middle of the wicket. Oh, and fumble. So what started out being a potential run out for Jersey has ended up as 2 runs for Guernsey. So run into the offside, which was a bit of a mix-up. Yes, no, yes. And a misfield from the Jersey side. Ball got through for an extra run. So work to do here for Jersey to keep lifting themselves. That was a better length. That's what I talked about. Chloe's potentially been a bit too full, where in the block hole you can keep the ball out. You're not going to score much off it, but we talked earlier about, you know, spinner in the power play trying to beat both sides of the bat, where you bring LBW into play or it just straightens and goes past the outside edge. When it's that full, it's quite difficult to do that, and you lose that sort of benefit of having the shine of the ball kick on and the batter being unsure. The closer it is to them, the less it can do. So although she's certainly not bowled badly and not gone for any at all, she's failed to pick up a wicket in the power play so far. 2 balls to go. She'll want to get one before she finishes. It's a nice strike. Better intent from Guernsey with 1 ball to go in the power play. 22 for none. Jersey have been good but not great. Guernsey's intent is there, they've just not managed to find what they need. Well fielded. Moving round from Olivia Baston. So that's your power play. 22 for none off 6. The required run rate is creeping up slowly. Neither of these batters have managed to get away. 9 off 21 Fran Bullpit, 9 off 15 from Molly. They both started with boundaries early on in the innings, but haven't really regularly found singles or boundaries, which is why the run rate's as it is. And the power play's finished. Hoping that new Guernsey coach Ilse van der Vest Hazen will join us for this innings. looking over at the team area. She's busy writing some things on team sheets and speaking to the players at the moment, so we won't interrupt her, that's for sure. Trinity Smith continuing from the pavilion end. Low full toss just patted back into the offside. Feel like that's where the intent can improve. A bit of a full toss on the pads, and then from there. Good intent, outside off stump, no run. So we're just talking there. Guernsey batters are batted with some intent but found some fielders. And as we speak, I just mentioned before about we were hoping to have you on comms, Ilse, and just like that you appear. So welcome to Jersey.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
assuming it's your first time here.
It is my first time here, yes.
And thoughts of what you've seen today so far?
Cricket or the weather?
Bit of both.
Bit of both. As we came in, island beautiful, beautiful views. I can see some really beautiful beaches. Looks like a nice place to visit, maybe sometime when not cricket related. Yes, but just excited to be out experiencing first interinsular between Guernsey and Jersey. I've heard a lot about it.
Sure.
So yes, it's good to experience.
Agreed. So you've settled now into Guernsey life?
Yes, I've settled into what the culture is. As my first sort of aim was to see what the culture of Guernsey is. How do they play the cricket? Where can we take it forward?
Sure.
Where can we improve? So yes, it's been interesting.
A few things you've learnt along the way so far?
Oh, absolutely. Where do I start?
Where do you start?
Where do you
That's it.
start? Yeah,
Right.
that's it. I have to take off my South African hat. Things done in the southern hemisphere, being done differently
course.
in Guernsey.
Yep.
Smaller island, set in their ways. So yeah, lots of improvement. Just to start with the girls' pathway, we don't have. It's the first winter we've had an under 15 winter with 16 to 18 girls.
Brilliant.
So there's so much to build on from what was already started. But as you can see today, we're probably about 8 to 10 years behind where Jersey is in terms of execution of skills, the pathways for the girls to be able to pick a 15-year-old to make a debut. We are not there. But those are the things that I'm excited to do in the next, to put in place in the next 3 years.
Agreed. Well, you can certainly see signs of some youngsters coming to the fore today. We saw Annie LeRae in the first innings bowling a beautiful spell. Her first 2 overs, I think, went for 6 and picked up a wicket.
Yeah.
Molly Robinson, who we've seen before,
Yeah.
we know she's a talented young cricketer. Her leg spin can be very dangerous at this level, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And young Molly Watson, I was impressed with her fielding out on the boundary that first innings there. So, you know, there's signs there.
Yeah.
There's positives, absolutely, I'm sure, to take from today that you'll be looking to push forward. So, you know, from your role as a whole, just give the viewers, you know, an idea of sort of. You're not obviously just the women's head coach. You've got other roles within Guernsey cricket. So
Correct.
what else have you got on your plate over there at the moment?
Right. So as the cricket development manager, which is what I was appointed as, it's setting those pathways in place, making sure we have a strong base to pick our representative squads from. So it's done differently in Guernsey because we don't have clubs as such. We've got teams. So to get the juniors into those teams is where we are. We have a big gap that we want to fill. We want to establish some juniors into some clubs. So I think that's the next big thing for us to happen at the moment. It feels like Guernsey Cricket Board is the club because we just deal with every single aspect of cricket. If you are a development player, we train you, we coach you. If you are a representative cricketer, we coach you. So we have a little bit of doing everything at the moment, whereas we want to distribute that into good channels and good establishments that can take that forward. So yeah, as a cricket development manager for both boys, girls, I've taken on quite a big responsibility that I wanna just face it head on and just dive into and get it right. And I think I've got the support for people who have seen, you know, the passion that I have, and just the willingness to do it and to try new things and bring in new systems. So yes, and then the women's thing just fell on my lap.
Fantastic.
And yeah, I don't shy away from a challenge, so that's just a South African thing, I think. So yeah, we are a challenging nation, so just throw it, just bring it on. We'll take it head on. Yeah, we need to. Obviously, we've seen today athleticism is a big thing. We need to. Cricket is a sport for athletes. If you show that in the field, and you've seen that with the youngsters we've brought in. Mm-hmm. Molly made a debut today, Molly Watson. Just those small little things that we can do in the next winter to bring in more of those youngsters, we'll be in a better place in 2 years' time.
100%. I think we spoke with Sarah, our CEO. I spoke with Lee, obviously your manager, and
yeah.
I know the guys well from many years
Yeah.
over in Guernsey, and there's a well fielded nicely there from the end.
Great fielding, yeah, that's what you want to see. That diving
on the boundary, saving 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the what we're seeing within girls and women's cricket in particular is that these youngsters, they've had that grounding more than anyone before. The opportunities now within girls sport, let alone girls cricket, is fantastic. So actually, although their age tells you one thing, their skills are further advanced than someone who's maybe been around the game a bit longer.
Correct.
So it's finding that transition process. That makes everything so much easier. And we were talking with Lee earlier around the Women's Super League that's been so successful over in Guernsey. That's obviously come to fruition with a couple of players, I believe, here today, and I'm sure you'll be looking to push on with that over the summer.
Yeah, absolutely. To take it a step forward from last year, where it was a participation program, everybody could just come in and play for any team, and they were sort of mix and match, and if that team was short, they would just rotate. I said this year we need to have it strength versus strength, because that's the only way you're going to test yourself. If you want to come into a tournament or an international team and play Jersey, play Romania, if we go on tour, you want to play the best players every week. It should not be just participation. It should be what a take. Brilliant. Yeah.
It was, I mean, we've seen a one-handed catch off their own bowling today in Trinity Smith, but this one from mid-wicket, Lily Gregg, swooped in. It wasn't hit hard at her, it was sort of looping down, but she had to stretch right out. She didn't want to leave her feet, but she made it one-handed pluck, and she'll be delighted with that, as you could see Jersey celebrating that. And that's the first wicket, 8 overs in. Certainly Guernsey this time around have played with more intent. We've seen some boundaries early, and although Fran hasn't got the score she wanted there, she's struck the ball nicely. A common theme, you'll see the replay here as Lily comes in to take this catch. Low full toss, so not a ball that the bowler wanted to execute, but the camera. I was giving him good press earlier, but this time he missed that one. But you wouldn't have expected it necessarily, so I'll let him off this time around. But Jersey have had to work hard for that wicket, which is part of it. But we carry on. So coming back to what we were talking about there, you mentioned the likes of Romania. You've got an important tournament I saw coming up later in the summer that everything will be geared towards. Just give us a bit more information around that and who you're going to come up against and the hopes for that.
Put me on the spot there. We were broken up into 2 pools. We were just going to be 1 pool, now we're in 2.
Okay.
But it's the likes of Romania, Malta, Turkey, Czech Republic, to Isle of Man. So 2 pools, round robin, and then semi-finals, finals. Some of the girls have played the teams before, so it will be. They're sort of in our rankings. If you go according to the rankings, which I don't really look into much.
No.
Cricket is a funny thing. It's a funny game. It can bite you in. So we are looking for that tournament to build from what we've done today. Only problem for us is we don't have 15-year-olds that we can give debuts to.
Okay.
So it's not a tournament that we can go and say we're going to give the youngsters a go. We don't have youngsters.
Okay.
So for us, that's the challenge for me now, is to get those youngsters, identify those 11, 12, 13-year-olds, and gear them up for the next 3 years to be our 15-year-olds that can just step into the senior role. We're looking forward to that, just to build on small things that we've done today. How can we do that better? Give away less dots when we bat, or less extras, more twos.
Yeah.
There wasn't we didn't run 1-3.
Okay.
You know, so those small things, if we can build on that just to start with,
Yeah.
then it's a good culture that we'll have for the teams and for the youngsters coming into the team.
Fantastic. Agreed there. I think that would be a brilliant tournament for you
Yeah.
guys. We know a few of those teams well. Isle of Man, one of them, who
Yeah.
have some decent cricketers themselves. One in Lucy Barnett, who Jersey fans will know. We've come up against her a few times. She likes scoring runs against us every now and then. So it'll be a good test for the girls, but
Yeah.
that would be exciting to see how you guys get on there. So the game goes on, 30 for 1. Annie Leray now into bat. She started well with a beautiful shot into the covers for no run. I think that's been a bit of a sort of theme for the Guernsey side today. Certainly from, having watched a few of these interinsulars with the women now, there's the intent's been there more than ever before.
Yeah.
When there's width, they're looking to really capitalise and score off that. Jersey, that one.
Oh, unlucky.
Just dropped short and a good run. Yeah, I mean, I think certainly from observations from today, it looks like there's a young core there that
Yeah.
can be built around. The likes of the two girls batting
Absolutely,
now
yeah.
that we spoke about. Elise Millington
Yeah.
bowled really well game 1 and batted nicely
Yeah.
game 1. So
Yeah.
feels like you've got a young core there to build around, which would be great. And as you mentioned, if you can get that pathway going, which
Yeah.
I assume you're excited to get going there.
I'm
it'll
very
be-
excited, yeah.
be brilliant.
And I've identified if you get them at 11 and 12 before they hit teenage stages,
Yeah.
they into it already.
Yeah.
So that's I've seen a couple of youngsters already that I'm really keen to get into the winter program and just build with them and start
course.
with them, and then every year have that under 11s coming through. And that's why it's so important for me to go myself into the state schools and see the kids and see the potential and talk to the teachers and say, wow, can we get that girl involved? How can we get her to come do an extra? Because there's so many options for the girls on the island. They do dancing and hockey and netball, and it looks like hockey and netball just goes over the cricket season now, and it doesn't stop to give the other sports an opportunity. So that's also one thing that you battle with. So all the other things on that small island that
Yep.
is just 10 minutes away
Yep.
that they can do.
Agreed. And you mentioned there, things being 10 minutes away. That's obviously a big strength for both islands.
Yeah.
With the bit, I'm sure from where you were from down in South Africa, these things are a lot more spread apart. People
Yeah.
travel a lot further to have to get to coaching.
Yes.
So the access to the coaching is easy.
Yeah.
But it's keeping the players, it's getting the players
Correct.
there, and as you say, competing at times against other sports. We
Yeah.
have the same over here across both boys and
Yeah.
girls pathway. So
Yeah.
there's not just the one challenge. There's plenty
Yeah.
of challenges when it comes to the development of sports players,
Yeah.
which I'm sure you're familiar with. Let's move on to the World Cup, the Women's T20 World Cup that's now going
Yeah.
on. I think if I'm right, Australia got the better of South Africa.
She did.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did, which is
Yeah.
no mean feat. They're obviously one of the best teams in the world. South Africa cricket certainly looks like it's growing from year to year.
Yeah.
What are your hopes for South Africa in the women's tournament?
Well, I'm hoping they'll make at least the semi-finals. They're in a pool of death, so it's going to be a tricky one. If you lose one, the first game,
Yep.
and then have to come up against the likes of India. But I still give them the chance that they're going to make the semi-finals at least, and hopefully this time go one step closer
Go one
in
step
the
closer.
final. Yeah, and
I
lift
won't
the
mention
trophy,
South
yeah.
Africa in
No,
semi-finals
please
too
don't.
much. No.
Yeah. Maybe the men more than the women.
Exactly. They've got a fresh chapter to
Yeah.
make there, that's for sure. Some seriously fantastic cricketers coming out of South Africa. All,
Yeah.
well, obviously,
Oh yeah.
if people know cricket, they'll know just how fantastic a batter she is,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
So we'll hope South Africa go as well as they can. Everybody enjoys following South Africa. We've got a large South African community over here, a number of
Same.
who play cricket
Yeah.
locally, so
Yeah.
it's fantastic to see as Annalise Merritt comes into bowl. With a bit of strike, there's some intent there. 33 for 1, 9.2. Molly's battling away out there. It's warm. Second game.
Yeah.
The intent's there. Still going along nicely. So
Yeah, we just spoke about let's just build partnership. Let's not look at a big total. We want to be somewhere after 6 overs, then after 12. Let's break it down. So yeah, that's what they're working towards. Not quite like you say, hitting the fielders and
Yep.
and just not getting where they want to get to. But yeah, it's good to see that they're not. I said to them, just go out with intent. There's
Yes.
no point in just plodding away. We want to play a brand of cricket where we play with intent.
Yep.
So that's all I want to see. If the execution is not there, then that's something we can work with.
agreed. As we works. Molly works one into the leg side. Should be two. Well fielded. Jeremy Murray on her debut there. Well done to her. So before you leave, I'll let you get back to things. You've been coaching hard over there. I've been watching you with your sheets and walking on the field. We talked about how the coaches can now go on at drinks break, which is a nice little touch.
Brilliant, yeah.
Next steps before your big tournament in August. What have we got coming up next for Guernsey women's cricket?
Oh, well, not just for the women, but for all the other age groups that I'm responsible for.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of the youth, under 13s, 15s, 19s, play Jersey as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how your pathway looks versus ours. So that's something to look forward to. And then the girls are the training. We're just playing games. We're playing. If there's not a league game, there is a game on a Tuesday, and we play inter-squad game.
Yep.
Proper squad game. If you're out, you're out. Just to get that intent and middle. I feel that the more you practice in the middle and get some middle time, the more you can work on your angles in the field, the more you find out where your striking range is and how to manipulate the ball. So that's the things that we want to work on in the next moving towards the end of August. We don't have a lot of other teams coming to the island for the women to play against, but we've got some under 15s, 13s, 14s games lined up just for them to just keep that competition going for themselves more than the result.
Fantastic. It sounds like you've got a busy summer ahead, and I look forward to seeing how it all goes for you guys. We've obviously been rivals but friends for a long time, and we often come up against each other, both across the boys, men's, girls, whichever. So plenty of times we'll meet again. But thank you for popping in. Really appreciate it. You've been extremely busy this afternoon. So
thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time.
Lovely.
And safe journey home this evening. And I'm sure the public will be grateful that you've come on there.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you very much. Cheers. So as you can see on your screens, that's the state of play. We are 155 needed from the last 10. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, I wouldn't be thinking that might be their target. So the Guernsey batters plod along. 1 wicket down though, so they'll be delighted with that. Partnerships are built, as Ilse said there, as the coach, they want to take small targets at a time. The intent's there, so there's an opportunity to score runs and spend time in the middle for this young Guernsey side. So 16 off 30 for Molly Robinson, who's shown some good intent. Annie LeRae, who has impressed all day. You can see Elisa Millington due in next. That looks like the core of the side for years to come. The girls have certainly impressed across the board today. They've done themselves no disfavours, that's for sure. So the heat continues. That's the view at Guernsey as the crowd start to come to the last 10 overs of the day. Everyone's stuck at it very well. Plenty more cricket to play. Olivia Baston stood at the top of her mark, ready to take the next over. Grace Weatherall puts her helmet behind her. So 10 overs left. Energy slightly dropping in the field, but as you can expect, there's a bit of heat. Second innings of the second game. Olivia Baston, fantastic figures. 1 for 1 off her first over. She'll be looking to keep taking wickets where she can. Commentator's curse there. Straight in for a wide. Well bowled. It's big inside edge between the legs. Just going to be one with fine leg out on the boundary. Nice one bounce throw back in to the wicketkeeper Grace Weatherall. On down leg side, that one's going to put her under a little bit more pressure, might be 2 this time around. Once again, a good fielding from the Jersey side. Maria De Rocha down at fine leg, doing a good job for the team. Ooh. And that one is below waist height. and out. We've seen a couple of those today, the potential no balls, but have dipped below waist height. Bowler not wanting to celebrate too much. Batter with a chance to hit a bad ball for 4, didn't make connection, and is now bowled. So we've seen a couple of those today. Molly Robinson gone for a good 17. Olivia Baston with her second wicket of her spell, 2 for 4 from 1.3. Looking at the replay here, not sure this one was too contentious. It certainly won't be the best ball that she ever bowled. Square leg umpire made the call, not out. Sorry, not no ball, so therefore it's out. She gets a warm round of applause from her teammates. Katie Robert now walking out to the middle. Batted nicely, got a little partnership going game 1. A little bit more time to bat this time around. And she got game 1, so we'll see what she can get up to here. Olivia Baston, 2 wickets already. Oh, that's a lovely shot behind square in the offside. Daisy Fisher chasing it down with a bit of extra width. It might make its way. It hasn't. And a good throw in. So 2 runs. Lovely shot there from Katie Robert. Using the pace rather than trying to hit it hard. Bit of width to play with to free her hands behind square in the offside. It's a nice 2. 1 ball to go of this Olivia Baston over. First one back after drinks. Picking up a wicket as we usually see after drinks. Not how she necessarily would have wanted to pick up the wicket, but a wicket nonetheless. It's well bowled and well played. And well fielded. Good cricket all round. So dot ball to finish. 39 for 2 off 11. Run rate continues to climb. Sure that's going to be too much of a factor as we go into these last 9 overs, but Guernsey just 2 wickets down, battling away. Partnerships we've talked about today can be key in cricket. The longer time you spend at the crease, the more chance you've got to score runs. So Guernsey certainly looking to do that as the game progresses. Change of bowler once again. Looks like the off-spinner Maria de Rocha back on to bowl from the far end. More spin, looking to hit the top of the stumps. That's a lovely strike. First ball a bit too short. Hit well to the outfield. Amy Aikenhead playing hot potato out there, not wanting to pick it up cleanly. Attacked it well. Nice 1 bounce throw, 1 run. So Maria will want to be a bit fuller than that last ball. That one was fuller, flicked in the leg side by Katie Robert, who started really nicely here. Strong shots down the ground and behind square. She's 3 or 4. Annie LeRae was impressed all day. That's a nice strike. That's what we've talked about. That's going to go for 4 through the offside, and that's what we've been talking about around. These Guernsey batters have been hitting the ball nicely out the middle of their bat. They found a few fielders. This time she's gone a bit more aerial, a bit more earlier on it to go over the infield. I'm not sure it was ever at a fielder. It was certainly in the gap. And this time, ball races away for 4 in the offside. A little bit too much width, but still got to put it away. So that's a great shot from Annie LeRae. Maybe get herself going here. And again, struck well, but out. Not the best ball, but a great catch out in the deep from Annalise Merritt. She moved a touch to her right. Thought she might have misjudged it. Came around, took the catch. I'm sure we'll see it on the replay. I'm sure our cameraman on the bank will have got that one, no doubt. So another wicket for Jersey. Another wicket falls for Guernsey. Annie Leray just starting to look dangerous. One through the offside. That one could have easily found the gap and gone for 4. Let's see if our cameraman's done his job. Short ball. Struck well into the leg side. Fielder come round, settle, and a good catch out on the boundary out there from Annalise. So another wicket. As Elise Millington wanders into the crease after her strong knock in the first game. First ball then, Elise Millington and Maria De Rocha coming in. Short and down leg side. It's quite fine, could be 2. Fielder's had to come round onto the ball. She's called yes. Could be tight. Not quite. I think the keeper, Grace Weatherall, might have knocked the stump before she's taken it. And therefore that would be not out, because you can't get someone out with your leg. Good intent, but it's not gone far enough. Oh, and a slip in the offside. Daisy Fisher going down there. Ball was up in the air for a moment. Thought it might carry, but it didn't quite. Just before she got there, feet went from underneath her. So Daisy Fisher back on. We saw her in game 1 as a debutant, taking a wicket in her first over. She's back on. Left arm seamer, just 15 years old, making her Jersey debut today. Young promising prospect, bit of point of a difference as a left arm seamer. Well bowled, no. Oh, and we've got a slip. Oh, well fielded again. We've seen direct hits from Jersey today, and that was another one. Frustrating end, as it's a no, yes, no. A slip as well from the batter. Jersey have been deadly with direct hits today. We saw a fantastic direct hit from Erin Duffy at the non-strikers end in game 1. That was great awareness from Grace Weatherall, the stand-in wicket-keeper, to sweep round. We were right down the back of it. You could see once it left her hand that was a chance, just whether it would hit the stumps or bounce over. And it struck him nicely. Unfortunately, leaving Elise Millington short of her crease. Frustrating way to go as a cricketer. Promising young cricketer. Innings brought short, but fantastic fielding from Jersey. So another wicket goes down. They hadn't lost one before 10 overs. Now there's been 4 in the last couple of overs. So Jersey getting a tail up a little bit. Potentially Guernsey looking to try and push the score on a bit, creating chances. But some great fielding in the ring once again by Jersey, which is what we've come to see over the few years. It's well bowled again. Well played out to Chloe Grecian on the boundary. Well attacked. Grace won't be delighted with that throw. Start here for Daisy Fisher in game 2. Just 1 run off her first 4 balls and a wicket too. A run out. Ooh. Well bowled again as the batter goes across the line. Good running though. Forcing the issue there. Getting the runner, or the on-strike batter, to get moving towards the other end. So again, leg by. 2 off this over. 2 off the first 5 balls. 1 to finish. Well played again. Just the 1 run to finish. 49 for 4 then off 13. 7 overs to go. I think we're going to see any fireworks from Guernsey to chase these down, but certainly they've applied themselves. 60 all out game 1, 49 for 4 now in game 2. So noticeable improvement. Derosha to continue. That's where she'll want to be. Full and at the stumps. A little bit more air to try and tempt the batter. But again, not too much above the eye line. She'll change her pace nicely. That one just a touch fuller. Batter gets down to sweep, but just 1. She's got cover out on the leg side. She's got deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. And then a 45 that's dropped to the boundary, maybe even just a fine leg. It's well struck again. Should really be a run, but I think potentially the Jersey fielders are just trying to get them to commit to a run. She's a bit of no man's land there, Amy Aikenhead. She's at least 15 off the boundary. It should really be 1 if the ball goes to her. If it's hit well and she fields it well, there's a chance of a run out. It goes there again, but she's had to move to her right. Annalise swoops in, throws 1 in. So another run for Guernsey ticks by. No serious damage coming here, just 2 off the last 4 balls. That's a nice shot again, but again the cover is out there, so it's only going to be 1 run. This is what you'd say is called bowling to your field. Boundary riders are out there, the ball's going full and into their pads. They're taking 1s, but that's certainly not going to get them anywhere near this Jersey commanding Jersey total. That one a touch shorter, struck nicely, straight to the fielder. Again, great bit of fielding. Another run. So 4 off it. Maria DeRocha, 1 for 11 off her 2. 53 for 4 now, Guernsey. 6 overs to go. Not sure they'll get to 100. That might be one of their targets. They might be eyeing to try and get 47 off these last 6. Daisy Fisher might have other ideas. Just 15 years old, making her debut for Jersey, a product of the Walker's Hero Legacy program that we have running here in Jersey. So if anyone tuned in today is a young girl or has a young daughter who might want to get into cricket, the Walker's Hero Legacy program is the perfect way to do that. We've got 3 clubs who run girls and women's cricket teams. That would be Farmers, Walkovers and SOS. They've got teams at under 12, under 15, development and premier level. So a lot of options for all ages and abilities. So if you're sitting there having watched a bit of this cricket today, whether you've got a daughter or whether you're interested in playing yourself, get in contact with us at Jersey Cricket, get signed up to the Walker's Hero Legacy program, and you never know what might come next. Good strike. Oh, it's got through the fielder, backed up well by Trinity Smith out on the boundary, so it's going to be 2. Struck it nicely. Diving effort from Lily Gregg at mid-on, gets a bit of hand on it to save 4, backed up well by Trinity. You'd say that Jersey do that well, the fielding as a unit. The ball goes to 1, the other one's looking to get round to back him up. Protect those boundaries at all costs. So Daisy Fisher continuing here. None for 5 off 1.2. Great start for the youngster. Oh, that one off the glove. Well fielded. Great bit of fielding there from the wicket-keeper, Grace Weatherall, who's clearly wanted to get involved in the game, standing at wicket-keeper all day. She's not used to that. Filling in for regular wicket-keeper Mia Maguire, who's out with a broken finger. Chasing it all the way down to the boundary. Great commitment from Jersey, showing no sign of letting up, despite the required run rate being pretty difficult to manage from here. No ball there. That ball seems to have been effective today. We haven't said that often in cricket, but the low full toss that just sneaks under the waist has got a couple of wickets. It's not gone for many. Interesting output from today. Short ball again. This time not quite connected as well. That one skidded a little bit lower, got a bit more of an under edge. So good over here. Just 5 from it, including a wide, so the extra ball's about to be bowled. She'll want to finish off strong. Catch it. Oh, that was a chance. She would have deserved a wicket there after the 2 overs she's had, but ball snuck through the hands. We've seen a fantastic caught and bowled. If you didn't see it earlier, I'd certainly jump back on the stream of game 1 and take a look at Trinity Smith's caught and bowled. Absolutely wonderful one-handed pick as the ball come flying back past her. Just a reminder, you can go back. Both of these games have been live streamed on YouTube, so you can find it on the Sportsbox channel, where you can view it back, watch the live stream back. If any of the players want to watch it, you can check out your wickets. Any parents or invested family members, you can watch back on YouTube. Click through to the right time. So we're creeping closer now, just 5 overs to go, 58 for 4. What will surely be another Jersey win, just by how much is the question. That's a nice strike. Straight out again. Fielders in the leg side are now firmly off the boundary, sort of 10-15 yards, which goes sort of against the coaching manual of you're either saving 1 or 4, but I think Jersey are trying to create potentially a run out. In the air, the spin, well stopped. Well fielded there from Gemma Werry. Again, that sort of top of the stump's length. The batters have not been too troubled by that length, but difficult for them to get under as long as it's top of the stump, so she'd like to be a touch fuller. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Well worked from Katie Robert. Going behind, well chased down by Gemma Wherry. Nice shot there from Katie Robert. She certainly impressed this inning. She looked busy. She's finding the gaps, getting herself off strike. A couple of boundaries and she'd be going really well. That's a lovely shot. Out into the leg side. Oh. A little bit of a misfield from the Jersey fielders. Now they're looking for two. Oh, and we've got everything there. Everything you could wish for in a ball, barring a wicket. Ball went out to the leg side, bit of a fumble. Batter's turned for two. Wicketkeeper had a chance for a run out, and then the batter ended up on the floor. Come on then, big dog, you come. So another over ticks by. Maria de Rocha 1 for 16 off 3. 63 for 4 now, Guernsey, with the game teetering out here. We've got 4 overs left. Jersey will want to try and get a few more wickets before they finish. You've been listening to me for a little while now. I'm delighted to say my co-commentator for the day, head groundsman, multiple different jobs.
Back.
Is back. Dan, thoughts on what you've seen so far?
I don't really know what to say, to be honest. I think like trying to stomp out these sorts of games as soon as possible as a Jersey unit would probably be the way that I would have attacked it, and maybe gone a little bit harder, but fully understand that we've probably got opportunities coming left, right and centre for people that have very much deserved opportunities. That's as well.
A lovely shot again from Katie Robert, who's certainly impressed me this second innings. She's come out with the right intent, but she's also found a way to score every ball. Well fielded by Daisy Fisher, who's chased that down to save a boundary, but she's the first batter who seems to be able to find the gap when she wants to. That one's gone for 4. Bit of honesty from the Jersey players down there. Didn't see it ourselves. Looked like she saved it, but apparently not. She's the first Guernsey batter I'd say that I've seen use the pace a little bit more, so when the seamers have come on, she's scored a bit more behind square rather than keep trying to hit them down the ground. She's of a shorter stature, so doing that is a good option. And again there, that's well fielded from Daisy Fisher. Sorry, Dan.
No, you're right. I think, yeah, trying to, like, from a Jersey perspective, I think trying to stomp these games out as quickly as you possibly can is a good way to go about it. But as I say, the people that have got opportunities there fully deserve the opportunities, and Guernsey have batted quite nicely in this second game. So couple of great moments in the game. Grace run out with decent bit of work from behind the stumps for someone who hasn't kept a lot. Was Lily's catch in this game the one-hander?
It was.
That was in it. That feels like ages ago. That was a great grab. So bits of individual brilliance and lots of positives to take from both teams, I guess. I think the way that Guernsey have gone about their batting innings, I know that the scoreline doesn't exactly reflect it, but I think the way that they've gone about their business this second game is a big improvement from the first.
Yeah, I agree. I think, from a Jersey perspective, if you're going to be critical about anything, it's the noise levels out there right now. I think, the men's side, with the level of experience that they've got, we would have seen moments like this, but you can hear them starting to come to the fore now. It's, even when you're way ahead of the game and maybe the game's not in the balance, can you continue to bring that intensity with...
Well bowled.
That's well bowled by Olivia Baston. Full and straight does the job there. That's what we've been asking for, and she's been delivering. So 3 wickets now for her. She's bowling beautifully in this second match. 2.3 overs, 3 for 12. Full and straight, you miss, I hit, is working. And Jersey, I think I was just saying there that, it could be quite easy when the game's not in the balance and it's almost done and dusted. Can we just let the game drift as we look at the replay here from Olivia Baston, who looked nice and rhythmical there, full and straight. Guernsey batter tries to go across it. I think it was Hannah Atkinson. Who missed that one. But I think, if they're going to go to that next level and they're going to push forward, like you mentioned there, it's about finishing off teams when the game might not be in the balance. It's about being ruthless.
Yeah.
And that energy staying high and intensity staying high. Now, game 2, warm afternoon, you'd forgive them for it, but, at that level, if you're going to play international cricket, it's the sort of mindset that you need to be successful. I know, as Dan's pointing at the laptop that we've got here with the view of his ground, he's extremely delighted with that. I think I was waxing lyrical, as the kids say these days, about the ground we've got here at Grainville. We're delighted to have these facilities. This is where we'll be hosting a lot of good international cricket this summer. We mentioned Nepal and UAE, men's side coming here before their World League 2 fixtures. Nepal, not long ago, taking England to the last over in the T20 World Cup. UAE is stalwart in associate cricket, so we're delighted to be hosting them here, no doubt. And we hope that as many people can come down and watch as possible. For Nepal game, we've got hospitality options. There'll be a marquee up for the day. James Robertson at the boundary will be providing some fantastic food and a great opportunity to bring your work team, clients, family, club side, whoever might want to just get in touch with Jersey Cricket. We've got some options as Trinity Smith excitedly once again appeals from deep square with the best view of the ground, obviously. So not quite a wicket there. The ground, the umpire's actually given a little bit back in jest there, which is nice to see. It's a 69 for 5. Olivia Baston bowling beautifully here. 2.4 overs, 3 for 12. Commentator's curse gives her a leg side wide. That's my fault. I'll take that one.
I was
Apologies,
just about to
Olivia,
say
if
how
you're
well
watching this
she's adjusted her line from the first game and then leg side wide. But all seriousness, like bowling effectively 3 overs here, 3 for whatever it ends up to be after this one, probably hopefully 13. The adjustment of line and less leg side wise, being straighter, top of the stumps, what we discussed a lot of in that first innings. She's been very, very clinical. I think it's been top work.
So 17 overs completed, 70 for 5 now Guernsey. I think, the bottom line of what both coaches will be looking for will be, can you improve from game 1 to game 2? Can we take those lessons from game 1 that we need to improve upon into game 2? And I think, the positives for both sides is that both have had a better showing game 2. Certainly with the bat, Guernsey finished 60 all out in the first game, 3 overs to go, they're already past that, with 5 wickets in hand. So they'll be delighted with that. Jersey obviously improving on their 160 with 188. If you didn't tune in for the first innings, Amy Aikenhead finishing 86 to be the leading, the highest total for a Jersey batter in women's T20I cricket with 86 runs, beating Annalise Merritt, her partner, who she shared 130 runs with today. The irony's not lost, with her 77 previously. So fantastic performances from both Jersey. Guernsey have certainly improved from game 1 to game 2. We've spoken to both their coaches who are here today, Lee and Ilza, both talking about the need to bring youth into their side. They've got some core youngsters out there, but there's certainly a need for more youngsters to come in. Ilza in particular talked about the level of athleticism that you see in the game, and you'd certainly say that Jersey have shown that in abundance today.
100%. I think they've moved extremely well as an outfit, bar a couple of instances where things haven't gone their way as the ball's
That's a nice shot.
picked up
That is
nicely
the
to the
captain
mid-wicket boundary.
Leading from the front, and I think what you're seeing here, this is a strong batter, Chris Delamere. We've seen her in the Liberation Series last year. She plays MCC cricket. She's played a lot of cricket, but she's coming at 7 here, potentially with the idea of giving others more of an opportunity. Giving that core, those youngsters, that chance to learn and spend time in the middle in an interinsular. So that, in one sense, that gives them a chance to get them cricket and blood them, but also gives her an opportunity now to come in and try and score some runs towards the end of the Guernsey innings. Both Jersey and Guernsey, we've talked about it today, youngsters of the future. It's something that is, both islands have produced for a number of years now. It's the way that both islands need to go with the passport situation that, there you go, there's a nice strike again through the offside from Krista, a bit too short, and wide from Duffy, getting punished. Loose balls all of a sudden going to the boundary rather than going for a dot or a one. And a bit more power and a bit more experience comes some more boundaries. But as I say there, both countries reliant on their pathway, reliant on youngsters coming in. We see it in Jersey all the time, both across the girls and the boys' pathway. The next generation is on the island, not elsewhere. And it's the same with the girls and women's, and we've seen that today here with a number of Guernsey players and certainly a number of Jersey players who, although young in age, have been around a long time now. That's well bowled. A good comeback from Erin Duffy, who'll be delighted with that, having gone for 2 fours in her over. Has then got the full ball in, and that's just a sign there of, you know, the importance of what we need to do on this wicket as a bowling unit, where you need to avoid giving width, get it full, give it a chance.
Yeah, I think you're more than happy to be hit for a good shot for a boundary if you're sort of aiming top of the stumps. I think you said it pretty perfectly before. It was this they miss you hit sort of thing. I think if they're going to take some risks and try and go across the line, we've seen quite a few wickets there, batters going across the line being bowled. I think just trying to be as relentless as you possibly can and holding your nerve on that line and length is what's proved really good today. I mean, we said Liv Baston's done it extremely well today, picking up 3 for. Chloe bowled unbelievably well again, just never seems to miss, does Chloe? So, I mean, all round there's so many positives to take from the day as a whole, but fairly clinical performances both rounds from the Jersey side.
So new batter comes in then. Rosie Home shapes up. She didn't play game 1, so new to the crease today as a batter. Certainly big swing, but no ding, as they say. So that stuff is over complete. Couple of boundaries and a wicket. 14 off her 3 with 1 wicket. Guernsey 79 for 6, just 2 overs to go now, and this is just a bit of a formality. So stay with us after the game. We do have a presentation ceremony where the winning team will be presented with medals and the trophy. We have a player of the series on offer. I'll put some comments in the comments box now if you want to vote for it. It won't have an impact on the end result. That will be decided by the umpires, but if you sat there wanting to type something on a keyboard, feel free to give us your opinion.
Who's your money on, Lee?
Put me on the spot there.
Yeah.
I think if you're going for consistency of the 2 games, you can't look past Annalise Merritt with 250s.
Yep.
But Amy's knock was very nice.
Yeah.
Chloe has bowled beautifully, without a huge amount of reward in terms of wickets, but extremely economical. But I think if I had to, no, I won't say, but those are my options.
My vote would go to Amy, I think. I think it was a pretty clinical knock, and she hit ball exceptionally cleanly and didn't take too many risks. I mean, I want to say it was chanceless, but I think there was a couple of drops in the knock, but those kinds of things happen and she made him pay for it. So yeah, she'd get my vote. Oi. Well bowled.
Stayed there. Well bowled from Trinity Smith. Back on after Daisy Fisher's spell. Do you imagine she'll bowl this over? Maybe Erin Duffy to complete it from the other end. And then the day will be done and the celebrations can begin for Jersey. They'll have learnt a bit today. First time they've got together this year for international cricket. They've enjoyed spending time with each other on the field again. Knock some rust off as a unit. Bowlers and batters got a real good chance to play under a bit of pressure as well. Energy still going.
Yeah, I think with a game like this where it's sort of just petering out a little bit, I think your energy sort of drops between the overs of 13 to 17, and once you know that you're going to be having a nice cold beverage after the game, celebrating with your mates, I think it starts picking itself up a little bit towards the end, where
The end is in sight, as they say.
Yeah.
But it's important, isn't it? We talk about it, for context of people who necessarily haven't been out in the middle and played a lot of cricket for Jersey. It's a no ball, so it'll be a free hit. That sort of energy that we talk about and the intensity that we talk about, it's not just doing it for the sake of doing it so it encourages your teammate. There's an impact that it has on the game. We talked as coaches for many years where the focus of it's not just about what it does for our players, but what it does to the opposition players. The louder you are, the more intimidating you can be, the more pressure it can build. It's, there's psychology in it.
Yeah.
That it's, one, it obviously boosts your team. You're out there, you might as well enjoy it. Have fun whilst you're out there, but with a focus and work hard.
Yeah, and I think energy comes in very different forms as well for different bowlers as he's bowled. It's a nice ball, as we said again, top of the stumps from Trinity Smith as Jersey looked to close out this game and retain the women's interinsular for how many years in a row?
The last time Guernsey won was 2019.
Leave that one there, but yeah, as we said, energy comes in all different sorts of formats. I mean, some people aren't the most vocal on the pitch, and some people just like buzzing through overs. So I feel like after that wicket, the energy, as we said before, might just pick itself up as we watch the replay of Trinity Smith bowled. Yeah, again, just sort of top of the stumps, trying to play across the line, trying to play our shots, which, as you would imagine, is probably the state of the game at the moment. You may as well play your shots and take a few with you.
There's a nice close-up of Trinity there as she goes back to her fielding position at deep mid-wicket. Well, she's at deep mid-wicket. She thinks she's at deep mid-wicket, but actually she found herself at deep backward point. I think her mum sat on the bank, so she was wanting to have a chat, or she was just trying to get some camera time. I'm not sure which, but she certainly achieved both, but she wasn't in the right position. Maria to finish it then, last over for Jersey. That's a nice shot, but again, all in the gap. Maybe it was one. Katie Robert here has played a really nice innings. She's impressed me with her batting skills. She's certainly been able to find the gap when she needs to. There's some power in there as well. So she's a nice find for Guernsey moving forward for sure. There we go again. That's in the gap. It's good power, but well fielded. With a little chuckle from Annalise as she's picked it up there. Her and Duffy like a bit of competition out there as to who can get to the ball first. Jersey's fielding's been top-notch today, as expected. They've held their standards high. They've taken some blinding catches. One return catch from Trin and Lily Gregg with a one-hander in this game was absolutely fantastic. Grace Weatherall, must mention her. First game of international cricket as a wicket-keeper. It's not as easy as sometimes the wicket-keepers make it look, and we've been blessed with having both Jake Dunford and Ian Maguire as stalwarts in our first team for a number of years.
And credit where credit's due. Grace has worked incredibly hard throughout the week to give her best for the team on a fill-in role that she would never usually do. Hasn't quite gone how she would have wanted with the bat, but that's the great game.
That is the great game. Makes you hungry for more.
Exactly.
Or ready to quit.
Yeah,
one of
the two, yeah.
But at international level, we'll say hungry for more.
Yeah.
So just 2 balls left then. We've had a wide and a one. No boundary this over. Molly Watson on her debut to finish the game. 2 balls left.
Shot.
That's a nice shot through the offside. There's some potential there, that's for sure. As we see there, Jersey running it down, still giving 100% effort, led by the skipper there. That's a nice shot off the back foot through the offside. 2 runs. 1 ball to go. Thank you for tuning in today. Thank you for being with me, Dan.
All good.
You've helped me along the way.
My
It's
pleasure.
been a long day. The sun has been beating on us since
Definitely
about
on your left
3
calf,
o'clock.
anyway.
On my, yeah, certainly the left side of my body is going to be more sunburnt than my right side, but it's just the things we do for commentary, right?
Yeah, the hustle and bustle of the great game.
That is exactly right. And a dot ball to finish. So Jersey win, as expected, from the position that they found themselves at the halfway stage. 188 was going to be a big ask for this Guernsey side, but they have done themselves proud, no doubt. 88 for 7, an improvement on 60 all out from the first innings. There's been some standout performers for Guernsey today, no doubt about that. Bright future for some of them, for sure. Every year I've been involved with these women's interinsulas, Guernsey have improved, no doubt. Speaking with both coaches as we have done on the coverage, there's positives to take from today, and they've got a busy summer ahead. But it is Jersey who retain the women's T20I Interinsula, having won the first game by 101 runs, I believe, and the second game by 100 runs. So good consistency across the board.
Good numbers.
And they retain it 2-0. As the captains shake hands and the team shake hands after a long day, no doubt they'll need a drink of water before we get to the presentation ceremony. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen. There's been some great cricket on show, some fantastic batting, bowling, and some brilliant one-handed catches for your entertainment. Thanks to everybody who's jumped on the stream to help us through the day. Thank you, Dan. Much appreciated.
Ciao, everyone.
We hope you stay with us for the presentation ceremony. If not, have a fantastic evening wherever you are.
Thank you everybody for coming up. We've been blessed by brilliant weather today, which we were very relieved about after last week's rain and wind. Thank you Guernsey for coming over, and thank you for competing bravely. We've noticed more intensity in the fielding, more energy, and it's really been a pleasure to have you over here. Thank you. Some more thank yous. Thank you to Lee, wherever you're hiding. Thank you for putting on another day. Thank you to the grounds team for fantastic facilities, as we're now getting used to. So thank you very much. And if we turn now, I was going to mention the umpires, but you're quite welcome to give them another rousing round of applause. Thank you to the umpires and the association. On the pitch, some notable performances. We've got a player of the series to award. In the first game, we had Chloe Grecian, 3 wickets for 6 runs. Annalise with impressive batting, 52. And Annie LeRae, 2 wickets for 18. Second game, we had Amy Aikenhead, 85 off 64 balls. That's also the highest ever score in a women's T20I, so well done, Amy. And Olivia continuing to do well with the ball, 3 wickets for 13. Well done, Liv. But the umpires have had a look at who they want to be the player of the series, and the award goes to Annalise for 2 half centuries. Well done. Oh, hello. Yeah. So the bit everybody's been waiting for, if you'd like to come up, Jersey, and collect your winners' medals, please. Captain last. Chloe last. Captain last. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do you take a photo, or do I need to get a photo? Thanks, guys.